It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex claim you real, that's a real born capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, day back in beef, got the phones out. Watching where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm grown now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching to Mercedes, swinging out it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. They say a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine. Cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Real boss, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, I want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. brain completely froze. Colder I go. Colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I can live for hours? Say it'll get better. How can made of water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble heating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat.
This wasn't just about who's the best. It was about who had to win.
This amount of money it's life-changing, not just for them, but everyone that is close to them.
It's crazy. They're so good at a game, they can make millions of dollars. Who are these people?
One win, one chance, for everything they carried with them.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Who would you say is the biggest threat to you this tournament?
I think the team that would maybe give us the most trouble would be Fnatic.
Probably, our group stage is very difficult. We have EDG, Fnatic, and then Gen.G, I believe.
Yeah.
So, all those 3 teams. Yeah. All those 3 teams are insane. And then obviously, I will always say every North American team can win a tournament as long as you hit the right form and stride.
I mean, we just lost against Heretics and Fnatic.
Yeah.
So I'd say those 2 definitely.
Gen.G. On streak, I think losing to them and the way how they play is very annoying. I think their gameplay, their playstyle, maybe total counter. So yeah, I think I would say Gen.G.
To be honest, I'm scared of everyone.
Heretics, and maybe one more, Activity, NRG. They're one of the teams that play really good.
I think I definitely have to say the current champions, Heretics, as well as Fnatic, I guess. I mean, Fnatic has always been very good, and I think they're going to be equally as strong at this tournament as well.
Yeah, these games are going to be insane, but I mean, you got to be fast, just like in VALORANT, man.
Okay. Big time here, joined by Paper Thin. Today we have such an exciting matchup. 2 gigantic teams, Paper Rex versus Fnatic.
The camera's over there, bud. Remember, just like in VALORANT, we need to stay focused.
Focused.
And here at the STC Esports Arena, we have the main stage for VALORANT, where all of the action is happening, where all our pro players are going to be playing. And when you're on the main stage, you need to be cool, calm, collected, and definitely confident to make sure you can have an optimal performance. With that, I hope you guys are ready for the semifinals.
Semifinals day is upon us. 4 teams left for the 2 slots at the finals. Who will make it on through? We have so many worthy opponents. We have so many great rivalries across multiple different finals in the past. They all come to fruition here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup presenting Valorant day number 5. Welcome to the studio. Digon here alongside Baby Bay, Kakuka, and Big Time for your pre-show shenanigans. It's been a great tournament so far here, Kakuka.
Yeah, exactly. I love the fact that we have this 4 teams in the semifinals. I think that there's a lot of good stories here. And best of all, no America's teams.
Oh, can I just say, nice catch, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice catch. But yeah, we are near airport. It is really unfortunate.
Yeah.
I wonder who's going to be joining them alongside, every single NA team that is just out of this tournament today.
Yeah, 2 more.
Probably the EMEA.
Yeah. Very true. But 2 more of these massive teams do have to go home. I think all 4 of these teams are really in with contention of winning this. All of them so successful really throughout Valorant. As you say, all these teams being in those international finals. So we really don't know who's going to make it to this point.
Who do you think has the slimmest chance? Who would you put at the bottom 4? Not me putting you in the spot right here, right now, but I am.
Oh, okay. I mean, the 2 Pacific teams are making it to the final, which we all know.
Stop.
But I would have to say, Fnatic obviously have a great fighting chance. They have some fantastic players. I think Heretics have looked the shakiest out of the 4 this tournament.
So you put Heretics?
I would put Heretics at the bottom.
Right.
But
just taking notes here.
Can I just say how amazing it is, though, to get like 2 repeat matchups of finals, right?
Oh,
the
so
recent
good.
Toronto and then the Shanghai Masters. It's just like a pleasure. EWC has been great.
Yeah, well, you got up earlier with Vic by the totem for yesterday's recap, so why don't we go ahead and take a look at that.
And I'm here with Kakuka, and we're standing in front of the totem. If you look just above us, right behind me, Rensport has crowned their very first champion ever, and it's Team Redline taking the lion's share prize pool of $200,000. It's a lot. But we got to talk about Valorant and recap what happened yesterday, Kakuka. A-Stream, we had a lot of action going on between the Pacific and American teams.
Yeah, and Pacific definitely took the victory 2-0 for both of the Pacific teams. NA went home. Americas is out of contention, not even getting to that top 4. Very excited to see players, everybody from PaperX has been having such a great tournament. And on the other side, for Gen.G, Foxy9, okay, contention for that MVP, and not from a duelist role.
Definitely, as the Killjoy, too. Now, on the B stream, we also had a lot of action from your region. All 4 of them were EMEA teams.
They just needed to get rid of 2 of the teams because otherwise we knew it was going to be an EMEA versus EMEA final, and it would be just too goated for EMEA to hold a tournament like this. But as you were saying, Fnatic manages to take KC down very close on that first map. Maybe we would have gone to a second one, but Chronicle had a different perspective on it. He just wanted to go home. He wants also to get to that final. We'll see if he manages to do so today. Yeah. And on the second part, we see a Team Heretics that is bouncing back, finally proving everybody that they still have it. One of the players to highlight definitely would.
Yeah, definitely. So with Heretics and Fnatic going into the semifinals today, it's going to be a hot one. They're finally back in form, and we're going to find out very soon, just in 2 days, which Valorant team Key is going to be joining here on the totem.
Thank you very much, y'all, for that recap. Unfortunate, Kakuka, you said 2 days ago, the only draw that you didn't want to have was 2 EMEA teams, and that's the quarterfinals that you had playing against each other there. 2 and then 2, and you knock out 2 right there.
So here's when I say I want anything but EMEA versus EMEA in the final, so I counter Jinx.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing here.
This is big brain stuff.
Yeah. Yo,
maybe two.
She's trying to get the one up. I'm just trying to be relevant here because obviously all my teams are gone.
I don't need luck and voodoo for Pacific to win. It's gonna happen regardless. So.
Well, again, with a victory here that gets you the opportunity to lift a trophy on Sunday for Valorant, and we got to see the first trophy lifted in Esports World Cup 2025. It was Rensport getting it done over there on their stage. It was the BMW M Redline team getting the victory, getting to etch their name in the history books, the first champion of Esports World Cup 2025 here, baby.
Giving me goosebumps. I'm just excited to see whoever's going to win the Valorant EWC as well. I mean, if this looks this hype, I can only imagine what that main stage for Valorant is going to look like.
Yeah, it's going to go crazy. They got to put that key into the game trophy.
Oh, this is cool.
What?
If I would have known that went up.
It's on a lift.
Vic, girl, we missed out. Vic, we should have gone up there. We were like, oh, we don't know if it's going to show there. But yeah, Redline, super proud of them. Definitely being the first one has to mean so much. And if you see right under, it said Valorant. And just tomorrow, we will find out who it is.
Yeah, so here is our STC Club Championship. As we have BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing at the top for 1,000 points. But as you can kind of guess by the name, they mainly do sim racing. So if we go down, you see some names across multiple different titles. Virtus Pro, 15 different games that they are represented in. Team Vitality, I think it's 10 different games. Gen.G, not as many games, but favorites in most of those. And then you get to see Team Falcons in there as well. Fnatic, Heretics as well, getting the points from the Valorant side.
Yeah, that Heretics Gen.G matchup is going to be so important for this club championship for either side. I mean, they're only 200 points apart.
Yeah, and we could see that PaperX was also on the other side, you know, so it's very cool to see that the top four really like resembles what they also do in other esports. It's cool.
Yeah, PaperX obviously only competing in the one game here, so trying to really take points away from Fnatic, which are trying to really gather as many as they can, of course, competing in those multiple games.
Trying to kind of do what Redline did over at Rensport, but that's not the only championship that's going to be done before we crown our Valorant champion. We have Fatal Fury later on today, and Baby Bay had the opportunity to go step by the Amazon Arena. Go ahead, let's see it.
We're here at the Fatal Fury stage, and we are down to the final day. Baby Bay, it's pretty cool that Fatal Fury is even at EWC, huh?
Yeah, Fatal Fury is a legacy game. It's been a game for the OGs, but now here at EWC, these players are fighting to create a new page in history, and they want to get their hands on that $1 million prize pool. And I'm looking at that first place, 300 grand. Ooh.
And you don't even have to share it with anyone.
Yeah, and that's the beauty in fighting games. It's all on you. So much pressure is going to be on these players' shoulders, and I cannot wait to see who battles.
Yeah, well, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, y'all. You know, we got to go watch Fatal Fury a couple days ago, Dre, and after seeing the championship ceremony for Rensport, I can only imagine how hyped that's going to be for the one single player representing the whole team. Fighting game community is always about that hype.
Yeah, it was extremely hype. I mean, unfortunately, Falcons got knocked out, but when we did go watch the games, it was so hype in there. It was absurd, and that's what the community is all about. It's really intense.
Yeah, Morgan, have you ever played Fatal Fury?
I have not played Fatal Fury.
Me neither, but since it's a fighting simulator, I think that if this turns out to be a Pacific team versus an EMEA team, after they're done with the final, we should do like a warm up there.
That's fine by me.
Okay.
That's fine by me.
Who you got money on? Who you got money on for that?
I don't know, but whatever that happens, we need to make sure we have it recorded because I'm sure it's going to be a top play. And we have the top plays from Valorant, thanks to our friends over at Kadia. It's the Kadia top plays from yesterday's matches. So we had those knockout matches going on in our 4 series.
Yeah, some insane matches yesterday. Of course, a wonderful day for Pacific. I feel like I have to jump in there straight off the bat. PaperX, the reigning champions at the moment, looked very, very clean over Sentinels with some huge plays going on. Individual skill everywhere.
The Icebox was insane. I'm so sorry to cut you off. The Icebox is crazy. Again, we have to reiterate, they only played it one time.
That's the most PaperX thing of all time. To go, we only practice it the once.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll see Davai just in the first round being so electric. We can say the same for the side of Sentinels. They definitely stepped up their game in the second map. But I feel like when PaperX is feeling so comfortable, it's very difficult. On the other side, this is something that was happening on the B stream, so we weren't able to see it. But do not worry, because we will see Team Heretics today, and I cannot wait to see Wood in action.
Yeah, Los Niños, again, took the longer route to get here after a nice start, but they are now in the top 4, and both of these series are just going to be absolute bangers because a lot of them made it on through the bracket. Let's take a look at that playoff bracket here. It was PaperX getting the victory earlier, and then they are up against Fnatic, who defeated Carmine Corp in that EMEA versus EMEA. NRG gave a good shot against Gen.G, but Gen.G looked scary. Then finally, BBL well. They won their group. They fell to Team Heretics in the other EMEA versus EMEA battle. That sets us up for our 2 Pacific versus EMEA semifinals.
I mean, for me, in terms of prestige, I don't think you could ask for a better top 4. There's so much history here between the teams, between the players. Everybody knows each other so well, and it's so fitting that these are the 4 that we're left with in the very first EWC for Valorant.
And so satisfying to see all those keys being crushed. Gen.G just having a blast here. Chronicle, I think we're going to see that cheeky smile in a moment just now when he starts seeing how it's bending over. But yeah, very, very good to see that we have this part of the, being part of the spectacle.
Yeah. Chronicle is so scary while he's crushing these keys.
Yeah.
Waiting
there it is.
So, yeah.
I think this might be one of the first times I've seen him, or the very few times I've seen him smile that wide.
I mean, it is one of the coolest moments in all of these
This is the coolest,
sports.
though, Deegan.
Yeah, this is the coolest because Texture just lets his inner child play. You know, you're just young, you just want to break things, and oh yeah.
Man, I just want someone who's that excited to see me. Is that a lot to ask?
That Texture's the perfect person to get to do these key crushes. He's so expressive.
For those of you who can read lips, you know what happened there. That was some great Korean and then BBLs as well, getting knocked out after a long, tough series. They finish over in that 5th through 8th place role.
Yeah, were you surprised at the BBL series at all in it going the way of Heretics in the fashion that it did?
I think that I was surprised like right at the beginning, you know, because the Ascent being so incredibly dominant. I think that we've said it many times and many people know that Heretics is a very momentum-based team. So once they got that 13-3 win on Ascent, especially the way that started, we could tell.
So with those 4 quarterfinals done, we have our 5th through 8th place finishers in Sentinels, Carmine Corp, NRG, and BBL, leaving with $40,000. That does leave us with a big portion of the prize pool still up for grabs. The $1.25 million, $500,000 going to first, $230,000 being secured if you at least win today. That's a nice chunk of change, and we will have that 3rd versus 4th place match tomorrow as well.
I think that's very cool because usually we don't get that in Valorant because 3rd, 4th, you know, that sometimes for seeding doesn't really count because they're put in the same pool. Only like the first seed gets that advantage if they're going to. So it's very cool to see that we're going to get that extra match tomorrow before the final to just get, you know, that now that we have these 4 teams, let's get as much as we can.
And it matters so much because you need those championship club points, right? Yeah. That's what EWC is all about. It's the bigger picture. Not only do you win with your individual teams, but you win for the entirety of your organization.
Yeah, and you can see how much it means to the players in our Crunchyroll top reactions and some of the hype and the biggest moments that came from that. The players all are starting to get very familiar with each other because a lot of these teams play against each other in these knockout phases. They're all great teams, and a lot of players, some of them have been shuffled around across multiple different teams, and they're very familiar, and that internal rivalry continues to build.
Yeah, that's one thing that's so great about Valorant is it really is a community at the pro level. Everybody knows everybody, and they're always so excited to play against each other. And I love this kind of new trend now of the pros really not being afraid to kind of express themselves, to stand up, to shout. I feel like it's taken a little bit of time to kind of warm into it in Valorant, but we're seeing more and more of it, and it makes me so happy every time I see that shouting across the stage. It reminds me of the old school kind of LAN days where your opponents can hear you shouting.
I have to say, I am a big fan of the moment where they stand up and they sit down. They're probably already sitting, but they probably stand up in like previous rounds. And I love it because you do not know what comes after. In EMEA, it is a thing to think that when some players stand up, they're going to probably lose the next 2 rounds. So it's lovely to see how it unravels on stage.
Yeah, you got to have your IGL reel it in after that. Yeah. I mean, we had Sadak up here talking about it. He's like, yo, I know we just won before, but like, come on, bro. Like, chill out, little bro.
Yeah, Dre, if you can tell us what was like the best thing that you got to say as a pro across your career. Give us
be
one.
Honest, bro.
Save for broadcast. Give us one save for broadcast.
Broadcast?
Yeah.
Sit down, son.
All right.
Sit down, son.
Sit down, son.
Who
We're
did you
gonna
say it
and a
to?
lot of stuff.
Do you remember who did you say that? Sit down, son.
Oh, it must have been towards anybody from the Shock when I was playing. Yeah, it must have been that.
All right, we're gonna stay seated as the casters give us a little check-in on hanging out right now. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Kilios and Paperthin here, and we are on the Boulevard, where right now the streets are quiet, but there are fans waiting outside the gates, ready to come in and watch some absolutely incredible Valorant, because my God, do we have two insane matches here today.
We have a rematch of the Masters Toronto Final first in Fnatic versus Paper Rex, then a rematch of the Masters Shanghai Finals with Gen.G versus Team Heretics. Really difficult to pick our Saudi National Bank match of the day today. I'm going to go with Paper Rex versus Fnatic just because they had just played in an intense best-of-5 a few weeks ago.
I think that's perfectly fair. I think that Gen.G Heretics still having a bit to prove here in this tournament, whereas Fnatic Paper Rex very much could just, whoever wins the series could just take this entire tournament. But I'm very curious to see how Paper Rex is going to do without that double map ban advantage. But Desk, what are your thoughts?
Shout out to Kilios and Paperthin. They say that if you actually play that clip in reverse, they're walking towards you and speaking Elder, because that was very, very talented of them doing that whole thing. They'll be on the call later on today. But now it's time to tee up our first series of the day. It's Paper Rex and Fnatic. The great history between these two teams. They've led their region for so long, and now they get to do battle here in the semifinals.
Yeah, Paper Rex has been WK Gaming track by track for so long, but to finally see them have the success and break the mold of not being able to win that championship trophy, it's just been a pleasure.
For the 5 years that we've had Valorant, we've identified this Paper Rex roster as you say, in the W gaming, they're going to be on your face, extra aggressive, extremely solid fundamentals from these players. But we have to highlight, the beginning of the year was not good. We saw for the first time that they missed out on an international event. Putting Patman in for that first split was the change that they needed. And we're seeing how he's competing, how he played in Toronto, and how he's playing here. He's just one more on the team.
The most exciting thing about Paper Rex for me is that obviously, so they did go on that little bit of a loss streak, but one of the ways they got out of it is that they reignited their old school style. Because for a little bit, they were trying to play meta, they were trying to play default, and then they said, no, we don't need to do that anymore. Let's do what works for us, actually. Let's not care. And I love that about them.
Able to get the confidence, able to get the swagger back, and it's something who was just featured on earlier here. Yeah, there's the man. I think he's been such an integral part of that, because I feel like he kind of lost a little bit having to play so much of that initiator. But seeing the way that he reinvigorated himself on the Yoru specifically has just put Paper Rex in such a good spot in this current meta.
Well, I'm waiting for the Gecko buff, because he didn't promise, but he was very likely to be going back on the operator Gecko. And I love the fact that we're seeing a Paper Rex in which you can play who's that operator, because it feels like every single player can play it. It's such a surprise for all the teams, because you're trying to have a read on them, and it's impossible.
Yeah, that's one of the most fun things about, I mean, this whole series, to be honest, is you could roll a dice, it could land on any number, and we can talk about that corresponding player. Everybody's amazing. It's impossible to highlight them all, but it's such a stacked roster. And I mean, I just love Paper Rex, man. They're so good.
Yeah, and you know what? We had the opportunity to sit by and talk to many different players across the tournament, because they've won a lot of games, but this time we are talking to Patman, so let's send it down over there.
And I'm here with Paper Rex Patman. Now, you guys, since arriving from Toronto to here at EWC, there was a very small window. Do you guys have a lot of time to practice on the new patch? Because you guys have been looking really good.
Luckily, we can practice like at least 4 days, I guess. And then the thing is, like, we're using the old patch here in EWC, so we just need to recall our like previous strategies or protocols and not to change a bit, but upgrade it a little bit. So yeah.
Okay. And you know, you are the first Filipino to lift a trophy on the international stage. What's that like?
It was a really amazing feeling, especially to my parents. They was really proud of me, to my family. And I cannot do it, I think, if Alex doesn't scout me, if he doesn't realize that I can like perform at this stage. So yeah, it was really feel amazing.
Yeah, I remember this. He picked you up from the Philippines mid-season and brought you in, and you helped get that trophy. So now you got the trophy. What's next for Patman, the greatest Filipino of all time?
Hopefully we can win a lot of trophies more.
Okay.
I mean, it's everyone's dream, so yeah, we're gonna hard work for it.
And how are you feeling about facing Fnatic today? You already beat them in Toronto. Can you do it twice?
I hope so. But I think may the best team win for now.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Patman, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Back to you guys at the desk.
A very humble answer by our Pinoy player. Maraming salamat po there, Patman, for that interview. But he's not the only player that's been popping off. Forsaken, the MVP, the one that has been on that team, driving it forward, has been having huge plays all tournament long here, Kakuka.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we expected this kind of performance coming out from him. He feels so comfortable. He was telling us a little bit yesterday about how he doesn't come up with everything. I think that is more like during that mid-round that he is, helping with most of the decisions. But everybody contributes. It's good to see that it doesn't matter, and it has never mattered throughout all this year what agent you put Forsaken on. He's just so reliable.
Yeah, I would say for me, it's one of those things where, you were born too early to explore space, too late to walk with dinosaurs, but exactly the right time to watch Forsaken play Valorant. He's so
You can
gifted.
make a dinosaur reference.
Oh my
gosh. They are literally walking with dinosaurs.
Oh my God. I think when we look back in time at this guy, we will go, I can't believe he did all this. I can't believe he played all these agents. I can't believe he was this good. I feel blessed to be able to watch him. That's how I feel. He's so fantastic to watch.
Like catching the Beatles prime time?
Exactly. That's what I feel like I'm watching Michael Jackson's first concert. You know what I mean? That's what it's like.
He is an outstanding talent, and he has one of the highest ratings of this tournament, which is so hard to do on a team that is as stacked as Paper Rex is, like you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Each one of these players has moments where they completely take over. The fact that he's the one that's at the top and he's IGLing just doesn't make sense.
All right. Well, their opponents today, they're very familiar with. It is Fnatic, another main character type of organization with multiple main character type players across the team. They arrive thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. Now, Fnatic is again, a team that not only is huge in Valorant, but across all different titles, expectations are championships. They have delivered multiple times here, and they look to do so again at Esports World Cup.
Leading this squad at Boaster is one of the best IGLs this game has ever seen. Chronicle is back on his peak performance. Alpha was doing so in Toronto. Kayak himself showing that he's not scared to go up against the best of the best, having crazy numbers regionally and also internationally, and crashes that final piece. Their first import from Americas started the year a little bit shaky, but now he's in prime form as well.
Yeah, I got the pleasure to go to their meet and greet yesterday, and I was talking to Kayak a little bit, and he's like, dude, I don't even know what's going on. Like, I'm supposed to be the superstar, but Chronicle is over here just taking all the kills, man. And I was like, bro, unlucky, man. Just maybe next match. Like,
it's going to be so tough being on a team with so many brilliant players. Like, it's like, how do you shine? I mean, I love how Fnatic they've been able to be so consistent throughout the entirety of Valorant because they're so smart in how they build their rosters. They always buy really top talent, and their scouting is second to none.
And I do want to touch a little bit on Crashies like you were talking about, because I feel like ever since Crashies was able to join and kind of do a lot of that mid-rounding for Boaster, we've seen Boaster have these amazing brilliances of individual mechanics as well. I mean, it was a big meme that, oh, he can't shoot or whatever it may be. But if you look at him now, he is getting clutches. He's doing a good job of locking his sights down as well.
Well, that's a perfect setup for the next interview that we have. Baby Bay standing by right now is the main character. It is Boaster. Take it away.
I'm here with Boaster from Fnatic. Now, Boaster, you are basically the face of EWC Valorant right now. And the desk, they saw you at the opening ceremony. You've been doing photo shoots. You have to practice. You have to do it all. And I want to know how you've been steamrolling your way into semifinals.
I think it's mainly I have to credit the coaches and my boys. It's been a hectic week. There's been a lot of stuff on the schedule, but the boys, you know, they stick to their routines if they are free to do so, and the coaches are always busy in the practice room, so I think it does help.
They're doing a great job. You guys are doing a great job. Now, of course, we have to talk about the Paper Rex rematch. You saw them just a couple of weeks ago in Toronto. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like I could do with some revenge, especially. And yeah, I think we're all feeling pretty well right now, pretty fit, pretty ready to have a good game.
Okay, good. Do you want to shout out anything to your son, Forsaken?
My son. You know, like ever since that sunset game, I've been imitating the way that you play the sunset on the A site. We'll see if I can share it today.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Boaster. Good luck on today's game. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you.
Love that there by Boaster. And again, just a testament to how much these teams know each other so well because they time and time again are playing against each other. But this time, they're looking to have things be a little different on the back of the man, Chronicle, who's just had a great run so far at EWC. As we take a look at some of his highlights here, Kukuka.
Yeah, I think that when you were saying, Baby, about Kayak being like, yo, Chronicle is unreal, maybe he was too young to think about the Gambit days, because back in the day when Chronicle was on that team, everybody knew that if Gambit was ever to dissolve, and everybody was very sad when it happened, the Chronicle was going to be one of the hottest prospects going into the offseason. What team was going to pick it? And Fnatic, of course, had their eye on him. This might sound as news for somebody, but for the people that know Chronicle, that have followed him through the years, know the potential that he can achieve, and especially now that he's getting closer and closer to that trophy again.
Yeah, and I mean, it can go either way, right? When it comes to go talk about, Fnatic players. But like you were saying, Chronicle, especially in this tournament, the form that he's in, has gotten Fnatic out of these very sticky situations when they're down numbers, when you think that, okay, there's no way they're going to be able to retake this. He comes out of nowhere like Superman, takes out 2 players, all of a sudden it's winnable, and then he finishes it. He closes it out, kills every single member, defuses the bomb. It's like, what is going on with this guy? Yeah. What is he eating? I need to know. Literally, I need to know. Soon. Soon. Soon.
I think one thing that's so great about Chronicle is he's brilliant in every phase of the game, right? You have some players who are great at kind of finding entries, some great players who are great at clutches, but I feel like Chronicle is able to do absolutely everything to the highest standard, and there's a reason why he's won as many trophies as he has.
And there's so many players that we could highlight, but our head-to-head here is going to be Divai against Alfir, who just, again, we could pick anywhere. This is where we landed big time. Why was this the one that you wanted to shout out?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this because when we look back to the Masters Toronto final, for me, these were the players that stood out on either side, and of course, both on that Sentinel role. They talk about, how the Sentinel, maybe, you need to be a little bit slower, a little bit more passive. No, both of these throw that archetype out the window. They're not afraid to find those kills. They're not afraid to be aggressive, but both fantastic players. And for me, this is really the key matchup to watch today.
It was definitely during that final, but today, something is going to be different. Seth alluded to it. PaperX got that double ban because they came from the upper bracket to the final in Toronto. That is something that they're not going to have today. If they repeat what they've been doing, just banning the Haven, I really, really want to see that ascent that Fnatic has been mastering, playing a very different composition, and Alphayear playing on that chamber.
I exactly wanted to talk about Alphayear. He thought that he should have deserved the MVP of Toronto, and now he has a chance to shut everybody up at home here at EWC and prove himself once again. I think we might see a demonic form out of this man.
All right, 20 seconds, Baby Bay. Who you got?
I'm going Fnatic. I voted them to win the whole tournament.
You don't have to ask me, Deegan.
I know, but okay. All right, and...
I mean, it's a similar story. 2-0 PaperX.
All right, I went the wrong way. I should have gone the other way. PaperX and Fnatic, a tale as old as time, but it continually gets better and better, aging like fine wine. We're going again for the semifinals. Who will get the finals? Let's find out right now.
The challenge is always going to be there. I don't know what's going to happen. I will definitely say it's going to be a fun match to watch. It will be nice to win them. We're not really worried about how they're going to play and stuff. We're just going to play our game.
So yeah, we haven't dropped a map yet in this tournament. I wouldn't say it's been too easy for us, but I think we're starting to find our footing and our confidence a little bit. So it'll be nice to see what we can do going forward into playoffs. I think the chance for revenge will definitely be sweet for us if we're able to get it. I know it's something everyone on the team is looking forward to. We're still looking for revenge, and hopefully we get it.
Just over 4 weeks ago, two teams clashed at the Masters final in Toronto. It was watched by millions and one for the history books. Right now, 6,500 miles away on the other side of the world, we are running it back.
It's Pacific versus EMEA. This time, it's in Riyadh. Welcome to the Esports World Cup, where nothing is granted and everything is earned. And in this great rematch, a spot in our grand finals hangs in the balance.
Of course, they have their eyes on this trophy. They are well aware of the $1.25 million prize pool. But ultimately, this is redemption versus validation.
Ian, let's settle this. The pride of the Pacific are unshaken, undefeated, and far from finished. It's Paper Rex!
Europe's finest storm onto the stage with one mission: payback and a return to a grand final. It's Fnatic!
No one could have predicted a rematch of this magnitude, with this stakes, this high, this soon. Let's begin!
A match so nice we had to have it twice. Here we go. It's a rematch day across the board with our 4 remaining teams. Masters Toronto, fresh off the back of it, Paper Rex looking for another trophy, Fnatic looking for revenge, and then in the second semifinal today, a throwback to last year's Masters Shanghai final with Gen.G versus Heretics. But for now, we'll focus in on this series, single elimination on the line, as it's gonna be sunset to start things off.
And both of these teams were bantering back and forth on social media about taking each other's map picks away from them. Fnatic Boaster was saying that they're coming for the Paper Rex on sunset. Forsaken replied, hey, we're coming for you on Ascent, and that is what we are going to get. Now, the third map was what I was curious about. Was it going to be Icebox, Lotus, or Split? It's actually going to be Split for the third map. So that's going to be really interesting. We haven't seen it from either team at this event just yet. And I am really excited for this, because for both of these teams, you've got 2 of the best to ever do it in Valorant history. So much at stake here, because for Paper Rex, they want to create a new era. They want to assert themselves as the best team in Valorant. And you have on the other side Fnatic. They want to reclaim their title as the best.
Paper Rex looking to continue carrying on the banner. It was passed to them at Masters Toronto, representing all of Asia for the last several tournaments. They've been able to collect each and every trophy. Fnatic getting close, but not close enough over at Masters Toronto. Couldn't see that map 5. I think today it's almost assured that we see map 3.
I mean, Paper Rex hasn't dropped a map yet, so in this event. Yeah, nor is Fnatic. So it's, I don't know. I'm with you. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a map 3 pretty much no matter what. I think there's nothing going to be left on the table here. Both of these teams are going to give it their all. They want this so bad for very different reasons. And it's just going to come down to who's going to be bringing it. Both have looked really solid throughout the event. Shouldn't be any surprises here. You've got that double duelist that we saw from Fnatic against KC the other day with the Neon. Alfie are going to be piloting that. Kayak on the Yoru. And then for Paper Rex, of course, it's their stock standard with that Sage variation.
Both teams obviously playing it just yesterday. I got to cast that first map, that Sunset with Fnatic. And let me tell you, Alfie was looking terrifying when it came down to piloting that Neon. The operator, when it was in his hand on the defending side, was disgusting to witness. And of course, everybody else steady as she goes. Fnatic found themselves in a bit of a rocky position. Were able to rebound and take that map at the end of it all in pretty convincing fashion. 14-12 had to go to OT. They still managed to clinch it out. PaperX going to be a little bit of a different beast, though, compared to Carmine Corp when it comes down to this map. Very different compositions. Fnatic have already gotten a taster of that. They played this in Toronto. And it was that big play, that final round call before OT, where Jing goes for the Sage Wall boost on B that completely caught Fnatic off guard. That is certainly not going to happen here today.
No, I don't think so. I mean, we've already seen PaperX go for it again, and it was read by their opponents. So, you know, that's one of those once-in-a-lifetime tricks. It will go down as one of the greatest all-time plays in Valorant history. But, you know, for PaperX, that's something that if you're going to pull it out again, it has to be at an unusual moment. It has to be in kind of one of those unexpected scenarios where you're going to not be able to get the read on it as Fnatic. But yeah, I think on this defender side, you know, part of the game here for PaperX is going to be coming out with a strong start, not letting that economy get established, not letting that operator, like you were talking about, get into Alfier's hands, because that is when things could get real scary. He could shut maps down. You know, it could be on the Neon here. We're going to probably see the Chamber onto Ascent. He is fearsome with the sniper rifles.
No, absolutely is. Well, it looks like we are ready to get this kicked off. And I mean, it feels like we're already in the grand final.
I know.
But only one team can move forward. The other will be going home. Instead, we can go ahead and get right into the pistol round. It's going to be PaperX first on the attack. A little bit of spam. It's going to be found there at Market, but door can be broken.
Just giving themselves some options are PaperX for how they want to approach this round. It is going to be Kayak, the sole player, directly onto A. You're not too far away as Chronicle on the Cypher, and he's got a lot of util there, kind of back up his teammates.
Bit of an odd setup as well. Does have the clone ready to go from backside. Can that push forward here, potentially out of a smoke. We'll just be sending that, but for now it's going to be Nate out of position. Forsaken able to find a first blood here. Chronicle nearby, but wall now being raised. Presence has to be noticed. He tries to break down these segments, but in the meantime, the plant comes through.
Just wants to move that plant so it's opened up on the other side of the wall a little bit for the elbow positioning. If it comes down to that, shock dart there, not going to connect.
Just trying to whittle away this where possible. Worried about a potential peek. There's the paranoia now coming through. Forsaken trying to scale forward. Shots flying. Forsaken finding a second kill. Something Patman layering in behind. His poster now stuck in the corner. Cannot fight his way out. PaperX find the pistol.
And just another example of what makes this composition so difficult to play against. You know, for any opponent that PaperX is going to be squaring off against is that Sage Wall. It immediately blocks off part of the map, and you can cover to the other side. Yesterday, we saw them do it with opening up the back of site. This time they open up link. So they are going to just create these massive crossfires where they can just gun you down as you attempt to go for your retake, and there is very little other options you have available. It is going to be a shotgun there for Alfier. Kayak with a Sheriff. A couple rifles, a stinger there for Devi. Something just going to, and Patman just going to go for the Ghosts. It's a bit of a weaker buy here for PaperX.
It's forcing up for the Bucky, something that we were seeing a little bit yesterday as well. Alpha going to be feeling confident in his ability, given the sprint, the slide, the relay bolt. Jing now backing away. Silent movements now starting to make a little bit of noises. Oh, Forsaken. He's absolutely spotted out Boaster, who thinks he might just have to jump here, but do they read how many other additional players are here on the site? That is going to be the question. But now they're ignoring him in the smoke, and Kayak strikes. Boaster does get tagged down. Kayak eventually falling. Boaster now swinging out. He's going to be able to find another kill. That's surprising to say the least. The Bucky now still in play. Crashies going to be noted, dealt with. Bucky flying, killing, something dropped. Chronicle finding one, and it's already looking like a potential catastrophe. Here's the swing out of the smoke, and Forsaken narrowly gets them over the line, but that was a nail biter with just one Vandal being carried over.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a really nice round there for Fnatic, and even though Forsaken gets the read, the assumption here for PaperX is that Boaster had left that tucked position and used that smoke to move further back towards main. And instead, he had just hung around. Kayak hits an absolute nasty shot onto Devi. Off the rip, Jing able to find the wall bang. Good paranoia there for Forsaken to keep Alpha pinned behind the Gen. And is going to get the round win. So a little bit of a buy up here for PaperX. Outlaw in hand.
In the hands of something, not Devi, who has been bringing the snipers to bear quite a bit recently. 3 players at risk with half armor. As for now, it's going to be the orb funneled over to Jing. It gets halfway towards the showstopper. From the shadows, online already here for Forsaken, but not necessarily going to be the most impactful ultimate. Obviously does have its applications.
Chronicle would be one of the players that could die to the Outlaw, but he's got a ton of util to try to play off of. Stun out from Alpha.
Dart does not come through. Alpha, however, wins the fight. Jing going to be taken down. Bit of damage going to be suffered there, but now Forsaken trying to keep you forward. Ends up getting caught. Here. Right there into Chronicle's trap. Finds a kill, clear of the trip in the meantime. Patman trying to open things towards this A side, which has been evacuated by Fnatic.
Boaster, though, going to move himself into a position where if Paper Rex makes noise, he's going to be able to hear it. He's going to be able to hear that rotate and call for his forces to move. Going to lose the battle against something, though.
Does he suspect this second player here, Crashies? Just around the corner, something playing this slowly. Looks like he will take the optimal path, rotates back through the spawn, or at least peeking in towards B main. Crashes on the prowl, but so too is Patman. But they clear the corner, something going to be snappy with it. Able to find one, Patman now finding Kayak. And suddenly Paper Rex are right back into this one. The heal immediately coming through. Patman back up to full HP. So we're going to run back to double face. Something does get caught, a 2v2 now.
10 seconds left.
Fnatic want to try to push the pace. Spike goes down with just a couple seconds remaining. Removal of the dart, but Chronicle finding a timing as Batman tries to drift over towards the defender's side. Vi now all alone. No util, no wall, no way to cut off these angles. Has to be wary about potential split approach, but as we can see, it's going to be Fnatic now pushing forward out of alley, the slide coming through, the headshot, instantaneous to Vi, looking to try to clutch this out. Chronicle on the opposite side, the most decorated player shall fall to the most recently anointed as Devi clutches it out and gets the bonus conversion.
Absolutely bananas round here for Paper Rex. They lose too early. They're in a 3v5, but something able to read the mid lurk and shut it down, and even is patient enough to wait for the reaggress. Even though he gets caught trying to make the wrap all the way through spawn, he's still able to find a ton of impact.
One enemy
and a pair of steady hands, as always, here for Devi, for Paper Rex. And they get the bonus conversion. So it's going to be a couple Stingers, a Guardian, a couple Sheriffs for Fnatic. Meanwhile, Paper Rex now able to get a little bit of a bankroll going, and Alpha hits a good one, Jing in response.
Instant trade, but Forsaken down. Does have problems of its own here for Paper Rex.
Well, now you got to think, you know, maybe Paper Rex has to lean A side because of that toxic screen, because they lost one of their other smokes going in towards B. Could be pretty challenging. Now it is Paper Rex, so sometimes they just like to kind of do what you don't think they're going to try to see if they can catch you off guard. But if they end up going B main, you've got Chronicle tucked in behind that box, and he's got the cam to play off of. Tricky position with that Stinger. Is Paper Rex going to read it? Is there going to be any spam of that box?
Given the change over the position, they're just going to pre-fire him. So the cam actually gives up the jig here. Chronicle just no real chance for recourse. It's Kayak immediately eating some damage, trying to line something up with the Guardian in hand, but cannot. Now it's just a Stinger and a Sheriff. Guardian there on the floor. Crashies
30 seconds left.
Collects that. So look to try to do some damage.
Revealing area.
Economy from Paper Rex not fully built up yet, given the closest of the previous 2 rounds. Anything that he can find will have impact to the economy.
For sure. Love to do some damage. But being very patient are Paper Rex. Disciplined.
Walled off on this angle. Now they're pulled back far enough that won't be able to find much of anything there. Boaster spot out one. Wow. Batman dead. Devi still liking his odds here on this angle. Scratchies will fall and Boaster gets timing. Thinking that there's going to be a full evacuation away from the spike, through that market, through Boba. They managed to take everything here from Fnatic.
Yeah, this is a great start. This time, this is just a great read from Paper Rex. Throwing that slower about Devi, able to collect on Kayak. Boaster there. Caught in transition. 3 kills for Devi, having huge impact to start the map. Some notes being taken and a timeout as well.
Yeah, having to be called from here. Rough start. Saw a rough start from them yesterday. Didn't stop them from being able to rally and take that to OT and get the win, but Once again, Paper X, a very different beast compared to Carmine Corp when it comes down to this Sunset map. This has been comfortable territory since the map was introduced.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one of those teams that you always think about when you think of Sunset, Paper X, Sentinels, Heretics, all very, very strong on this map. But, you know, Paper X was able to best the Sentinels earlier in this event, and now they're looking to best another team and get themselves that much closer. But, I mean, overall, a lot of this is Paper X just kind of winning some of their battles out in the open. I haven't seen a ton of util that's kind of slowing them down. Now we do get that operator going for Fnatic. So they're gonna have that powerful weapon in the hands of Alpha. And they're gonna be trying to set him up over at B. It looks like Kayak there with him. Spike into Vi's hands as he's looking to angle in that same direction.
Any kill, and he'll have an overdrive as backup, but yeah, not really going to challenge forward into B main. Dart gonna go out, something maybe gonna jiggle on the corner. Sends out the drone, confirms the op, but Forsaken immediately gonna be taken down. The neural theft coming in from Chronicle tells all. Are they gonna read the box position this time? Absolutely not. Something can't even get the weapon out fast enough. Jing does manage to find the enemy Yoru. We know that the operator is gonna be contained back into B main, but keep the wall investment. Now you now have to break the door to try to pivot out. The Crashies is lurking, waiting, and killing. Finds 2 quick kills, Bosa's there to capitalize. The timeout call works a treat. Fnatic get themselves around win.
Yeah, this is just great contain being played here by Fnatic. Using that op to take control of B main, forcing the wrap in towards market for Paper Rex, and then you're claiming space in mid on the back end of it. It would take an absolutely ridiculous outplay for Paper X to get through all this. You had Boaster sliding in as well. He's gonna be the one to get the final kill. Just brilliant coordination there. Paper X gonna have to start thinking about how they're gonna deal with this op. Forsaken didn't have enough money for a rifle. Is gonna be that stinger. So those economic problems, even with 4 in a row, starting to rear their ugly head already. And they're leaning a bit towards A, but Alpha's got that op. You gotta figure out where that is first. Can't be drive peek at angles anymore. You never know when you're just gonna walk into Alpha's crosshairs. Drone out, checking for info. Gonna see a little bit, but you don't get any of the trips confirmed. One of them's in a bit of a different spot, right across the front of the site, but it's red, dealt with. Shock Dart clears. Paper X, though, taking a moment to think about it, maybe letting Patman do a little bit more exploring, figure out what else is going on around the map.
Showstopper out, ping reveal onto 1, spots him, turns back, finds the kill on a Chronicle. Jing now removing the dart, the swing in, Crashies instantly there with the headshot. Hunter's Fury, not gonna be finding too much value, not any damage. Spam on the Stinger, Forsaken out into the open, ends up falling to the wayside. Crashies similarly able to find a Vi. Spike is planted, walls there, but it's just something needing Patman to really break through. Now striking, but something already dropped. White sent, Kayak is eating the damage to slide forward. The shorty drawn out, more damage there onto the enemy Yoru in behind. Patman swooping, trying to find this kill, playing a ring around the Rosie, and Alphayer will be able to get it done. Duelist duo, stand tall. Fnatic find a 2nd round win.
Yeah, great stuff here from Fnatic again. Able to get Paper X to commit to their strong side. And they make pretty good work of that execute here. I mean, yes, you got the showstopper. Yeah, you find Crashies. The Hunter's Fury doing too much for you. Crashies again, stepping up big. Finding those impact kills over in market. And just ready there. Alpha gets the good read, knows that Patman has to be swinging back towards the spike. He gives the call over to Kayak. I've got this on lockdown, you just stick it. And he is good for it. Stingers, 1 rifle though, gonna be in Patman's hands. It's a little bit of an odd economic situation that Paper X finds themselves in. They do have a res, they do have a pit.
Op spotted. Wait, wall set up here from Patman. Swings out before he even blooms that, and he's lucky that the shot did not connect. Cam out, Chronicle once again playing back sight. Alpha now rotating around. It's in a position to try to utilize this. Forsaken trying to push forward here, trying to play alongside Jing, but very quickly they're going to be dealt with as Alpha finds a kill on the opposite side. Rifle put to use for 1. The cleanup is looking good. Stinger will be able to find a little bit more value, one more kill coming across, but Fnatic are starting to run this map back.
Yep, this is 3 in a row now for Fnatic. Paper Rex might need to be thinking about a timeout themselves, trying to right the ship here, as they've got a great read. Just instant rotations there from Alpha. Gets kind of an idea that they're going to be leaning towards B again. Couple kills come through. That's it. And they just work this back pillar knowing, you know, that Paper Rex is going to have to be on a weaker buy. They're going to have to be the ones to try to push further forward to clear some space potentially. They just hold the line. They just play patient. And yeah, indeed, it is going to be Paper Rex taking their first time out of the map. What looked like it might just be a runaway affair here on Sunset. It's now quickly nearly even. Got to figure out a way to deal with some of that Cypher util. Those cams are making life difficult for Jing on the entries. He's getting spotted initially and just giving the read over to Fnatic. They can just cut him down. And that kind of makes it a lot more difficult for Paper Rex to establish themselves for these executes.
Call might be, honestly, just slow the pace a little bit. Default around the map, trying to clear out that utility. Still some doubt into Fnatic. Get the cam early.
Here.
As for now, barriers will get ready to drop as we resume into this one. One away from tying things up. Crashies with the Hunter's Fury online. 3 ultimates here for the side of Paper Rex. Vice been holding on to this res, as well as Forsaken with it from the shadows, but just haven't gotten to any kind of position where the application of the results is really going to be viable.
And you can see now, making sure, probably got the call during that timeout. Check that box every single round. There's no tripwire there around the corner this time. It's further back on B, as well as the cam.
Scraping forward. Happened on the opposite side with the Guardian, finds the headshot. Slow peeking in. He hits that 10 times out of 10. Forsaken similarly able to find Kayak. That's both duelists now down for Fnatic. As Paper Rex look to maintain and stretch this lead back up by 2. Drone over the top. Poster having to stay tucked. Paranoia flying, but drone not being spotted. Now does see the Omen. Forsaken swoops around the back. Collects a third. Crashies to see what damage he can deal. Finds one. Divide on the floor. They try to not face into him one by one. Forsaken's going to be there to go ahead and bail out something. We'll have to rebuy the armor, but 4K for the Omen. A 5th round for Paper Rex.
Yeah, this is a nice change up here after the timeout. Some patience being shown, waiting for Alpha to get a little bit antsy. Shut him down with that Guardian. Great crosshair placement as well from Patmed. Right on the money there. Didn't have to move a muscle. And that kill in mid early onto Kayak opens things up for Forsaken to make that lurk, to make that impact play, come through with those 4 kills. So now still going to be able to get another op here for Alpha. Could be the last for a bit. We'll have to wait and see, but Paper Rex trying to create a diversion on the other side of the map, trying to pull some attention. Boombot actually not going to confirm.
Just a hair off. Seems like Paper Rex still reading it relatively well, though. Applying some pressure. They don't get any confirmation on the operator. Alpha are immediately going to start pivoting, rotating towards mid. Smoke going up. TP towards CT. Crashes. Okay. Gets enough info to cancel that one. Otherwise, it was about to be a very bad time for Forsaken as drone gets a spot out here on the Chronicle. Showstopper lobbed in. Not going to be able to find the kill, nor any damage. Pat at the same time able to find Crashies. Some damage onto the players trying to exit their way through alley. Chronicle, however, still sat here on the site, now cut off from the rest of the team. Alpier finding one, the peek coming through. Forsaken gonna be dropped. Jing re-swings, dodges the op shot off screen, and does manage to come away with a kill.
Spike planted.
Kayak to trade it back, but Batman to go ahead and expound on the player advantage, now leaving Boaster to his own devices. Find anything, it's just going to be a stack and will be Divide to go ahead and collect the final kill. Cash in a decent spot, so don't have to go for an economy res here. Paper Rex going ahead and locking up another round win.
Yeah, some good trades there for both squads initially, but Jing coming up big. Couldn't hit the showstopper, but still finds the 2K anyway.
Loosen up.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there. Able to time it perfectly.
Your tactic.
Divide, good for the final. Now you got some smiles, you got some laughs going for Paper Rex. Some fans in the stands very excited for what they're seeing. It's going to be Divide with that op. You were talking about it earlier. That's often what you're going to see for Paper Rex on this map.
Immediate just swing forward, Boaster out into the open. Something trying to note the flank. Still going to be that double push up in towards tiles. A site, however, open for the taking at the moment. There's something bringing all the way back around, peeking to try to see if anyone comes through that attacker spawn. But with the kill on the Kayak, they're immediately going to be rerouted. Shots flying, spot onto one. Patman gonna swing, nearly has him lined up, finds the first, cannot find the second. Crashies managing to put him down, but the rest of the team cannot find too much value. Team Ace comes in, one casualty. Paper Rex guarantee a lead at the half.
Again, you love the patience that you see from Paper Rex now. You know, something makes contact, doesn't try to go for the big play, backs off and baits for Devi's op. That's a really nice call out there. Great communication. That makes that round way more difficult. Now you're gonna have op v op, Devi versus Alfier. Not the op battle we expected, but definitely one I'll take. Could be quite fun to see. Now you're gonna see Paper Rex once again just continue to lean towards A. So now Fnatic has to make the call to make it their strong side, to bring that extra player over. Alpha's op gonna be mid.
Out into the open, Kayak able to find the one, but cannot escape. Does get taken down. Jing at the same time is just catching him.
Kill my ally.
Stumbling around his Boaster out into the open, ends up falling. Crashies pushing forward. Don't think he's been noted quite just yet, but Patman certainly has caught a glimpse. Finds the first paint shell flying into his face, but Forsaken's bullets get there just a little bit faster. Something at the same time saying, well, I've had enough of this lurking stuff. Yeah. I'll make my presence known. That really stops any real attempt of trying to go for this. And now makes Fnatic wonder, where can we get to safely try to hold on to these weapons? Well, something will not be able to go ahead and engage with the flank, so loses his life, but Paper Rex are going to get at least 8 now.
That's okay. As something there, you don't mind dying. You make this retake way, way more difficult and probably impossible, as it looks like it's gonna be the save for Fnatic. You just bought too much time. But just that one little play, that one little clear of a trip, a great execute as well. Forsaken there, backing up his teammate, getting that kill. Jing immediately swinging around the other angle with those blast packs. Kind of that well-coordinated execute.
He's never gonna live that photo down.
Oh boy.
Very easy. Well, trying to take the off out of Alpha's hands. Certainly not an easy task for him in this round, but the whole rest of it was looking pretty breezy here. He's finding the timing on the Poster. Certain of where he really needed to be. This Paper Rex, I mean, looking right as rain, right at home here on the map.
Yep, couple rounds there where they stumbled. Still gonna be able to keep that op for Alpha. Otherwise, it's Guardians, besides the other rifle that was carried over. Well, Paper Rex, economy thriving, basically almost maxed by. You have the Dimensional Drift available for Kayak. Crashies has a Hunter's Fury. So some things to consider here for Paper Rex. Patman's been sitting on the Viper's Pit for quite some time, just haven't really needed to use it, honestly. They've been kind of just, they've just been winning the rounds, frankly, before you even want to put it down. So now they're going to be a little bit more careful. Again, you know, with the way Fnatic kind of had a little bit of an extra stack here, you want to be diligent. Still want to figure out where that op is before you challenge it. They've done a good job avoiding it early in the rounds, making it so that that op can only be used for retakes. It makes it a lot more difficult for Alfier to find the impact that he'd like. Change in direction though. A little too quiet for Paper Rex's liking, considering how kind of free some of the early parts of the site were previously. He's gonna try something a little bit different. Setting up for sort of a crunch there.
And so, well, Jing immediately with a kill on a Kayak has the showstopper now online. Tripwire will intercept him. Chronicle hanging back. Punches straight from Crash. He's able to find Divide. Patman trying to still go forward with the flank. The neural tap going to be invested, but Chronicle traded off the back of that. His Poster cannot find the one-tap kill. Like in position to try to go for the plant. Jing just going to be flushed back and spammed down as the shock dart lands at his feet. Forsaken tries to refill the smoke, pushing forward. Falls to the wayside, and Patman is a world away. No real chance whatsoever to defuse to come through. Things get disjointed here in round 12 as Fnatic do manage to get up to 4.
Yeah, I think for Paper Rex there, Like to have that round back, maybe overstep just a bit, but Fnatic able to get 4 on their defender side. Not bad.
Not bad. We'll see how it does fare, though. Going to be needing to pick up a pistol, stop Paper Rex in their tracks. We'll see if they're able to do that when we come back after halftime. We are back at the scoreline of the moment here in map 1 of this semifinal matchup, 8-4, Paper Rex. Finessing Fnatic across the start here of this sunset. I think it's the most apt word to use. He's at home, he's watching, he's co-streaming, he's cheering for the boys.
Absolutely he is. You know, you saw how he was supporting Paper Rex in their run through Toronto, so certainly looking to see if they can get it done again, but you know, I'm kind of okay with the way Fnatic's been playing so far. I think they've had a couple good reads, but Paper Rex is just so fearsome on this map. They've got such good understanding of how to play it. They really are well drilled on, you know, who needs to be looking where, when, and why. Here we go. Could be a big contestant here for B main.
Shrugging off those shots. As Crashy's wisely going to be backpedaling. Boulevard going forward. Recon clears it out, and for now, B main control firmly in the hands of Paper Rex. Fnatic wants to try to re-clear this, though, as a wild shot's going to be exchanged, and it's going to be Forsaken very much taking the brunt of that. He can reconnect with Divide, can certainly get a heal, but for now we'll be at 48.
That's a good read there from Fnatic on how Forsaken likes to play those smokes, just shutting him down quickly. Jing, the Frenzy, can't find the shots, uses the paint shells to back off. Now Fear as well will disengage. Still though, a restack towards mid now, shifting that 3-man focus in this direction.
But it's gonna be Spike being brought forward. Drone, go ahead and check around this B site. Big TP forward, Drone getting the spot. Frenzy to clear, and now the rotation's coming through, both from Paper Rex as well as Fnatic, but Forsaken in a good position. Trying to find the jump, and oh my god! Does he have a transfer after getting the headshot of the Crashies, but cannot confirm the kill. Ends up getting taken down as Patman similarly lost his life.
30 seconds left.
Decent damage found as Paranoia going across the reface. Boster falling low. Crashy standing tall. Jing now taken down, and something with 7 HP will get caught on a timing as Fnatic find themselves the pistol.
That's a really nice round there for Fnatic, reading some of those aggressive maneuvers from Paper Rex early in the round, doing a ton of damage early. You know, who knows if Forsaken has full health coming into that swing out of B main. He might be able to pick up 2 here. Oh my god, a headshot comes through though. Or Crashies at the last second. Patman frustrated. You know, just a bad read as well. Good macro from Fnatic. They caused Paper Rex to shift directions over to the other side of the map. So shout out to Boaster. Nice call. kind of reading the tendencies of his opponent nicely. Paper Rex gonna put their 4-man stack on the other side of the map this time. Patman, as usual, gonna be called upon to kind of. Oh boy.
It's not a one-way. Dropping down, Marshall shot's gonna be coming through. Got the ping reveal, but ultimately they can't continue scaling forward to trying to find the jump there on Boaster. Slow exploration of this map as Ghost Shot does ring out. Something just gonna be tucked at Boba. As Paper X continuing to play reactively, needing to rotate here, try to stack their forces, but once again, Fnatic starting to get the read that the site's gonna be a little bit weaker. So they pivot back with a spike.
Yeah, Fnatic leaning into the strengths of their own play style, where they want to be a little bit cautious early, want to see what you're trying to do, try to see if they can catch you making mistakes. Alpha does catch Patman trying to cross through mid with that Marshall. So that's a player down. But Paper X has seemingly read this well enough that they're going to have decent players in the right spot.
I mean, but once again, now the call's coming through, the B side is opened up, so the spike is on the prowl, being shifted back across as Fnatic continue to run the clock down, but this time they don't have any opposition standing in their way.
Kayak closed. Had cleared all the way through towards Boba. So that's going to be an easy pivot there for Fnatic. Again, patience paying off. What does Paper X want to do here? Planted. They even try to die to the spike. I imagine it's going to be pretty tricky. Fnatic's already pushed out a bit. Go through market. Maybe you could get there, but Crashy's going to be watching.
Slow creep up. Crashies does have that Vandal. Almost assured to do some damage here as the swings get ready to come through. As Defy has hit a hell of a headshot. Crashies in reposition, so weapon's just going to be juggled back as Defy finds another one.
Oh boy.
Right to the back of the head. The time getting away from them here is Alpha sprinting around the back, making plenty of noise. Want to try to draw some attention, but what's another dash? That would have been daylight robbery here, but it seems like Paper X are still going to make this quite costly. Go down to the spike, 2 players left standing, Boaster just with a stinger. It's going to be some good damage, but still some smiles there on the side of Fnatic.
As far as ecos go, it's not too bad at all for Paper X. I mean, you get 3, and you get a bunch of players to die to the spike to boot. Disgusting shot from Defy.
And then the reveal. Perfect. Set up for the other.
Perfect from something. 4 more, that's what they needed to catch up with at the beginning of the half. Something here, looking for the recon. Smoke to come through, still gonna be holding the angle. So far though, Crashy's not letting loose with his util early, opting to hang on to it. Paper X peeking around the map. Patman identified, pinged out. Hard to say, Fnatic's gonna want to commit or not. Able to get 4 rifles, just a stinger for Boaster into this round. So this could be pretty scrappy. There was, say, a battle over mid. You almost favor Fnatic with those Vandals. How accurate they can be. Well, Crashy's taking a half damage. Something using that drone. Gonna see Kayak as well. So everybody noted and dealt with.
And look at the readjust there. The final headshot to connect. So already good damage between the kill as well as Chronicle at 56. And so Patman noting the linger forward. Alpier struck down. Spike now widely stuck inside of B main. And Shell just going to be lobbed in. Jing finds another. There you go. Just picked to pieces. It's going to be a flawless here as Paper Rex deny a bonus conversion.
Just great steady play here from Paper Rex, being really aware of that mid space that Fnatic was wanting to take throughout that round. Doing damage to players in transition, using the drone to get the info, get the reads, and get the kills. Patman there, got dinked, still able to readjust to take Alpha down. Huge stuff from Jing there with that Phantom at range. Bye. No doubt about it. So they're feeling good.
Very well set up going into this.
Yeah, not going to give over the bonus, and it's a Bulldog and a Guardian there. That's it other than Sheriffs for Fnatic.
Weaponry-wise, certainly not the greatest position to be in as Spam attempt here through the box. Does get a good amount of damage on the Kayak. Still not found though. Patman does eat a little bit in exchange. Finally is going to be fine though. Jing, assuming that he had taken the orb outside of A, 2 charges away from having the showstopper online.
Patman did get a heal from Devi. Still going to lose some of that armor. Here comes that mid presence again, not able to be watched as well. Finally going to catch Alpha. Don't see Chronicle here with the Bulldog though.
It seems like they're still very suspicious about it. Divine watching the angle. Chronicle just gonna stay tucked, has the cam to play off of. They say, okay, we don't have to worry about this position any longer. They set up the wall. Second spotted. Playing around, sticking around for a little bit longer, trying to see if he can get any peeks out. As Recon does get the ping. A couple players gotta be noted. Once again, Fnatic shoved back in towards mid.
30 seconds left.
The top of which being watched now by something about the swing and maybe find a timing. It certainly does so, but Chronicle quick to reply, answers one back. It's a spot out here on the Devi as well. Shots flying through. Forsaken trying to hold close, finds it. Crashy's dead. Devi trying to go on the timing, gets a little bit more damage across, but cannot find the kills. Kayak with a fantastic headshot as Jing striking, managing to find them all. Thought maybe he'd have to go for the showstopper, but Kayak just has to go back, has to try to recover the spike. And Jing hits every single shot.
What in the world is that, Jing? Just showing up when Paper Rex needs him most. Gets up on the box. Boaster's there, but can't get the shots in time.
Right down A.
Top readjust.
There's nobody better at it than him. Just so used to doing it from Blastpacking.
16, 8, and 3. Jing, showstopper now online as we go into the next buy round here from Fnatic. No Outlaw on the side of Paper Rex. It's full half armors here for Fnatic.
See, watching for this tiles crunch that Paper Rex likes to run sometimes when Jing has a showstopper. Being very diligent about making sure that there wasn't going to be that fast hit from the duelist. Instead, Present's going to be confirmed that somebody's lurking around mid. I kind of assume it's Chronicle with the way they've been playing so far.
This could be a showstopper angle. There you go. Ping reveal, showstopper flies. Well, it's a little bit of a botch, but that's okay. Yep, just check your phone.
That's why you don't text and drive, kids.
Yeah, something has had the kill, so target down all the same. It's in slightly more embarrassing fashion. Those are trying to lurk. Good slide forward, Althea drawing the attention. It's Forsaken though, managing to find one more. Boaster's lurk comes up with a kill. But it's sliding towards top mid. Patman gonna be on the chase. Spike, however, being pivoted. Brought now over towards the B site. Mid approach, plenty of noise made. Patman waiting for them here in market. Swings in, it's a bit of damage. Plays around the side. Paranoia connecting. What? Back, managing to find him, and he gets the follow-up. He couldn't see a damn thing. Patman, how have you done this?
It's just instinct there for Patman. Just sensing that they were going to be coming from both sides. You can't fault Fnatic there. The paranoia hits. Just get outplayed there.
30 seconds left.
It hits, but it hit different.
Remaining.
Playing off the muzzle flash. And then still just reads the timing and the spacing to get out the air as well. Yeah, they're enjoying that one. For good reason. That's going to be a heartbreaker round. Eventually a back-breaking one as well here for Fnatic. Pretty much everything invested into that are going to be on the full loss bonus, so should still be all right to get some rifles in. It's still not going to be a cozy position.
Well, it's got to be frustrating for Fnatic right now because you've had advantages in a lot of these rounds. I mean, how many, 3v5s, 4v5s have we seen them, falter to because of these unbelievable outplays from Paper Rex? And you get the Jing 3K into that Patman 2K. You're just kind of not able to match the swagger that Paper Rex is bringing on this map right now. As good as you are, as good as this game plan as it is, as good as your macro has been at times, sometimes Paper Rex is just going to outplay you in the individual sense. And they're really coming out heavy on the A side out of this timeout. If this is fast from Fnatic, Patman could be in a world of trouble.
Time to jump. It's kind of defaulting into the corner.
Go, go, go!
Pretty common check spot, so I have to suspect that there might just end up being a relay bolt into there if they decide to commit forward. For now, though, Devi this time does have that outlaw. And immediately Kayak going to be taken down. Fastlane going to be set up. Patman just staying quiet, staying tucked. Has not gone scouted quite just yet. The wall can be toggled at any moment, but Patman decides to just leave it. Strikes. Does get traded out, but Forsaken now arriving. Puts down the enemy Neon. That leaves Boaster and Chronicle both making noise here. Both going to be known on the site. The swing around, the spot out. Chronicle looking for it, but Forsaken getting the better of him. As Classic is thrown out, he's gonna try to knife him! And he drives it right between the shoulder blades. A concerned shake of the head from the fans of Fnatic there in the audience. As Paper Rex, oh, they are having too much fun.
And that's just been the way they've been playing the last couple months. Just have fun, keep the vibes good, and good things will follow. And this certainly is exactly what you want. He gets hit by Jinx paint shells there too while he's going for it. Oh man, that's just a nice read from Patman. Great patience. Hold the hone.
And Fnatic never letting any credence to that is, there you go, Kayak. No route to escape set up. The retap, but Alpha still collecting two. Gonna have to see that one back.
Spike down A.
Real theft invested. Divide is still skirting around the box. Takes down Crashies. And he just doesn't give a damn that he's been spotted out. He doesn't care about your ultimates. Now has the res. Puts him back in with the player advantage. Zalfir just 12 HP. Chronicle playing forward at Boba. Spike being planted on B.
Gonna try to swing out is Forsaken. Alpha matching. Chronicle gonna be tasked with the 1v2 on the other side potentially.
Spots him. Knows that he basically just has to run away.
They found
Even trying to play a hard angle with that Vandal to go for the one tap, still risky.
Here, they found my wire.
Door shot, swing coming through. Alpha, there you go. Finds the shot. Chronicle gets the other. All falls down to Forsaken. No smoke. Wants to try to play forward here. As there's the slide, finds the first, and Chronicle will bail them out. A 3K from the legend himself. Gets Fnatic up to 7.
That is just crazy stuff from Alfier. Does a great job there knowing his health bar situation to avoid Forsaken. Caught him on the TP.
Great turn.
Wow, that is disgusting. The 180.
Down A.
Divide, some good outplay there, but not enough. Tons of damage already done by Fnatic. Chronicle with a 3K. Him and Alpha, the dynamic duo for Fnatic, come up big when they're needed. It's 7-5, or 7-12, 5 more to go.
Butch coming in off the back of the Paranoia. Now Hunter's Fury out. Divide able to avoid the first, avoids the second. Now is going to be saved. Re-swings, fights, Kayak, falls. Boosts his corpse into the skies. The wall goes up, locking off access to A. Try to go through alley, but there's no further scaling, and now he's up on top of this one. The peak about to come through. Zul, he's just dodging out damn near everything. Takes a bit of chip damage there, but heal will put him back to full.
Devi's in a tricky spot. He has no idea if anybody's in elbow yet. Has to re-clear that. That's actually the direction that Boaster seemingly wants to be diligent of as well. Just looking to see if, Devi's tendencies there to be aggressive at the beginning of the round. We're going to continue. Pings are coming down. All of Crashy's util still available here. And you can see Chronicles held on to a lot of his util as well. So they're going to have some good post plan if they can get there. A lot of pressure on Devi here.
Something the next nearest player. One-way cycled.
30 seconds left.
Main cut off. Chronicle able to find the kill there onto the Sova. Looks like he's just trying to go for a push timing there. Is Divine out trying to hold his own. Once again, good damage going to be found, but now Forsaken and Patman to try to see if they can bring this map to a conclusion. Boaster didn't suffer too much damage off the back of the teleport. Cage up over the top.
Shadows traveling.
Still a Paranoia in hand here. Ready to be sent. Flies across. Gets the connection. Boaster on the jump. Sniped out. The hold the defuse immediately starting to come through. Gets it up to half. Retaps it. Swings around the back. Looks for the first. Crashy's still standing. 7 bullets remaining. The swap. The Classic can't get it out in time. It's 3K heroics as Fnatic continue to try to run this back.
Oh, it's oh so close. Forsaken If he had just been able to pull the trigger a little bit faster, had Crashy's dead, he was so weak. Divide doing his damnedest over here on A. Gets the kill, dodges, gets another, puts up the wall. But again, Paper Rex leaves Divide to his own devices there. He's gonna get spotted out by that util from Crashies. Forsaken, you just kind of expect that he's gonna be able to clutch this out with the way he'd been playing on this map throughout this year. Crashies just a little bit better. And a sigh there from Forsaken. So I kind of wonder if we're going to see a timeout here, as Alex may just want to make sure that this isn't going to get any further out of control.
We'll see that call coming through. These rounds have been close. It's been heroics on display from Fnatic to continue to hang around here. Bit of a smile there on Patman's face at the very end. Some fist bumps exchanged, and it seemed like they have maybe something up their sleeve to try to end this right here, right now. Hit's still available. May just be the investment here on B off the rip.
I want to see you.
There's a Divide, much other than a sheriff.
Oster still has that op. Something to be cognizant of course, is Paper Rex. They're trying to, other than in mid, themselves pretty well hidden. Something was trying to ego peek there with the Guardian a bit. No response really from Fnatic. They're also looking for that trick play you were talking about, that fast hit that you know that Paper Rex can dial up on this defender's side. So now I feel comfortable enough that there was no trap to be sprung, so time to begin their way forward. Dimensional drift this time for Kayak, sees a couple.
Well, that's widely going to be dodged, but that does push Jing forward. Alpier perfectly poised, in position. Finds the opening kill. Relay bolt connecting, no further scaling up top mid though. Forsaken can shrug that off as the pivot. Getting ready to come through towards this A site. Just the Omen all alone now. Try to slow the tide, slow the approach. Operator here on the corner, shot on the one. Forsaken immediately taking down Alpier as he goes for the sprint. Paranoia going to be sent across, but Crashy's able to find a glimpse there. Moments before the blind would have connected. Something now going to be noted. Kayak watching, Divide falling as he will sweep them under the rug. Now just on Patman in a 1v3.
Feels like this should be borderline undoable here for Patman. No way he's going to be able to get into his ult, you would think. Fnatic, though, retreating, so is Patman. Doesn't like what he sees. Saw it, just looking to see if he could get that one kill and maybe try to make a go of it off the back of that, but didn't come through. Just going to have to wait this out. Great, again, macro here from Fnatic is what is winning them these rounds. You have the Dimensional Drift, a huge tool to set up Alpha for that first kill. Taking that mid control, works a treat. And then they also got the info, okay, we know Patman's over there. We feel like there's a lot of pressure over on that B side. Let's make the pivot over to A. And Forsaken had a moment. If he had maybe pulled the trigger on that Paranoia just a hair faster, who knows, but still, can't fault him too much. Jing hasn't gotten a kill in quite some time. He's still at 16.
It's been slowed down significantly in this half. It's not nearly as much value being found from the defending side. There's some very nice opping from Kayak, and you can see the frustration coming through. Alex wanting to close it with that final timeout call. Fnatic still hold on to one of their own. As Forsaken had a ping reveal onto one player. The peak coming through, finds a shot. Alpha quickly able to trade it back. Omenless here for the rest of the round are Paper Rex. The pit knocking off A site though.
Yeah, interesting. You go for the pit on the eco.
I'm out of here.
Alpha thought about it for a second, but wisely decides to run away. But this is going to open up an extra gun here off of Chronicle's body for something. So it's a little bit more firepower. So the spike plant should come through eventually once the page shells wears off.
Delays for a bit. Boaster taken down. Deploying. Drone now at the ready. Basically full util as Jing up over the top. Ends up getting flashed, sends out a blast back in desperation, but Kayak with the shorty will be able to collect the kill. Devi in main, dead. Kayak finds him with the op. The peek getting ready to come through. Patman about to be at risk. Dodges it, strafes across, gets himself a little bit closer. Ping reveal, re-peeks at Kayak, finds the shot. Something on for the first. The 1v3, Crashes in the corner, tagged up low. The peek coming through, and Crashes holds the line, gets the headshot, and Fnatic continue to run this back. 2 rounds, and we'll find ourselves in OT.
Some trickery here from Paper Rex, almost works a treat. Fnatic just content to take the open space. Jing so close there to switch over to the shorty for Kayak, but then he gets the op rolling, puts it to good use. 3K in the round for him. Those quick maneuvers, but yeah, you can see that one was on a knife's edge for Fnatic. Operator in hand again for Devi. It's Paper Rex going for the big investment, trying to close out the map.
Quick clear of the cam in mid. Forsaken wanting to try to set up for this off peak out of market. Looks like widely Fnatic not looking to play around midsection of this map.
But they're leaving the spike down. Again, trying to set up for a pick.
I have the spike.
Paper Rex not offering the opportunity. Patman pretty far tucked back.
Careful.
Now they do grab it though. Seeming like, okay, we haven't seen anybody here. Nobody at elbow, nobody at the box around the corner. So this is probably the weaker side of the map right now.
Let's go deep enough to spot out Patman, who's gonna look to challenge. Finds the headshot. Alfier gonna be taken down. Forsaken finding Chronicle here in mid.
Toxin screen down.
A paranoia sent out from Boaster, but can't really scale up the back of that as there's the fake out. Peek in from Kayak with the op. Managing to clear, tries to flick up to find Forsaken. Can't make it happen. Something taken down. Things starting to crumble now. Paper Rex losing their advantages. Jing desperately trying to find it. Now they've lined up. And that leaves just Boaster remaining. Tap of the plant. The swing coming through. Paint shell sent to one side. The peek out, the flick not connecting. Some damage dealt. Devi down low. Teleport back, but the time is not there. He cannot pivot. He has to finish this here on this site. Tries to line them up himself, but cannot. Devi will finally go ahead and put the final nail in the coffin as Sunset goes the way of Paper Rex 13-10.
A hell of a start here for the first match of the semifinals at EWC 2025. A lot of back and forth, a lot of nail-biter rounds. You wouldn't have it any other way between these two teams.
Certainly would not. And with that map win, Paper Rex still flawless here in the tournament. Fnatic suffering for the first time, but they have their ascent coming up next. We talked about it. Alfier has been diabolical on that chamber. Paper Rex are going to need a very sound game plan if they want this to be a 2-0. We'll find out though after the break.
This land is calling.
Mark him, son. How about George?
Nice!
Let's go, guys!
Nice!
Let's go,
Nice.
Good job,
Nice.
Be player. I'm gonna go Gen, I'm gonna jump on her. Okay.
He's short.
Nice!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Nice! Let's go! Let's go, Ilya!
Happy birthday.
Nice, boys. Come on.
We're in it.
Nice kill on the lurker, Marsh.
Nice,
boys.
Good coaching. Wait, I thought it's Jason! Wait, Be player. I'm gonna go Gen, I'm gonna jump on her.
Okay.
He's short.
Nice! Let's go!
Well, they sat on 12 for a little while, but they get it over the line in the end. PaperX up 1-0 in Sunset against Fnatic here in our semifinals. A big victory there, putting the pressure on Fnatic and looking to do the same thing they did in Toronto during Masters. Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup, presenting VALORANT. Digon here alongside Baby Bay and Big Time, and joining us is assistant coach of KC, Zeish. Welcome, brother. How you doing?
Hello. How are you guys doing? I'm fine. I'm a bit sad because I got eliminated and I'm watching the two teams that beated me, but it's okay.
No worries. I mean, we're getting to watch some top-level VALORANT here as we take a look at some of the highlights from that last match there, because it was very one-sided. Felt like the train was rolling and then kind of hit the brakes a little bit there, Baby Bay, and Fnatic battled back but weren't quite able to get back over the hump.
Yeah, Fnatic tried their best to a massive comeback, but it's just so hard when you're playing against this team of PRX. It's like, even when you're playing this slow, you do everything right, out of nowhere in the mid-round with 20 seconds left, you have Jing just doing ridiculous stuff, jumping up on boxes, killing you. It's just
I mean, they're just insanely talented with their individual level. We saw them rescue so many rounds by just being able to shoot in the right moments. And obviously, I want to ask you, Zeish, how different is it? These two teams have very contrasting play styles.
Yeah.
Fnatic very slow, PaperX very fast. How different is that to prepare for all these different styles?
I mean, of course, like, you don't prepare the same way when you play these two teams, as you said.
Yeah.
Against PaperX, you have to play like more packed, I would say, like especially in defense, because you have to trade a lot, because they play really like a lot of, as you said, like a lot of individual like picks, let's say. Like they play individually a lot. They have a lot of X factors, so like you need to like at least match them as two because they have insane aim. And Fnatic, you can play more spread on the map because they like to play really slow and like take the spaces. So like you can play more fun, let's say. Like you can play like 2-on-2 or this type of stuff and like just try to finish one extremity and then like group mid round and this type of stuff. But what like I liked with this match is like I felt that PaperX like really adapted well to the gameplay of Fnatic, because this Sage like literally counter like what Fnatic does, because they play super slow and PaperX were keeping the wall like really late and using it like at late timing in the round, so like it could like kind of cut how Fnatic wants to play, you know, and especially also with the Viper, like they could keep the space and like control them kind of.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we talk about playing against PaperX, it requires multiple players to step on up, and there when we saw the scoreboard, double-digit ACS for Boaster. We know how good he can be, but he had a very tough run there in map number 1.
He just couldn't bounce back after getting knifed. I know it sounds weird to say that, but like it literally is exactly what happened. I think he did a great job with the IGLing on the attacking side. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to come back, especially like having Kayak use that attack operator. But it's just so difficult.
Yeah, it stings a little bit, right? You know, we were highlighting him before this match started about how his individual performance has been so much stronger.
I cursed him so hard.
I think if there's anything we know about Boaster is he will be able to bounce back from this. I think he just needs to take that moment to reset. He's still an incredibly talented player, and obviously this was PaperX's map pick, right? Sunset is not a good Fnatic map, as we all know.
I mean, I lost it, so I cannot really trust them.
Well, here's one of the things that they had to bounce back from in round 3 early on. You're thinking, okay, say, here's a way that Fnatic could get themselves on the board going really strong. PaperX then turn it on its head in 3
Yeah, I mean, these bonus rounds, it's so huge in Valorant. It goes down to a 3 versus 5 for PaperX. And this is where the individuals just shine. They isolate those fights and they just don't lose them. It's so hard to come back into games like this where the start is so slow, and especially against a team like PaperX that are so momentum driven, that have so much fun when things go their way. Look at this, just a beautiful little 1v2 to end it, and right from there for me, that's where the Fnatic crumble kind of began.
Yeah, 1v2 against Chronicle, which is absurd, right? The form that Chronicle has been in, he's been winning most of these scenarios in this entire tournament. But of course it's Devi. I mean, we highlighted him earlier.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing fantastic, especially in these late round situations. I mean, just the role really suits him. I mean, I feel like he can do no wrong, to be honest.
Yeah, I think like Chronicle is like really underestimated player. Like especially like back in the days when there was still like Leo and Dirk in like Fnatic, he was like super underestimated. But for me, he always been like the best player of Fnatic, because there was Leo, of course, he was shining a lot, but the guy that has to feel like every role and like really get into like the things that the team need was always Chronicle. Like with the breach back in the time when they needed it, like Viper he plays, Cypher, he has to feel everything, and like he's so good at doing it.
All right, now as we turn our page to the next map, we're heading on over to Ascent. Funny enough, Big Time and Zeiss, you guys have some history back in the French League. It was, you played against each other. Zeiss, you're saying you kind of have these nightmares about some of the rounds that you got let slip away. Fnatic have now lost to PaperX and are starting to maybe let those nightmares creep back on in. How do you battle that when a team has gotten it over you a couple times?
To be honest, it's like really hard mentally, especially when you're coaching. Like because when I was as a player, you know, like you just go next. Like you get like I don't know how to say it like correctly, but like you get let's say your coach like is screaming on you for it, and like you go over it. But like when you're a coach and like you cannot do anything like for it, like when is the game happening and you see it, it's like super hard mentally, because like you see, like we don't play like this usually, and when you lose this type of run, when it's like really important for the game. I mean, like for our tournament right now in EWC, we lost 3 maps with big advantage. Like Lotus against PaperX. Like to be honest, I think if we would have won it, like the BO would have been different. We just like get mental crash after on Icebox, and against BLG on Lotus also we like trolled it with big advantage. And yesterday against Fnatic on Sunset, I think it's like. You don't really overcome it. Like when you lose a map like this again, you think about all the maps that you lost and like how it affected your season, you know? Like for me, pretty much, like especially last year, it was really hard because like we qualified to Masters Madrid, and then to qualify to Masters Shanghai, we were playing Fnatic and we were winning like 9-3 first map and 8-4, and we managed to lose the BO 2-0. So like, and we didn't go to Shanghai. And then for champions, we played Fnatic again, winning 10-6 on Sunset. And we lost 1 versus 4 against Hero, and then we lost 14-12 on the third map on Sunset against Fnatic. And like when you lose this type of matches where it's like really important for your career and like season, when like it happens again, like you have some, as I said before, it like some Vietnam flashbacks, like in the head, like bro, what the fuck is happening again?
All right, so we got about like a little bit of delay on the stage. The players are getting on right now. So Big Time, I want to ask you, what is the point that you want to see from PaperX to close this series out? Because baby, they had the Fnatic pick.
I did.
Yeah. Very true. So for PaperX to close this out, I mean, so next map is Ascent, unless I'm very much mistaken, right?
Yep.
So Fnatic have a pretty unique comp there. We see them run the chamber. So it's about, for me, how are you able to counter that? Because your normal kind of style won't exactly work the same. PaperX are at their best when they're playing against the things that are the most standard, the most default. So I want to see what answers they have prepared for this chamber, because that's what makes it niche.
It almost feels like this composition for Fnatic is made to counter teams like PaperX, right? You have the double center, you have the chamber, you have the Vice, and it's not only firepower because an op slows a lot of players down on the attacking side, but that Vice utility, that Vice wall, those Razor Vines can be a lot of damage to PRX.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Zash, you know, you've played against Fnatic a lot. How would you approach this kind of chamber that Fnatic are running?
I think it depends on the comp you play, but I'd rather like play really slow, especially on attack against them, and understand where's the Vice. And if you have a Euro in your team, it's like really easy to bait Vice abilities.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of the game plan that we had yesterday on attack, and it worked pretty well. I think if I remember well, we did like 6-6 so it's fine for attack on Ascent. And like the game plan was like only about like understand where is the Vice, bait her stuff, and then like play her on the map, because like once you like baited like Vice wall or like her abilities, you can like really easily go into it, because Chamber is not really a sentinel. He's gonna play more like some duels and be like placed in some spaces, but like if you just push him back or like just destroy Vice abilities, they will be like way less comfortable on the map. And like it's basically like every rotation they have is like based on this.
Yeah.
If they still like have their Vice stuff or not. And also they have Euros, so they can have fast rotations. But if you start first by targeting the Vice, it can be way easier.
Yeah, that's why I do think Paper Rex are going to be able to take this map in my mind, because Paper Rex are good at playing fast at that start of the round. In those first 30 seconds, that first wave of util, that's when they're very fast. They want to break all of that, break the control that Fnatic have, and then they can slow the round down mid-round from there. And we know how much better Paper Rex have been in that late round situation than from when they were losing. So I think they do have the tools they need.
And that's exactly what we saw on Lotus. I mean, it was a pleasure to watch. I mean, taking control of all that early space in Elbow or Street, and then just, or it's Lotus, sorry, on Sunset, my bad. But taking control of Elbow and Street, and then just freezing the round, waiting for Fnatic to walk back into space while they're holding angles, or then again, using an extra layer of utility after that. And that's why this PRX roster has evolved into being champs now, right? Winning Toronto. That is what it is all about.
Yeah, you know, the crazy thing is when we think about PaperX starting at 0-3 back in the split earlier, then getting the win against DFM, then going on the run that they've gone to all the way to Masters. Now, one win away, 3 maps away from potentially becoming champions here at Esports World Cup. What an amazing story that could be, but we know the fight that Fnatic can have to battle back here. Big time, one player that needs to jump on out to close the door on Fnatic. Give me one.
I think I'm going to stay with Divide, to be honest with you. I mean, I think he really is the cornerstone of that team. In my mind, he's incredibly underrated still, which feels insane to say, by the way. I still think Divide is underrated. I think he has limitless potential, you know, but he often gets drowned out in, you know, Forsaken. There's so many amazing players, but I think Divide, for me, is really key.
Big time.
I'm gonna be looking right at Alpha. I think Alpha needs to step up, hit a lot of those first shots with the headhunter, whatever it is, set the tone. He needs to be landing those op shots, because if he whiffs one shot, you already know PRX has the entire site. Like Zaysh was saying, they're gonna push you back, you're cooked.
Zaysh, 5 seconds. Who's the player that's gonna stand out in map 2 on Ascent?
I'd say Kayak.
All right, let's see what happens here. Fnatic and PaperX, map number 2. Fnatic's tournament lives on the line. Let's see how it all shakes out.
Thank you very much. Well, here we get ready to go. Players making their way back over onto the stage as PaperX lead this series, this single elim semifinal. Fnatic needing to find a map win here on their selection of Ascent. And given what we've seen, it seems like we are likely to go over to Split as that map 3.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious if PaperX might make some compositional changes coming into Ascent. You know that Chamber's going to be there. Do you feel like with your usual kind of double controller style that you could maybe get this over the line? Or you try something a little bit unorthodox? You know, we've seen the Reyna work well against Chamber. You've seen something played on this map before. I don't fully expect it, but you know, not a lot of time to prepare for this event, so maybe just, you know, lean into what you had been playing before. But it looked like, you know, PaperX there, a little bit in sync. A nice hot pack toss there from Forsaken to Patman. Handled nicely, so they seem to be ready and raring to go. Players are getting locked in, getting the game fired up. But yeah, this is going to be really interesting what kind of changes they're going to make. And with Fnatic starting on the attack side, this is actually a composition that has tons of power on the attack side as well. That's where they did a ton of their damage against KC in their previous showing. Only 7 rounds on their defense side, but then they came storming back on the attacker side, and with that Yoru, with that Chamber, they have a lot of options to create some space. And then to the post plant, could use some of that Vice util, make things really, really difficult to play for retakes. So PaperX, I think if they want to get ahead of this, a lot of these rounds are going to be just about knocking Fnatic out before they can even plant, or at least doing enough damage that the plants aren't going to be that difficult to go for the retakes. So that's kind of what I would expect to maybe see, but you never know, as you do just get kind of the stock standard comps here. It is going to be that double controller, the Viper there for Divide. Jing on the Omen, Forsaken on the Fade. Patman will be switching over to the KO and something on the Jet. So, what we're kind of used to And this comp for Fnatic, though, very, very scary. That's why there's a lot of talk about these two different map picks we were expecting to see. Can Paper Rex continue their run? Can they continue to not drop any maps, or does Fnatic have it in them to send it to split? That's the big question on everyone's minds as we get ready here for our opening pistol. Plenty of fans on both sides.
Showing up, showing support, and likely looking for a little bit more. No one wanting to see these series continue to be 2-0, not with the stakes that we have, not with the teams that we have now at this stage. We'll see if Fnatic are going to be able to deliver. Single Ghost in hand, everybody else, classic half armor, and of course Alpier. Moving forward here with that Headhunter, but Forsaken.
Find you.
He is absolutely coming out on top. A hell of a shot. Takes down that chamber nice and early.
That's a huge win for Paper Rex. Obviously, removing the player and the agent, very, very impactful. Crashy's making a little bit of noise, thinking about the drone. Meanwhile, Boaster maybe trying to sell a bit of a fake here. See if he wants to throw the paranoia, taps the orb looking for a response, but Paper Rex had backed way off, and that one little tap has got them shifting all the way over.
Try to clear this one, something uncertain if he had been fully spotted out. Either way, takes a forward position there in mid. Big crash at the ready. As that's going to be Boaster. Clearly, they had not spotted out this jet. Manages to strike. Kayak with a nice push forward, however. Just get the headshot there on a Forsaken. Tiny bit of damage going to be taken, but now Paper Rex swooping, getting into position to try to retake this B site.
There's going to be that Vice wall right outside of Alley. That utility.
Right here.
Going to be tricky here for this retake, even though it is a 3v4.
Crashies with a reminder on where the flash is going to be, making sure they don't get tagged up there by their teammate in Chronicle. Fishing shots thus far, nothing widely spotted. Flash does go through. Patman able to find one, finds two. Kayak going to be dropped. This Chronicle now, last one standing. They should be able to suss out his position. And Patman basically strafing by. Finds the headshot, taking the round here into his own hands. 3 charges, now a 4th with the defuse. Halfway to a null command as Paper Rex get another pistol.
Some really nice stuff here from Paper Rex in terms of just finding that opener from Forsaken. Just kind of off the back of the util, just a timing. And he gets it, perfection, and then Patman swinging in. Finds the 3K, secures the round. That is the start you wanted here for Paper Rex, especially on this defender side. Keep Fnatic off balance. It is going to be Kayak going for the Outlaw, though. Just a little bit of a buy up here. Try to see if they could find some value.
That's the investment, but pretty much everybody going to be somewhat vulnerable to that. Only 2 players on the side of Paper Rex with that full armor. As Haunt quickly gets cleared out. It's going to be the orb take. Chronicle wanting to try to fast track that steel guard in here. This is the halfway mark, and well, the Outlaw not going to be finding too much value, at least not in the hands of Kayak. Alpha does scoop it up, looking for the entry. Devi playing close. Eats a good amount of damage, but he's one of the players that did have that full armor at the ready. Spots out another, look to try to retalk. Some more damage to be found. The jump, however, from Crashies gets the right click. Devi does fall. Singer now going to be surrendered over.
It's going to get tough.
The Seas. Chronicle does get caught. Just a hair off on the peak there is Patman. Fragment, however, can still delay, and eventually Forsaken's able to find one. So Crashy's going to be struck down as Haunt to try to reveal out some more players. Outlaw shots going wildly over to the side. Alpha draws down the Headhunter, and already it's good damage dealt here. But what recourse do they have? Where can they try to rotate this? 37 seconds remaining. Seems like they're widely going to be committed to this side of the map. Jing. Is that over in A main?
Left.
Smoke there. Swings out. Alpha hits the headshot. And suddenly, something's the last one standing just with the Sheriff.
Still inside.
Well read. Paranoia goes across, and Alpier gets them over the line. We talked about how much of a monster this guy is on the chamber. Dies first in the pistol, but gets them the eco win.
Yeah, that's just phenomenal stuff. Exactly what you're looking for here. The eco win. And that Outlaw worked a tree. Stuck in a bad position is Devi. No backup there. Playing a lot of ISO on this round, our Paper Rex. Fnatic is able to use a little bit of coordination, a little bit of teamwork. Start picking them apart one by one, and Jing just got a little bit antsy. Love to have that back, but a judge here or something, a couple sheriffs otherwise.
But no one here to really fall into this one. They have that sheer wall set up. Chronicle playing back. The rest of the team hovers around mid and gelato. Look up here towards Cat. Patman again, trying to displace. Just get some decent damage in. Cannot find the kill. Push to the wall, the timing there. Shots, but the turn from Alpha is just so damn fast. Puts him low, but Alpha continues to just absolutely dominate. 40 HP, Jing at the ready. Just the classic. Gonna look to try to push forward, regain some control of Tree. Push coming in, Jing gonna be good for the one, but cannot find Kayak. Puts him to 16 HP. With all this noise happening around this A site, the kill onto Alpha, eventually they might actually get funneled right up in towards something. Just been staying quiet with that judge in hand. Turns from it, finds one.
Left.
3 more shells left. Evacuates the area, sends down the cloudburst, looks to play the next door. Weapon's gonna be swapped over, 20 seconds remaining. The pivot now getting ready to come through is Devi, thinking maybe they had all left. Ends up getting caught up, something quickly trying to rotate, but this has been heard. Chronicle now goes on the flank. Cloudburst into the corner, the drop down, spamming. A tiny bit of damage gonna be found, has to go for the reload, and Chronicle is getting closer for the backstab. The push forward, just trying to find anything that he possibly can, but it's gonna just be death. Fnatic, 2 losses there, but ultimately start things off 2-1.
Yeah, some great responses here from Fnatic. Able to deal with some of the trickery of Paper Rex. See something there, a little bit frustrated. Maybe felt like he should have had more, but you know, Paper Rex coming out very antsy here on a set. Wanting to try to make aggressive plays through smokes, wanting to try to get ahead of the curve. God, what a turn from Alpha. From the follow-up on a Patman right in the shoulder. Fantastic, and a smile on his face.
And that means they're in for a world of hurt, because look at what's available. Tour de Force now in hand. Immediately popped. No in response here from Paper Rex, just can't afford to try to get it online. Jing tucked here at Wine. No easy way to try to flush him out of this position. Smoke gets set up, tries to go for the peak. Jing now sends out the paranoia, trying to evacuate, but counter swing from Chronicle, able to intercept. Spot on the one, Patman. Quick little peek, finds the kill. Kayak gonna be taken down. Fragment buys him a little bit more time as rotations start coming through. And Steel Garden is going to be there to greet them, take the weapons away. Devi at Heaven, able to avoid it. Forsaken just lingers here for the moment. Devi waiting for his timing, but now Forsaken taken down. 3 players remaining. Clear the thorns, the shots from something. Out from Tree, not connecting. Looks like ultimately, Paper X getting clustered up, but Devi will split back over to Heaven. Shoulder spotted. Headshot gonna be found. Another tailwind. 1 kill away. Devi in the roughest position is at Tour de Force at the moment. Completely trained on his angle. Runs out of bullets. Devi able to find 1. Alpha dead. Still plenty of work to try to clutch this, and he cannot. Boaster gets a 3K. Fnatic now up by 2.
That whole round just so uncomfortable for Paper Rex because of the Tour de Force. And they don't have the smokes to cut off A main. Jing dies early, and Devi's util not there. So they just can never create that extra angle. They have to try to brute force their way here through short. And it's just too difficult. Too many crossfires. Fnatic playing it too well coordinated. I wouldn't be too surprised if you see a timeout here pretty soon for Paper X, but for now, they're gonna let it ride. Another judge there, but this time in Forsaken's hands. A couple sheriffs, a stinger for Jing. They are gonna get aggressive here at A main and B main, so trying to take some map control. Trying to throw them off balance, but Chronicle just domes something.
Well, it'd have to be a monstrous shot from something. We know he's capable of it, but Chronicle, when it's him on the opposite side, you're always going to be unfavored given the weapons. Gen.G holding close. Bush getting ready to come through. Stinger let loose. Alpha on that peak still is able to find Patman, mind you. Incredibly fast shot from him. Weapon scooped up, the push over coming in. Alpha here now going to be taken down. TP forward on to the site from Boaster. It's around. Here's the drop. Gen.G just playing here within the smoke. The switch, hit. Gen.G wanted to go on the timing, but Boaster watches for it. Cuts him down. Puts him in a good position. Recon gonna be set. Devi finding the headshot. Now that leaves Forsaken all alone, trying to make this happen. Jumping forward, but Chronicle dispatches him with ease. 4-1. Fnatic continuing to take us closer to split.
Yeah, there's some moments here for Paper Rex where maybe the round could have turned, but it's actually going to be Boaster this time, who probably saves Fnatic's bacon. So ready for that push out of the smoke. I mean, you can see that they are extremely aware of how aggressive that Paper Rex wants to be. Even though Alpha gets caught out, still got the one and done. Using that rendezvous to get out of dodge. Even invest the Nightfall here.
Player standing.
And almost for Devi, but Crashies stands tall. Something as the op, though. It's going to be the op from Alpha. Going to challenge.
Recon cleared. Jump peek not going to spot anything there. Something just backs off the angle.
That util's nice. It opens up the angle for Alpha. So now he's got control of this space. Something tries to cross, but I think it might have been seen.
Seems like, yeah, Pixel might have been spotted as he exited that smoke. Continuing to scale forward. Peek about to come through, and he can't get the flick down. Something finds the headshot. Critical kill to be found. As Paper Rex try to cut this lead down. Trained in on B main, Spike being brought over. Dimensional drift is available.
Just one gun heard there, so Paper Rex not really going to change their strategies, not change their plans. TP though for a fast rotation if necessary.
Big out send, something not falling for it. Sees, holds him back, tucks back into the smoke, the jiggle peek, the shot not going to connect. Sights back over in towards mid. Nothing going to be spotted there. Boaster for the moment, going to be held at bay. Grab of the orb. That's going to be his ult online, so can join in over onto the B site very quickly, but Kayak now has been noted. It's 10 seconds. They have to make a go for this. The footsteps going to be heard. Forsaken trying to stop them here into the tracks. Boaster taken down, up and over the top. Something comes out of nowhere. Forsaken managing to find Chronicle before he can redraw the weapon. Flawless round here for Paper Rex, means they get up to 2.
One of those butterfly effect moments there in that mid battle. The op battle so crucial here, and something just barely wins it. The shot just goes wide.
Right past his hip.
If Alpha wins that, a very different round. Of course, something happy to switch to the shorty after he gets the confirmation that there's a player there. Forsaken good enough for it anyway. Yeah, so much of that round just about winning that battle. That could be something we'll see. Maybe again, yes indeed. Still enough money there. A lot of ults available on both sides. Bladestorm behind it for something. You got Kayak with the Dimensional Drift. Crashies with the Hunter's Fury. Could combo those into something. Have to wait and see.
Trained it on the angle this time though, Alfier. Looking to try to push forward, Recon. This position widely is cleared out. Forsaken with some free fire, not going to be able to find a connection.
Get something though.
So I don't think that's necessarily where you wanted that trademark to go. Smoke about to dissipate, and that would have been one hell of a flick. Cannot find it, nor can something. Both ops going to be staved off and forced away. Spike still dropped, its full rotations come through.
Love the cautious play from both teams. Nobody overcommitting to anything. Something re-clearing. Pinging out.
The call from the shadows right now from Gen.G, he would get so much information, but looks like they're just going to save it. Try to get a fast rotate. Dimensional Drift going to be coming through now. The rest of the team waiting to try to scale, but Devi going to be caught swinging out of that smoke. Forsaken already dead before the Hunter's Fury can even get involved. Something trying to intercept, comes in around the back, does manage to go ahead and find a kill on a Crashies. Alfier now needing to contend with the Jet. Advantage to him.
Oh, what a flash!
In. What a play in there from Patman. Disrupts it just enough. Kill's gonna be found. Paranoia not connecting on the post, the flash certainly does, but Chronicle still safe, still fragging Patman just with 10 HP. Gonna try to just exit that operator on the far side, just across the way, but there's just no access to it. Has to back off and leave it there on the floor.
Man, oh man, for a moment there, it looked like maybe the Blade Storm from something was gonna be a difference maker. What a flash from Patman, but that Vice util in the post plant, so annoying. Completely stops them from pushing downstairs. And that allows Fnatic to just spam the smokes and get kills. And that is part of this composition that makes it so annoying, and why you want to get ahead of the curve, why you want to stop them, and why Paper Rex is being so aggressive in some of these rounds. Why you're pushing something all the way out in the mid with an op. You want to try just not let Fnatic get into comfortable positions in that post plant. Phenomenal stuff from something, but just not going to be enough. Just holding it down through the smoke. Oh, what a shot, though. The swing onto something. That's got to be frustrating.
5 rounds now accrued for Fnatic. Let's see, is this a timeout call? Yes, it is. Paper X now pumping the brakes. Thought perhaps it was going to be saved off after the previous flawless. And now wanting to try to get in with the players. Course correct, rack up as many rounds on this defending side as they possibly can.
Yeah, I'll be pretty curious to see what the changes are going to be. You know, I understand the game plan coming in. Now you're going to have to find something a little bit different. You're still going to have to contest with that operator from Alfier, which means you're going to have a difficult time maintaining mid control. So how are you going to be able to react to that? Maybe trying to play a little bit more together. Make sure Devi here got caught out. Now, to be fair, it was, you know, some ults that were invested in that previous round that made him just dead to rights. Him and Forsaken.
Still top of box. This is going to be a bit of an off angle here for both of the players. Looking for the flick up. Can't find it. As Boaster is trying to get played in. Trying to have Alpha play bait a little bit, but ultimately won't be rewarded with anything. Drone confirms the reposition here. 0 point. Let's spot out Alpha here. Boaster still up and over the top. Waiting to see if this Jet's head ends up peeking out, but something's playing just around the corner.
You should wait for contact here as Paper X. Oh, Chronicle.
So fast. Immediately dispatches the enemy Jet. As Paper X once again here on the back foot. Still Forsaken hovering around alongside Devi. Start going for a pretty quick pivot as Patman is going to try to hold this door. Flash going to be set up, but he won't be able to do a damn thing. Kayak immediately finds the kill. Crashies gets Jing. And things are falling apart very swiftly as Paper Rex going to have to go for the save. Forsaken can recover the operator, but that's about it.
Planted.
The game planning here from Fnatic, so good on how to anticipate. They're going to get the op back at least.
Crashies nearby enough, might still yet be able to find a punish. Be able to get the swing out in time. Peeks it. Shot wide from Forsaken. And that's going to be Fnatic desperately looking to try to get this kill. We'll tuck back into the pit, but Fnatic will know exactly where they're hiding. Thorn set up, popped. Both players now contained here onto the corner. Flash finding nothing. Shock Dart going a little bit too deep. Straightforward decay not yet taking full effect. This is playing right around the edge of this one. Now the double push. Finds one. Running out of bullets, running out of time. Chronicle gets the 3K, takes the op out of their hands. As now Fnatic have 2 of them to try to play around with.
That's devastating. But man, oh man, the way that they're setting up here. Changing the op over into Boaster's hands, and Chronicle the quick peek out to take something down. Filthy.
It's making it look so very effortless.
But the push and pull here from Fnatic, the way that they're trying to bait these reactions out of Paper Rex, kind of understanding the game plan, and they're ahead of the curve again, even after the timeouts. So now you start really being concerned for Paper Rex. Do they have any other responses left on this defender side?
Cutting through.
And they're back on an eco.
Oh my God. Boaster gets the collab, Forsaken in something called Annihilated. Spam down to 1. And Batman worried about the repeak. Doesn't stick around. Now Kayak is here to fill this position. Keeps the IGL protected. Batman held at bay. Quick clear on the trademark. Boaster now dialed in on this angle. Shot goes wide and finds the first. The trade, however, instantaneous. Allows for Divide to scoop up a Vandal. The approach on the A still getting ready to come through. Jing, tuck, swings, spots.
We're going out.
Sends out the smoke. Paranoia at the ready. The clone gets popped. Shots exchanged. Rotation now getting ready to come through. 33 seconds remaining. As these footsteps going to be heard and noted by Divide.
30 seconds left.
TP immediately coming through. Quick cancel. Says no. They're rotating over to Cat and Alpha here. My God. What is that shot? Jing finding one. Paranoia dodged. They swing out wide. And they mow him down. 7 rounds now locked in. Fnatic guaranteed the lead at the half. And it's looking like it's going to be a massive one.
If you had a bingo card for this map and you had Boaster Collad on it, congrats. You're hitting the money there. Disgusting. Love to see it. And you love to see that Kayak right there to back him up. I mean, he's stuck behind the box. What are you going to do? That's okay. And then Alpha.
I just, at a certain point, I have to question the coaching staff of Fnatic. Why does Alpha here not just play Chamber on every map?
Right?
I know that it's not necessarily the best, but he right now is looking like the best. He is so damn clean. And I think you should just force it everywhere. Because if he's going to play like this, if he's going to hit shots like that, have his reaction times, be this good, just keep him on Chamber. He can be the new Chamber merchant. Don't care.
He's taking Ye's throne now.
Yeah, just let him dominate. Because good Lord.
Yeah, just absolutely disgusting stuff. I mean, but there just isn't much you can do about stuff like that. He's just too good. But beyond that, the macro game's so good for Fnatic here on this attacker side. They're so good at working the map, so good at understanding where you're going to be weak, where they can find opportunities. And everything Paper X tried has failed. He has that tour de force again. Do have Chronicles ult.
You want to play? Let's play.
He is going to pop it off the rip. He's going to challenge B main angle here. Forsaken up close and personal.
Smoke blooms. It's wants to get rid of that trademark. He's able to do so. As 0 point gets a good amount of info. Dodge from Alfier means the tour de force obviously still going to be in play. Gate crash set up over towards stairs.
Oh,
standard default here is going to be the Steel Garden now invested. Forsaken spotted out. Big Peaks just clears out that clone. Divide at 4 HP. Weapons now recovered. Forsaken able to find one Divide. In from the smoke, finding a second as Forsaken floods forward. Chronicle dead now just leaves Boaster alone, and there you go. It's going to be another flawless from Paper X to get themselves a 3rd round win.
Like the fighting retreat here, Divide took a ton of damage.
4 HP.
Yeah, on spam through the wall. When Fnatic was beginning to make their move. And then him and Forsaken just playing their lives and waiting for the reinforcements to come through. You also get the Steel Garden out of Chronicle in that round, so who knows? Run back could be possible. Phenomenal work there from those two players. And I like the change up here. Just kind of play the fighting retreat. Let those rotations come through. Try to give yourself those extra angles, those extra man advantages in the fights. Make Fnatic have to second guess. So it's going to be, I think, a pretty big pause here for Fnatic in terms of drawing out time down on the round. Not that that should be that surprising, but turned the tempo up a bit in that previous one compared to their usual.
With 2 more to be played out, it's a double face. Chronicle down to 4. So he'll get a double kill now in a smoke. Just how good, you know, I don't make the rules.
If there's anybody who can do it.
Boaster again trying to play this boosted position as Kayak getting the better of Patman. Sings up a little bit more here, making Jing a bit more uncomfortable as he gets spotted. Alfier does ring out a couple shots, so Jing well aware of the position, but the double face into the site was perfectly played, perfectly timed. Levi trying to scale forward. Some noise made here at tree. Door, however, does get shut. Broken open, immediately headshot. Something on the peak, able to find one. Kayak now dropped. Alpha repositions back over through A main, joining in with Crashies. As Chronicle gonna try to scale forward here. Up Cat. Spike now interrupted as the Nightfall comes through, but Boaster still has that operator, and something gets caught by it. Time, however, dwindling. Spike there at Hell. Forsaken, tagged low. Hitting right here in front of their faces. There's just nothing they can do about it. Both players so very low. Alpha gets the 3K. And once again, flawless from Paper Rex, but Fnatic get the follow-up.
Starting to be a believer in Boaster's op again. He has been really sharp with it, and he's got great awareness on this map too. I want to give him some flowers. Yeah, Alpha is a force to be reckoned with, no doubt about it. He's the one that's breaking things open for you, cleaning things up. But Boaster has been really aware of these timing pushes out of short or Paper Rex. He shut a couple down, and that's really pivotal there because it doesn't allow for the retakes to really even materialize for Paper Rex. So tip of the cap to him. Something still has the op. Last round and a half. Challenging Crashes is Forsaken, but only a little bit of damage done. At least gets a little Vice Util out, I suppose.
Lawrence will stop any further peek. And they'd love to get rid of that wall, but without the kill, it's just not going to be possible at all. Still pushing forward, but Chronicle, of course, is going to be good for it. 12-6-2 here at the moment. Drone spotting nothing, some noise made, something pushes forward over towards Pizza. Now moving up to bench, and he spot him. Doesn't matter, Crashies immediately shuts him down. She's at every twist and turn. Paper Rex suffering heavily. Push getting ready to come through, Patman trying to scout out, trying to peek in, immediately dispatched. As the mask goes on, and Jing is going to be absolutely trapped here at backplat. Goes for a timing shot, finds the first, tries to hit the transfer. Devi will get the cleanup on the Alfier, but in the end, it's 9-3, Fnatic well out in the lead.
Exactly what you would expect from Fnatic on this map. Alfier playing well, everybody else doing their job behind him.
Paper Rex looking a bit out of sorts. Pick up that pistol, immediately dropping the anti-eco and set them back. They need another pistol if they want to rebound and close this out 2-0. Otherwise, it's looking like we're going to go to split. We are back here in map 2, and Fnatic are well out in the lead. 9-3 at the half. PaperX pick up a pistol, and then it all starts falling apart from there, only managing to find 3-round wins on the defending side. Now, needing to have a monstrous attack if they want to avoid going over to split.
And a very important pistol coming up here. Even though they're able to get the first, you know, going up against this double Sentinel comp with that Headhunter in play, sure, Alfier was able to be dispatched quickly in the first pistol round. I don't expect the same thing to happen here. Let's see what PaperX wants to do. Maybe they just dial up the tempo, challenge them, but it's so hard with that Vice there to really kind of get things to go the way you want. Forsaken creating some attention on the other side of the map, though. Oops. Comes the Headhunter.
Slowly trying to back away, but he's going to be out into the open. And this time, Alpha has not managed to line them up. Roughing both pistols thus far. It's supposed to going to be spotted there on the Jiggle Peak.
But you saw no one else, so the rotations can come through quick for Fnatic.
Pretty much everybody clustered up. Pop flash from Patman trying to escort them forward, but Chronicle just pre-fires through the smoke, managing to find that kill. Crashy's trying to scale up. Shock darts into the corner. Right there, point blank onto Jing, puts him to 50. There's only 2 players left unscathed here in the lobby at the moment. Stat and Hell. Devi trying to hold the door. 2 players on the opposite side, Chronicle being one of them. Kayak with that Sheriff, the other. Some shots flying. A 1-for-1. Ping reveal on the Jing, spots him. I know that he's still going to be lingering here within the smoke, and something needs to try to find this kill. Peaks just trying to drum up some interest. Keep the attention tied on his position. So far has been able to do so. The smoke now dissipating. Right clicks cannot come through. Going to be close though on the defuse as Chronicle tries to get it done, and narrowly .09 has it in hand.
Unbelievable stuff. Fnatic just so patient. And again, it's all about these quick rotations. It's all about this win against Forsaken. There's nobody else there. So the ruse that Forsaken's trying to create by using that fade util on the other side is dealt with. A crash, he's huge from heaven. Takes it down and allows for the defuse. Unbelievable.
Closest of the tournament by far. .45, I believe, the previous.
One suppressed.
Unbelievable. And that might just be backbreaking. Even with the deficit, though, PaperX not going to be going for a full force. It's widely going to be 3 Sheriffs here.
Ice wall right in front. It's behind the smoke, so if you make a move, you're going to get cut in half.
Locked in with the thorns on top.
Yep.
By will straight forward, and then just doesn't know where Chronicle is going to be. So it does end up getting taken down. Back flat position now going to be noted. Tries to get some good damage in. Cannot confirm that kill. Boaster out into the open, ends up falling. Alpha finding one. Chronicle still fighting, still surviving, still persevering. A shock dart will fly through. And Crashies will bring this to a very quick end.
The jump shot from Crashies ends the round, but you know, PaperX tried to challenge the Vice utility. Devi pays the price. He's the sacrificial lamb. Able to get in there, get a couple kills, but Fnatic's not going to let you do anything further than that. Nasty stuff from Alpha. Chronicle blinded up, doesn't matter.
No.
Just Alpha gets to see the show.
Boaster now with a Bucky playing around B. Smoke down, some shots flying. Hot reveal and Kayak finding something there, top mid. Chronicle getting forsaken, the wheels have long since come off.
Spike retreat.
As this train wreck is starting to grind to a halt. Just the one elimination found, 2 players left standing, and given the situation that you're in, given that it's about to be Fnatic moving up to map point.
Ice wall right here.
And even trying to go for the save. Wouldn't be that much behind it. Just be the double push. Boaster, the one standing between them and the site. Smoke blooms, thorns Locking them in position for now. Chronicle arriving at market. Flash goes in. Padman goes down. Spike now stranded. Jing needing to do everything, but in all likelihood capable of doing nothing. Swings and Kayak will find it. Map point locked in. Fnatic looking damn near flawless here on Ascent as anticipated.
Yeah, just brutal how good they are on this map. The way that they're able to just challenge angles and win them consistently is otherworldly. Right out of the smoke and right into something's face goes Kayak. Chronicle just been so sturdy for them throughout. Nice finisher there for Kayak. Fnatic 1 round away from sending us to split. A hero or a blast cannon rifle for Devi, and otherwise you got some Guardians and Bulldog.
Oh, and already damage suffered. Patman down to 45. He's not able to catch any breaks whatsoever.
Flash.
Looking for the entry and the counter spam. It comes through. Boaster finding one of the full HP members. Just further expounds on the advantages already guarded here by Fnatic in the round. Saken tucked in, swings, finds the first, does get the headshot. On the repeat, finds Crashies.
Where are you?
Suspicious about this placement here in A main, but right as he turns, he doesn't wait for the haunt to pop. Just hands them the timing on a silver platter, and Patman cannot find the kill. Jing now dead, Devi lurking, looks to get the jump, but Alpha survives. And in all likelihood, we'll try to bring this to an end, but does get dispatched. 1v2, 30 seconds to try to play with.
30 seconds
The reposition. Kayak trying to watch the angle, but it looks like Devi slipping the net there in that regard, but it's making plenty of noise.
Poison orb emitting.
Poison orb thrown down.
I have the
Spike recovered. 12 seconds remaining. Would love to try to go for the switch, but cannot do it. Taps it, trying to spot if there's anybody on the approach here from backside. Gets in behind the box. Here's Kayak on the push, and Kayak will strike him down. 13-3. Utter dominance here from Fnatic as they do deliver a map 3. Split will decide it all.
Exactly what we wanted to see. Going to the third map, going the distance between these two powerhouses of Valorant. And we'll have to see what is going to be in store for us there. Are we going to see more of the chamber, or are we going to see kind of stock standard stuff from Fnatic? Yeah, you expect the double duelist for Paper Rex, but it is going to be a belter. Only bangers on split, and I suspect that's what we've got in store for us.
That is the mantra, and that's what we are going to be looking for here. But Fnatic so close to finding revenge that they can taste it. Paper Rex now up against the ropes. We'll see what happens when we come back from map 3.
Spike down.
This land is calling.
The hopes and dreams of EMEA rest on the shoulders that are best to take it in Fnatic, and they did not let down. Not only did they bounce back, but they trounced PRX in map number 2 in a dominant fashion, and it all comes down to one more map. Who will make it to the finals? Welcome back. It is the Esports World Cup presenting VALORANT. Tigon here alongside Baby Bay, Big Time, and coach of KC. Zeish, this is what you wanted to see. You wanted to see EMEA back on top?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I have to like say it. Sorry, EMEA fans, but I'm cheering for PaperX.
Whoa!
What? Come on. Now we're talking.
I'm sorry. I love Jake. If you see this, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
I think I see Kukuko over there coming after you.
No, to be honest, the map was like pretty good. I think PaperX like didn't play good against Fnatic on defense, especially when they were on defense. They were playing pretty aggressive with like Viper comp against a double Senti, and I think this is what Fnatic wants. Like they play really slow gameplay. They want to punish you, and like the way PaperX played, they give them too much entries, and like they played super aggressive. And as I said, like when you have Viper, you don't really want this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that Fnatic are just so good at. I mean, I love their composition. I love how they make it work. And like you say, I don't think PaperX necessarily handled it in the most optimal way, but I think they're sort of okay with this. We've been all talking about how we want this to go to best of 3. We think it will go to that 3rd map, so yeah, I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, and PRX started off very strong, but look at Boaster's stat card. The difference from map 1 to map 2 was immense, and he had so many big moments where amongst all the chaos, this time he was ready with his crosshair waiting for anybody to swing through smokes or whatever it was.
That's the key thing. We can see how much his stats have improved, but that doesn't count for the amount of impact frags he got, the amount of rounds he won with good individual decision making. I thought he did a really brilliant job to get himself back on track.
Yeah, and Alfier was an animal in the server right here. I mean, yeah, that 180. Also, keep in mind, PRX won the pistol round, and I think he had 3 headhunter kills to get the thrifty, right? So it's like, if you're able to stop the momentum of PRX, you set yourself up in a good spot to like snowball the map, and a 9-3 half on attack side ascent with a double Senti comp is such a big buffer to play with.
Yeah. I just felt that, as I told you earlier, it's like, I think it's, I mean, anyway, like it's the game style of PaperX, right? Like playing super aggressive and stuff. But against the double Senti comp, and especially on Ascent, and especially if you run Viper, you don't want to give this to Fnatic, especially because they play super slow gameplay. Yeah. And if they can get a kill over you, they would just make you run around the map.
And this is the first time in a while where we've seen these like highlight plays, superstar plays being made against PaperX. A lot of the time, it's PaperX doing the mental damage with some of these plays, but you could speak to like what that could do to a team here, Big Time.
Yeah, I mean, we know how momentum-driven PaperX are, right?
Exactly.
When they're on, they're really on, and they're able to string so much together. But I do also think the inverse is true. We saw with them going down 0-3 start of the year. We spoke about that a lot. But when they're low, they're in these lows. But I do think they know how to get themselves out of it, but there was no opportunity in that game, right? They never got that good. You know, there was the 0.09 second diffuse. You know, that goes their way. Maybe they had something going, but it felt like everything was just stacked up against them. And like you say, not really managing to hit the shots that they used to being able to hit.
Yeah, all right. So we called him out earlier. He needed to have a big game. Chronicle showing up here in map number 2 on Ascent. And Baby Bay, that is the key to their run so far here. You've listed off all the different superstars that can have the pop-off moment, but he's the one that needed to come up big. He did so.
Yeah, of course. He's been mechanically sound the entire tournament, right? But it was his utility that I think that made the difference here, right? He was basically playing defense on attack the entire way through, defaulting outside of B main. He even had a round where he had a wall and thorns up on the attacking barrier of B. So it's just, he was able to stop a lot of that threat of the aggression of PRX, where, you know, PRX was trying to get that advantage up, and he just sucked the life out of him.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, Chronicle is always insane on Ascent. This map was so well built for him. He's perfectly set up to get everything he needs here, and he just understands how to play the Vice on it, right? It's such a good fit.
I mean, he has like such a different game style from usual Vice players. Like yesterday, when he played against us, and even today we can see it again, he's like really playing aggro on B main, with most of the Vice will stay on site. Like when he sees space, when he sees like team splitting or like giving him space, he will take it. When usually like this type of Sentinel player will just stay on site, and this is why, like earlier we were speaking about it after first map, like he's like super like clutch player. People won't see it because even though like sometimes he's not doing much kills, but by the way he's positioning himself and the decision he's making, he's like giving so much space to Fnatic. And when you have a Sentinel player that like is confident like this to leave his setup behind him and just play over it and like and go for the space that he can take, it's just like incredible for a team.
All right, about 3 minutes, a little under 3 minutes before we head back to the stage for a decisive map number 3. Big time. This has been a lot of talk about Fnatic. How good they've done. You're our Pacific rep here on the desk. Paper Rex, who needs to turn it around here and be the catalyst to close this one out?
I kind of want to see Jing get rolling. I feel like we haven't spoke about him at all this series. I feel like I've barely seen his name in the kill feed. So I need to see Jing get the ball rolling, but I think Split is the perfect map for that. Now, we have to remember, Split was supposed to be map 5 of the Masters Toronto Grand Final. This is the one we were robbed of, people. So get hyped. We're ready to see it now. We're ready to see what these teams have in store. But yeah, for me, it's all about Jing.
And just to give some context of like how strong Fnatic are as well on Split though, they've won 7 splits in a row here, right? And now I know PRX are great at this map, probably one of the best APAC teams, and I think that's why PRX are so strong as a team. Like adding split to your map pool is insane, but being 7-0 on a map, and you're going the distance, it's like this is the final map of the series, and it's like the revenge arc on top of it. I feel like Fnatic have all the tools, and they're in such a good spot to close this one out and get that revenge.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the prep they have, I would say, because Fnatic always like kind of, let's say, playing the same way for the starters. Like it's just about mid round because Boster is really good at it, but like you can have pretty good read on them. Like I think like Alex prepped well for it, I'm pretty sure, because like PaperX does it every time and they do it well. And they might like see the gaps that Fnatic has. Because the comp they play, as we talked about it previously, it's like you can make them really over-rotate a lot. And like if PaperX like found these gaps and like especially, I don't know if they start attack or defense, I didn't see it, sorry. But like, I think like if they start attack, they might like roll them, like really.
All right, so with that, about a little over a minute before we head back for that decisive map, are you sticking with your pick here? You had Fnatic earlier, feeling good about it after the bounce back?
All the way, all the way. I think Alpha is on a heater right now. Chronicle is unleashed. They want the revenge. They're gonna smack PRX on this map 3 of Split, even though I know, listen, I'm gonna give respect. I know PRX is very good at Split.
Yeah, you sound like a hater to me. I could not go more in the other direction. I feel confident about PaperX heading into Split. I agree with you, Zish. I feel like they should have what they need to be able to pick apart Fnatic in this map if they've done their homework. And Alex is a great coach. Like they will do their homework for sure.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, for me, I'm sorry, as I said again, sorry, MEA fans. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh my God.
I know I'm from MEA. I've been always in the MEA, but I'm cheering for PaperX. And I'm sorry, Jake. Jake, please, if you see this, don't kill me.
Well, he's got a lot to look out for. Again, Fnatic and PaperX, 2 of the marquee organizations, not only in VALORANT, but across the world in esports. Only one will be able to etch their name in the history books of the first ever VALORANT champion here at the Esports World Cup. Who will it be, Fnatic or PaperX? They do it one more time for the final time here at the Esports World Cup. Let's send it on over to Achilleos and Paper Thin for the final map number 3.
We knew it was going to go the distance. Split, as promised, now being delivered. Alpha giving the thumbs down to the PaperX boys across the stage. As Fnatic look for some revenge. Single elimination, a brutal format. Fnatic wanting to be the ones to send this squad home and be the first team forward into the grand final.
And what a map to close on. Both of these teams typically running double duelist here. So you're going to see some similar ideas. Generally, the only difference is going to be Boaster on the Astra versus Forsaken on the Omen. Otherwise, they run very similar comps, but very different approaches to their play style, of course, as we've seen throughout these 2 maps, as we've seen throughout their interactions this year. And now, just got to wonder, you know, does Fnatic have that momentum now? They got hot on map 2. Can they carry it over? But PaperX has shown resilience throughout this year. Nearly not even qualifying for Masters Toronto. Talk about that butterfly effect. Talk about that game against DFM. And then they end up coming through and winning at Masters Toronto and looking to send Fnatic home again. But a map we didn't get to see. Des talked about it. This was supposed to be map 5 in Toronto. Didn't get there. Now Fnatic's chance to maybe show that they would have closed it out had it gotten there in the first place.
Perhaps just making up for lost time as we get ready to go into this one. All to play for, elimination. staring both teams here in their face. Fnatic, though, looking electric on that last map of Ascent. Expected that it was going to be favored for them, but maybe not to the extent that it was. 13-3. They were dispatching Paper Rex at every twist and turn. Split going to be a bit more familiar for them, however. So not expecting that level of dominance from either side. This one should be a bloodbath.
Absolutely. And coming into this with Paper Rex starting on the defender side, you're going to be looking for them to do as much damage as possible here, because both of these teams generally like to play on that attacker side with the double duelist. So, you know, for Paper Rex here, if they can get 5-6 rounds on this half, they're going to be feeling really comfortable going into it. But if Fnatic just comes out hot, who knows what's going to happen. It's going to be really, really close. It feels like, you know, with the power level of these two teams on this map, should be expecting a deep run here.
For the Paper Rex faithful, have to be asking the question, was the Ascent a little bit anomalous? Is Fnatic very much warmed up and here to play? Chronicle, Alpha Year, throughout the two maps so far have been phenomenal here for the team. Crashies, rock steady. And hell, Poster hit a collat. So you gotta be a little bit wary going into this, to know who's on the opposite side. As mentioned, though, on the attack, first presence going to be shown here over at Garage, as it seems like Paper Rex widely clustered up, wanting to try to get a punish, potentially onto Chronicle. They know his tendencies. They know that he loves to linger alone here, go on that lurk.
This is all just kind of, oh, what a shot from Chronicle.
Instantly just finding the one. Fake out on the gate crash, and yep, Pixel spotted Patman's position, going to be known. Now widely left on an island. Jing has to stick around to try to keep him covered at the same time. Something is being wrapped around on. Ends up getting taken down. Divide does fall. Divide out from heaven, able to find it. Spike still in hand here for Crashies. Now rotating that across to B, as Kayak looks to try to slip the net, finds himself over at Alley.
I love the initial round ideas here from Fnatic. See if Divide can deal with this player.
Spots him out. Damage going to be exchanged, though. That's Divide down to 40. 5 health advantage for Kayak as the spike can now get planted. No bite, no way to interrupt this.
Spike planted.
It's Forsaken. Rotates over, joins in at this position. 2 Sheriffs versus 4 players on the side of Fnatic, and they are not skipping a beat. Ascent, that dominance carrying over. This time Fnatic finding the opening pistol, not needing to pull off the Thrifty.
Yeah, this is such a nice start to the round here for Fnatic. That great macro game, sending out that gate crash early to the other side of the map, clearing Garage, not getting any contact, and Chronicle's just so ready for that swing out. And then, like you mentioned, they catch Patman creeping into the cubby. They take care of business, make it look easy. And a hot start for Chronicle.
Yeah, 3K. Try to get that hit online as quickly as possible. Kayak noted, Pain Shell not flushing him out. Let's get a good amount of damage across, but cannot find that kill. And now it's going to be Divide taken down, just peeking into Garage. Alpha here takes his head clean off. Forsaken here, try to slow things up as damage exchange. Forsaken good for 1. Finishes off the low HP member, but now you've got something down to 13 health. Swinging around the back, trying to find and intercept Chronicle. As now it's just Patman out into the open. Ain't gonna be good for 1 more, but that leaves something with 13 health to try to make this a little bit more costly. Widely the weapons being carried over. Fnatic holding everything that matters.
Just great stuff from Fnatic again, working both sides of the map. Able to find that pick on Divide, take the Sheriff out of the round. Sure, you lose a couple, but like you said, all's well. That ends well here, you would think. Looks like something just would rather die to the spike.
And just sit here. See if somebody exits through mail. Otherwise, just go down to the spike. Don't give over any additional charge. So while we're talking about, you know, Chronicle, those 3 charges built up. Crashies in his own right, 3 charges away from having the Nightfall. So 2-0 start, clean stuff here for Fnatic thus far on the attack. Paper Rex now looking to play anti-bonus.
Yeah, I really love that, you know, I talked about at the beginning that we have two very similar comps here between these two teams, but the way they play the map is very, very different. You know, on attacker's side for Paper Rex, it's a lot of getting set up for executes. It's a lot of, you know, mid-exploration, trying to clear some space, and then just kind of flooding into, you know, A or B, and then just kind of maintaining some crossfires, setting up for those post plants, whereas Fnatic's happy to work the hell out of the map. They're all over the place. They send out the gate crashes early. They look for the aggression from Paper Rex. And once again, Alpha trying to contest.
TP forward, same smoke setup here from Forsaken. We've seen him scale off of this. Catch team's completely off guard. There's going to be some spam exchange on both sides. Alpha, though, safe for the moment. And widely, nothing spotted. That gains a little bit of control of ramp. But now the rotations start coming back through. That B site about to be executed upon. Devi, next nearest player here is the Boombot. Quickly does get cleared.
Stealing sight.
Very early paranoia. Fnatic more than happy to wait that out because it's still a minute remaining here.
Did clear the gate crash though. So that kind of eliminates that set execute onto B. They're gonna have to rethink their ideas, trying to challenge mid now. It's gonna be Devi up there. Pops the poison cloud. Boaster bounces up.
Fight's already been expended or wasn't afforded. Either way, doesn't have a molly to try to set up, so Boaster sliding forward. Is Devi gonna be flushed out? Kayak finding the shots. Two players here on the B side. Forsaken up over the top of the box, trying to find the first. It's gonna be something to collect that, but now Chronicle breaks the stack. The swing coming around the back. Hot flash gonna be set, but something they're closer than he might anticipate. Ends up falling down. Cannot play time.
10 seconds left.
And it looks like Paper Rex likely can't play out this round. Some spam, connecting, Boaster down low. Cannot find the kill, sees nade, used towards hell. The haunt going out. Lands here on the Raptors, shot still flying. Chronicle ready to peek at a moment's notice out of the garage. And ultimately they have to back away, but they cannot because Kayak is swung in off the flank. A 4K here for the Yoru, a bonus converted for Fnatic.
This is just brilliant work from Fnatic. After the gate crash is cleared, I think Paper Rex, not anticipating that they'd heavy stack through mid like they did. They double up on Devi. He gets downed easily. What a round for Kayak there. Great late flank. Now you've got Paper Rex back onto an eco. Couple stingers, a Bucky, Sheriff, and a Ghost for something.
Not even go for the shorty. Forsaken pushes the smoke. Doesn't manage to find the kill. Seems like weapon not yet scooped up though, so do not manage to recover the rifle. Leave that on the floor as something does grab the Bucky.
Now let's see what Forsaken wants to do. He's gonna try to keep making plays, but he's very cautious, very nervous. Still plenty of time in the round for Fnatic to change directions, change ideas.
Yeah, first real attention towards this A side. As flash goes in, Kayak nearly cut in half, but does survive, down to 33. Patman here within the smokes. Point flies at his feet. That's gonna be the dimensional drift now coming through. Spots out one, spots out three. Tons of information garnered here by the Yoru. He safely makes his way over to backside. Chronicle watching the ramp. Not too much damage gonna be taken, now down to 16 health. Fall significantly lower, but Jing's still thinking that he's gonna be tucked into the corner. Now Kayak reinforces this position. Smoke coming through. Paper Rex, knowing that they're going to be surrounded here as they try to scale forward. Flash will fly, Forsaken blinded. The cleanup comes in. Just the one kill at the end of it all. Fnatic now 4-0.
They're just so methodical, making life absolutely miserable for Paper Rex. Okay, you get the Bucky kill. Kayak there, great flash. He's had a great start to this map. Nice stuff from Kron, as usual. Boaster there, ready for Patman's swing. The crossfires are good. Slight repositions, really nice as well. And you gotta pop an early timeout here. Again, this is not the better side of the map for Paper Rex. They are much better on the attacker side, but it is key that they get something going here. It is key. that they find some damage, that they can make Fnatic sweat. So far, they really haven't. Fnatic's been pretty well in control of this entire map.
Yeah, and just looking a bit out of sorts. Devi, you know, full focus. They're on A main, not checking anything over to the right-hand side. Just caught trying to lurk down the ramp. Things like that start becoming a bit more concerning here for PaperX. So Alex with the early intervention, going to look to try to stop this from being just an absolute runaway map for Fnatic, much like Ascent was. Operator now going to be online. Half armors across the board. Fnatic, though, should have a very solid read. That sniper is going to be in play.
Absolutely. It's something you should be anticipating. We're going to challenge here on Garage again.
I saw 3 players that have not died yet. Trying to fake this one out. Alfier suspicious about it, but not fully convinced. Makes the assessment that Omen had not completed the teleport.
Well, they were sick of losing this Garage control.
Paranoia not connecting. Alpha's headshot, however, it does. Flashback to try to offset. Forsaken managing to find one. TP's back out before Kayak can collect the kill. Rushes the haunt forward, gets himself over towards Vent. Something there at ramp, staring with the operator. It's the call for Patman to rotate over, cover the flank, ends up coming through. Spike now drifting forward. The scale out in towards Ramen. PaperX getting a decent understanding as Boaster looking for the jump, but has to back away. Has that spike in hand. And that could just be round over. He doesn't get out to safety. Shots flying, Kayak finding one. Patman going to be taken down now. Looks to try to get rid of the enemy. You're on the opposite side. The wallbang shot eventually comes through, and now it's a pivot back through the sewer once more.
30 seconds left.
Silence in the V site. Crashy's first to arrive here. Devi out of alley, re-clearing into heaven, but the timing is going to be missed. Boaster will be able to drop down.
Poison's off.
They just narrowly miss each other. Plant coming through again. The time
10 seconds.
not really on their side, nor is the aim. Something eliminated. The tap. Devi eventually finding the headshot. Brings it down to a 1v2, but it's up against Chronicle. The multi-time champion, Devi, didn't see the drop down, misses that. The shorty at range, able to find it, but Forsaken eventually will arrive to get them the round win, but at what cost? So much money available to the side of Fnatic, so many ultimates online. Forsaken registering, I'm not going to be able to get it. I can't get the recovery here.
Just wasn't sure if he's going to get the op back, but I don't think he has enough time. Just going to come up short, I think. But this is a nice start here for Fnatic. I mean, again, re-establishing control, getting Boaster to send a Nova Pulse out to stop that fast hit stuff from PaperX. And they're working the map nicely, but Devi with a massive double kill finds a great timing there during the spike plant, anticipating the swing from Crashies after the tap. And then Forsaken with a timely smoke, at least buy a little bit extra time for Devi. And able to clutch out the round. Patman struggling, can only afford, oh, that sees nade almost gets him.
Still gets a good amount of damage in. Forsaken down to 70 now. Fnatic already well aware that they pushed them down to a very low buy. Couple shots from something on the timing, not going to be able to find anything, makes an exit. It's Forsaken, pushes forward into the smoke, clears this out, and Alpha drifts right into it. Great little trap setup. And a much needed kill.
Just a thief. So many times on this map, he's able to find those moments in his own smokes where his opponents just can't get the read. You know he's doing it. We've seen Fnatic be very aware of the way that PaperX likes to play smokes aggressively, and they still can't stop it sometimes.
Toxins going up.
I love the early round ideas from Fnatic, but they lose a player. Now they're trying to make their way in towards Devi, who drops down. Forsaken going to be holding Garage. And this is going to be tough here for PaperX. Fnatic has once again found their weak side. Here come the stars. Here comes the Nightfall.
Will only connect on to one. That's going to be Devi. It's not falling for the fake. As Haunt gets cleared, re-swings in. Full flashed up there is Kayak, but arrives in behind, and Devi still somehow manages to pivot for that kill. A 1-for-1 between Chronicle and Jing. It's Boaster. Last one standing here for Fnatic. Time again, ticking, finds a headshot. What a snappy one, but cannot escape again. It's a player from on high to strike him down from behind. Paper Rex get a second round win, but once more, it is so very close.
Yeah, and it's that early man advantage that Forsaken is able to create. Winning against Alpha, who's been trying to do his best to maintain garage control, getting help from some friends. And Chronicle, so disgusting, but no chance there. Showstopper was ready. A great one from Jing. Great reaction. Patman getting himself on the scoreboard. His first kill of the map.
And needing to step it up. Flash into the face, Alfier forced to back away is Forsaken. Playing the smoke, this time with a judge. Immediately forces a reroute. Poster, tag down, free fire from Jing. Getting decent connection. Just some spam here through the wall from something.
Trying to figure out what's going on, a flash.
Flash in, a little bit of fire on the box, a hair off though, so Kayak staying safe, staying tucked. They might think that it's cleared, and they have. Jing dead immediately. Hellpoints joins in back around here at main. Dimensional Drift available for something. Maybe try to get out of a sticky situation. Boombot not going to clear him. However, fires in and is dead to rights. The Showstopper point blank. The offset from the blast pack. And Alpha has fully broken open the site. A 2v5 now for Paper Rex. You have to beg the question, do you even try to play this one out?
Spike planted.
Do you just back away?
Should be a save. Just can't afford to give these guns over. Economy's gonna be in shambles.
By swinging back, does get the kill onto Kayak. Second layer coming in, Crashies. Trying to swing that corner. He himself low on HP. Has money for the next weapon though. Font gets cleared, Alpha. Coming in off the flank, being watched at the moment here by Forsaken. Some shots through. The double join up, the paranoia sent, and Alfier now striking. Defy cannot stave him off. Turkish Phenom comes up with a 3K. Fnatic maintain control.
Yeah, just such a good round individually for these players of Fnatic. And, you know, Kayak there keeps his position hidden. Something falls for the Oru clone and gets full flashed. Then takes a Showstopper to the face, and that blast pack to offset his opponent, Alfier. Phenomenal. Just absolutely brilliant stuff. The coordination there, the individual moments, and now just no money here for Paper Rex. Only able to get 3 sheriffs for 5 players. Hello?
Kayak, oh, he's just bounding forward. Something. Says thank you very much. Finds the kill there with the classic off the back of the damage from Jing. Right step forward, trying to pull off a Thrifty. Still a lot more work needing to be done as weapons do get exchanged and juggled back. Grenade up over the top. Jing having to back away. Flash goes in. Alpha caught by that from behind.
Satchel out.
Prowler gets the scout. The rest of the K expires. Jing just hovering at 20 health. At the same time, the wraparound from behind getting ready to come through. And I don't think Paper X are really going to be ready for this at all. Jing now identifying it. Does well to find the 1 kill, but site now gets broken open. Patman with the Sheriff, swooping out. A tap, but it's another 3-piece here for Alpha.
Okay. None of these guns recoverable just yet for something.
If he re-ups into heaven, we'll be able to go ahead and pick one up. Pings are coming down. Fnatic are well aware of this. Bearing in mind what they have left behind. Something able to scavenge. Clone dropping down, cleared. Alpha hit screens. Something trying to watch for a bit of a jiggle peek angle, but Alpha just swoops out, finds the headshot of 4K as Fnatic now get up to 6.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage done here. You know, Fnatic decides to actually challenge this gamble stack from Paper Rex, and they lose a lot of players, but still have the firepower and the coordination to get through it with that rewrap in through ropes. Nice shot from something with the classic at range, but yeah, like you said, Crosshair was well above Alpha's head. He went for the swing and job done. Now you got all the ults except for the showstopper here for Paper Rex. Kayak aggressive off the rip, trying to take some control. He's going to, at least for now, establish himself.
Walking down.
Oh boy.
A very aggressive angle about to be taken here as the Haunt. He wants to go for the peak, but the shot ends up going wide. Does get away scot-free. So they're going to just spam him out. They put him down to 45 HP. Dimensional Drift now in play. Kayak clearing the rest of the way, and Patman dead over at the ramp. Rachel to save him off. The shorty in hand, the showstopper into the corner, and something is dead. Fnatic continue to read this beautifully. Right out in front of the wall, Devi gonna be taken down. Kayak continuing to try to maintain control, and Forsaken has been left behind. No hope in hell. Fnatic in firm control.
This is starting to get scary for Paper Rex. They're getting red. You know, you've seen this from something before where he likes to play that tight angle. They try to set him up with the Haunt. He can't connect. And they're anticipating that he's just gonna try to take a step back and rehold the angle. And they spam him down low. And they know exactly where that TP is gonna end up. And that's where the showstopper goes. And it's just fantastic. And Kayak, absolutely miraculous stuff here. Great flash through. Knows that he's going to be close right into the shorty. And his Yoru has proved to be pivotal. You're going to have to take another timeout already.
You said the importance of finding some success here on the defense. Still a chance to recover this a bit. 7 racked up here for Fnatic. Makes for a pretty massive deficit that Paper Rex find themselves in here at the moment. That's all the more pressure on that attacking side, but right now the concern has to be just the form of the players, the shots that we were seeing getting registered on Sunset. It has not been the same story since that ascent, and Fnatic have every correct read.
Yep, the momentum is carrying right over, and they are not letting go. I mean, Fnatic is so difficult to read on this map, but now they're able to just challenge Paper Rex sometimes, just beat them at their own game. And you know, no ults used there for Paper Rex in that previous round.
Drift across, Jing to his demise. He's trying to get aggressive. Not even a lick of damage going to be suffered here as Alfier immediately dispatches Patman, stops the Sheriffs from finding value. And already, he can wisely start brushing aside the round here. It seems like Fnatic are very much just destined to get themselves at least up to 8. They'll be looking at another 9-3 even for that matter. Alfier pounding forward, dealing with Devi, and is technically on for the ace. We'll see if he's going to be able to collect it. It's low on HP, and something shuts that down. Gets rid of that dream, but similarly, will immediately be traded back. The follow-up shots, not as crisp. The Prowler hitting the spot. Fnatic are just making this look so damn easy.
Yeah, I mean, if Paper Rex can get this up to 4-8, I have some confidence that they can run it back, but 3-9 I think might be too much. Yeah, this is an eco, but you've been on ecos so often here. And now Fnatic getting aggressive, putting those shorties to good use. Kayak, Alpha, Chronicle, double digits for all 3 of those players. Crashies and Boaster, happy to watch those players just dominate. Nobody has more than 5 kills on Paper Rex. Pit early here for Devi. Trying to lock down mid. Alpha's gonna use the boombot, try to follow up on it. It's actually cleared by Jing. He's gonna tuck in behind the box. See if Paper Rex reads this. I mean, so many ults available here for Paper Rex. This is a must-win round. And you can't let them get into a plant. You can't let Chronicle get there and get that pit down himself.
Right now, Forsaken taking point there at Garage. Sees to try to grab him, backs away quickly. Alpha still lingering right here on the edge of this pit. Even if it's an immediate push forward, that shorty might not be able to confirm the kill.
Trying to bait with some footsteps there. Devi not making a noise. Just being patient as he needs to. He needs to not let this position go. But seems like maybe the read gonna be here. Or Paper Rex, it just depends. Fnatic still has some time to make another move if they want.
Prowler to ramp to try to drum up some attention towards that side of the map. Forsaken, however, with the peek, able to spot out Boaster.
30 seconds left.
No way.
Drifting forward.
Oh,
this
that
is in here
is-
like a ship in the night.
Oh my God.
He's gonna be stuck within the pit though now. So no HP to speak of, but he still gets the jump. All focus forward there on mid. Defy being outdone. The time starting to tick, the pressure mounting, the nightfall to come through, and it all comes down to something. Who's here at backside, holds his own for one. The pop flash over the top, the spike.
Spike planted.
Just now being planted with a second to spare. As things go from bad to worse to miserable for Paper Rex. The flank even coming through. Chronicle immediate with the headshot. Forsaken trying to respond, but he cannot. Fnatic absolutely running away with this map once again.
It just does not look comfortable for Paper Rex. This play style that Fnatic brings, where they make you think they're going to commit to something and then it's quick rotations the other side, but the play from Alpha in the pit is the difference maker. It's something can't afford to have these kind of whiffs in that kind of moment. He's got to be the guy to step up, and he's been so good this event. But in that situation, could not convert, and that just opens the doors there. You can see the frustration. Feels like a must-win round.
Oh, it absolutely is. The 10 and 2s are so very difficult.
There.
It's only been done a handful of times. Alphier finds the headshot. Patman will be able to trade it back. Cannot collect the weapon. It's a slight reprieve as Paper Rex at least did not have to be concerned about a showstopper here in the round, but Karachi's one away from a nightfall. The pit available for a post plant. There are still plenty of ways for Fnatic to turn this into a nightmare. Something will be able to find the headshot, so one more of those ultimates now gone. Dimensional Drift will come through, clears out A main. I'm gonna be spotted there. Sights now turned down in towards sewers. It's a good amount of information grabbed here for Paper Rex. Knowing the lion's share players are gonna be operating in around mid as well as the B site, and Defy finds Kayak.
Need that back. Last player standing.
Well, there you go.
It's just another one of these rounds. It feels like Paper Rex just so much suffering building up. They give themselves a pretty clean round win. It's 9-3 at the half once more. As we get ready to come back from the halftime, Paper Rex are going to be looking at an absolute must-win pistol.
One enemy remaining.
Up against the ropes are Paper Rex as Fnatic continuing to look dominant from Ascent now into Split. It's once again 9-3 at the half. Paper Rex, the stress levels rising, the pressure building. There's the Fnatic CEO watching here from the audience, rooting on the team, waiting to see if they can lock up that spot in the grand finals.
And it's going to be a long road ahead if Paper Rex is going to make any kind of comeback. Fans looking for the curse, but I don't know. Fnatic, to me, just looks like they've got Paper Rex's number this time around. Their map control is absolutely brilliant. Their macro game through the roof, 15 kills apiece for Chronicle, Kayak, and Alfier in that first half. It's exactly what you needed.
Paint shell the main, but all the pressure coming through here at ramp. Boaster, paint shell right there at his feet. Jing just gets a freebie as he tries to set up a concuss, but there's no way to try to counter swing off of this one, so Fnatic just get a one and done. Start rotating back across. No real way to try to go for the peak. Sight firmly in control here for Paper Rex. The start that he needed, but it's not done yet. Fnatic have shown that they are capable of being miracle workers.
Interesting TP setup from something. Right in the corner.
Tries to fake it, but obviously Fnatic, that early info, pushing further forward than they might have expected. Sees over towards elbow, the haunt, cleared out. Firing squad going to be set up, but the kills looking damn good here for the side of Fnatic as Crash G is going to be the last one standing. Low on HP, Forsaken will be able to find him, gets a 3K, and gets the pistol that is so desperately needed.
Okay, you can breathe a momentary sigh of relief if you're a Paper Rex fan, but they still have a ton of work to do. This one, you know, exactly, oh, yes?
So you don't even really get to do that.
No, you never do with this team.
The last pistol that they won, they lost the next round.
That's true. That's a really good point, but I want to highlight the differences in play style. You know, Fnatic in their opening pistol round is sending out a gate crash early to the other side of the map, moving back and forth. It's just a death ball for Paper Rex to get onto that A site and plant their feet. Majority of the forces here going to be over on the other side of the map, though. Quick rotations off that contact from Fnatic. A couple players hold, actually just Alpha shifting. Paper Rex there. Any contact they found, they were going to rotate off of. They're looking for that gamble stack. They might be guessing correctly, though.
They are. They rotate back. Boaster will repivot. Gets himself out onto the A rafter. It's Kayak now starting to make the pilgrimage over. Shorty in hand, Prowler not spotting the bounce. Blast back forward, rather, as Shorty shots do manage to confirm one. Patman going to be taken down. Poster does get traded, though. 4 players left alive. Kayak with the Sheriff. Lion's share of the work going to be here on his shoulders, and cannot find the shot to take down something. Devi on the flank. Catching Alfier. It's looking like it's going to be damn near flawless here. As Paper Rex get the 2-0 start in the half. Can they get a bonus conversion? You get that, you start feeling a bit more comfortable.
Absolutely. Okay, so as we like to say about Paper Rex, track by track. Need to get these rounds going, and they do a nice job here. Reacting quickly to Boaster's hidden position, same one he took previously. Able to get one, and that's it for Fnatic.
You can hear the fans in the background. Cheers on both sides. It seems like the majority rooting for Paper Rex here at the moment. And at the very least, wanting to see a rally back here. Is Alpha trying to offset that?
He does.
Yeah, doesn't get right there, doesn't block off Heaven. It's a very nice little header to hit. Chronicle at the same time. To take a shot from the Outlaw, but survives due to the full armor.
Kayak gonna hold this tight angle. Something with an Outlaw. A lot of the players gonna be weak to it.
The peak was about to come through. Boaster jiggling. Stops going for it. Sucked in a much safer position now for the Yoru. Counter swing can't come in, but it doesn't matter because Forsaken's going to be the one getting taken down. Free fire from Boaster. Gate crash still going to be sent. Just there at the front of the default plant corner. It looks like something going to want to try to play off a bit of the chaos, a bit of the attention drawn in towards Heaven. Has the gate crash cleared out.
30 seconds left.
3 players here. Clear coming through. Kayak back into the same position. Jing this time able to find him. Stinger gonna be set up at Jing over the top, finding the one kill. Alpha Air looking for a little bit more, but it's only gonna be good for the one. And suddenly, player advantage there.
10
Certainly
seconds
run
left.
the clock down, but
Spike
still
planted.
plenty to spare. It's the spike now in play. Crashes, as mentioned prior, just the 10 health to speak of for this Viper. It's a lot more pressure here on Crashy's shoulders. He tries to isolate, but misses the first opportunity. The back away, the safe call being made. Paper Rex, they're gonna get themselves this bonus conversion. 3 rounds separating as they start to heat up here on the attack.
Unbelievable. I wasn't sure if the bounce back was going to happen, but Paper Rex seemingly beginning to make the charge. Still one more player. Still Kron outside of Ramen. Not sure if they're going to push any further forward to try to clear that. Doesn't seem like it. I think we're going to be able to get both of those guns carried over. And two big friends across the stage from each other with a lot of respect. Boaster and Forsaken duking it out here.
Well, outside of the game.
Yeah.
They're not within it. I mean, remember the knife kill on the first map?
Yeah. No doubt about it. But let's see if Boaster can start to get a read here on the Paper Rex. They're tough to deal with. Sometimes even if you know what's coming, you can't stop it because these coordinations they have with their util so good. And if Jing gets heated up, it'd be a difference maker.
Absolutely. Forsaken able to find one. Chronicle, that's second out of 3 layers in mid. They do manage to find the punish. Something going to be held at bay as the C's comes through. Chronicle quickly re-wrapping back across through the fence. Some free fire damage. Does take Crashies down to 61. He's got Kayak on a very monstrous timing right now. No one watching behind. Devi sights up towards the ramp. Now caught. They strike all the remainder here of Paper Rex contained within the site, needing to fight their way out of this one as Boaster does get spotted in heaven. He's gonna join in with Chronicle, look to try to pressure out screens. Just a single flash here in hand as the Prowler spots onto one. Back online. Flash connecting, font reveal onto Patman. Paper Rex is cleared out, but Jing with a kill. Looking for a little bit more. Showstopper gonna be drawn out. Kayak there around the corner, needs to try to pick his poison. Sends it, but he destroys himself in the process. Easy breezy defuse for Kayak. Close but no cigar, some damage dealt, but ultimately Fnatic reach double digits.
And Kayak is gonna be the difference maker in this round. It's that loss of Forsaken in mid that opens up the map for him, and Paper Rex doesn't have the wherewithal to identify at how quickly he was going to be able to take that space. And it's Boaster getting a bunch of damage into Jing as he's blast packing up. And he was just close enough to the showstopper that it gets him.
Jing and the fans there in disbelief.
There.
Something with an op.
The economy's still in a stable enough position to try to go ahead and get this one going. So he's going to see if he can shut down some of this early aggression out of A main. Quick peek, finds it, the flick down. Gets rid of Alfier, but had not seen Crashies, but it looks like it doesn't matter. Devi quickly trades it back. Paper Rex right back on the horse. It's the pop of the dupe. The slide down for Boaster. Hadn't seen Forsaken. Does barely manage to come away with that kill.
Last player standing.
Kayak now drops. Just Chronicle left standing, and something, well, he said, ooh, operated for something. He puts it to damn good use.
Love to see it. Again, those duelists for Paper Rex need to get fired up. They need to get engaged, and you're starting to see it. Jing and something coming alive in very different ways. Love the change up here from Forsaken. Take a little bit of B main control, immediately pivot into mid to cut off that rotation, that potential flank angle that Boaster might be trying to create. It's good adjustment round to round.
Any other
Paper
gun?
Rex, yeah.
Any other gun, Boaster gets that kill.
Yep.
And that could certainly be the tipping point, but very nice opping here for something to secure a flawless round. Fans starting to believe. Timeout call has been made from Fnatic, not liking how close Paper Rex is getting now. Coaches wanting to give some advice here.
You got to be considering the dimensional drift here from something. He just got it online after that round, so that's something that really needs to be talked about, how you're going to counter that. very, very important piece of the puzzle. You know, how are you going to play these fallback positions potential? You might just have to cede some space over to Paper Rex and play for retake. Something like that. I mean, Kayak does have his, so you can kind of do that. You could kind of play that, wait out that ultimate, and then use it yourself potentially. It is going to be an eco though, so maybe not this round. Maybe you just kind of cede this one over. Now you're kind of in that rock, paper, scissors games of, or that chicken game of ultimates. Does Paper Rex even feel like they need to use it in this round? Toxic screen there. Try to cover this advance, but no doubt about what they're doing. Can Fnatic stop it? Not just a TP out there for Kayak.
Forces the exit.
Grenade!
HL over the top, so he's going to be a little bit late. Chronicle just now jumping on top of the box. They still are going to be able to collect that kill. Weapon now needing to be protected. Kayak trying to scale forward, but they're just going to abandon it and allow this to be grabbed. No, Divide stays planted, finds the kill. As they get even more crash, he's down so very low and eventually dealt with. Boaster trying to see what he can get. Will be that operator in hand. And try to utilize that for Alfier. Seems like he wants to just try to find whatever damage he can get.
That's a showstopper.
If he can find one, the likelihood. Boaster's still a ways away. The time's starting to tick down. Snappy for the headshot. Suddenly, showstopper becomes a bit more likely, but now tag to 13. Just wants to try to take all the weapons out of their hands that he can possibly get, but will not be able to find much more. Patman, Forsaken, making their exits. Will rotate out. Can they get the safety? The answer is no for Patman, no for Forsaken. Both are on the angle. Ensures that they carry nothing forward. Overall, good damage dealt here as they get the op to boot. And Paper Rex still get closer.
Yeah, even though you win that round, that's not a good eco for Paper Rex. You cede way too much over to Fnatic. You'll take every round you can get at this point, but giving that op, it's going to be put in Kayak's hands. They have a showstopper, they have a Cosmic Divide. So many tools to either just stop a hit, play for retake. Time to jump. Every option you could ever want.
Could be a fast hit by the looks of it. They're losing out on the op. There's something, just going to have that Vandal. Spot onto one. Both are going to be noted. Showstopper now coming out here from Alfier. Drops down into the grab well, lobs it, something dead. No other recourse, no other exit strategy, and Kayak holding, has the op in hand, finds one. Chronicle now, bailing him out as Kayak finds another and gets himself a third as well. The shutdown, swift and just from Fnatic. They break the run back. Paper Rex, once again, going to be at risk.
Brilliant stuff here. You could not find Alfier off of that dimensional drift. All you know about is Boaster. Paper Rex opts to go for it anyway. Something there into the back of sight, nowhere for him to go, no TP available. So he pays the price. A great clone to set up the op, a good flash to buy himself some more time, and to set up Chronicle to bail him out. The reveal from the haunt, and that is quick from Kayak.
Absolutely disgusting. So op's still going to be retained. And yes, they get the showstopper out, but the dimensional drift is traded. Kayak still has one of his own in case he gets into a dicey situation. And Cosmic Divide is also there, so Fnatic can try to play back. We've seen the setups before. Make that cubby back a site, flash out, and mow them down. Nightfall at the ready.
It's a gamble. If you did that Nightfall without any info.
Cutting through.
Face your fear!
Sends it out, but Kayak lingers around for a little bit longer, finds the opening kill. Jin gonna be taken down. Timing shot attempt, the scale forward, Forsaken. Control over screens, but again, the Cosmic Divide still there to try to disrupt. The dimensional drift, able to play off the back of it, but now the pit is gonna be invested. Locking off screen and elbows. As Kayak goes exploring forward, finds one. The cubby there, crashes, stops Patman from getting into position. The punish cannot be found as it all comes tumbling down. A flawless retake. Fnatic get themselves up to match point.
You can't play it any better than that. Kayak absolutely brilliant to get the one, get out, use his dimensional drift to set up his teammates again. The Nightfall, the Cosmic Divide to confirm. Paper Rex's economy was not good coming out of this round. Absolutely brilliant from the Yoru, and he comes alive and is shutting Paper Rex out of Split and shutting them out of EWC. Has to be
one more round.
4 in a row.
To force the overtime. Half armors across the board, a pit now in mid. The op still there. Otherwise, both teams ultless. The pit may just very well be enough.
And then Boaster's just layering in the Astra utility right outside of B. So if Paper Rex tries to go through there, he's gonna have a ton of ability to stall and delay. Immediately, that orb tap, Jing one away. Trying to find a way to secure a showstopper, to maybe be a difference maker. Gonna need another kill. Paper Rex, gonna let the time tick for a bit. This is pretty well read. Crashies was already on his way over. They commit. It's gonna be difficult. Something on the other side of the map though. Not seeing a damn thing. Making a ton of noise here though. Trying to sell a bit of a fake to see if he could pull a rotation, but Fnatic standing firm.
30 seconds left.
Portal closed.
That op now, a problem. Kayak has something.
Always has been. The slide forward to Jing just cannot align the Guardian shots. It's all starting to very much crumble. Boaster, the spam, finding one Forsaken. Only finding Alpha Year. As Boaster looks to bring this one over the line. Couldn't get it done in Toronto, but they'll get it done here at EWC. Fnatic take down Paper Rex 2-1 and advance forward into the grand final.
How sweet it must feel for Fnatic to get this win. Masters Toronto in the rearview mirror now, and they are looking ahead to the rest of 2025. This is Fnatic in phenomenal form, and they will be going into the grand finals of EWC.
It's all been about the rebound here for Fnatic, missing out on that first tournament of the year, making it to Toronto, making it immediately into the grand final. And now another here at the Esports World Cup. A massive jump in prize pool, a massive jump in the hope here for the EMEA fans who want to see a trophy lifted. Fnatic get to sit back and watch the next series to see who their opponent's going to be. And they are very familiar with both.
Yes.
Either Heretics or Gen.G. And what a match that will be.
And how great this is for the organization as we get another look at the CEO of Fnatic. Congrats to them. Got a real chance here to give yourself a shot at the club championship. Unbelievable stuff from Fnatic today.
That it absolutely is. Well, let's go ahead and hear from none other than the IGL, the captain, the dancer, the K-pop phenom. It's Boaster standing by alongside Ian Chambers.
Thanks very much, guys. Of course, I'm standing by with a legend of the scene in Boaster. Huge support here from the Fnatic fans as they secure their spot in the grand final, getting revenge in the process. Boaster, congratulations. When we heard from you after that heartbreaking loss in Toronto, you were very emotional about it, admirably so. What are the emotions running through you right now?
I think it's like just a what if, but you can't think like that in competition. Like someone has to lose, and I think Paper Rex deserved it in Toronto. I'm just happy that we managed to bounce back and win today, and the boys played sick. I also, I didn't have the greatest game again, so if we lost, it would have been a bit embarrassing again. But I think the boys pulled through. They played sick.
You've got so much silverware in the cabinet. Just a little glance over your left shoulder here. You can see another one here. It says right in the center there, nothing is granted, everything is earned. What would it mean to you personally to earn the right to lift this tomorrow?
It's every competitor's dream to lift a trophy, and it might not ever come to you. So even if it does, you just got to be grateful. And I'm not going to focus on winning yet. I'm just going to focus on playing the game and getting through it. But if we do win, I thank everyone for the support, and I hope that we can do it.
One thing that makes the EWC so unique is the key crushing, and I've got a feeling that for maybe yourself and all of the fans watching around the world donning this jersey, this key crush might be a little bit more sweet.
I've seen it on social media. We haven't crushed anyone's key yet, so it's going to be quite fun, I think.
Let's do this. You ready?
Yeah, all right.
All right. Not only has Boaster and his team secured that spot in the grand final, this is closing the chapter on Paper Rex and that crushing defeat in Toronto. It's time to wave goodbye to Paper Rex.
And we got to see one of the most valuable keys in the tournament getting crushed. We've interviewed every single player and every single answer when we asked whose key do you want? Paper Rex is at the top of the list. Not only the victory here, but the ghosts of the past now off the shoulders of Fnatic. They get the job done and are one step away from becoming the first ever VALORANT champions here at the Esports World Cup. And it was that man on your screen earlier, the main character of not only VALORANT, but all of esports, Boaster getting the job done. Still kind of like in the close territory of scary ACS, but shot calling the team to victory. It is Fnatic 2-1 against Paper Rex. And now one of EMEA's teams are in. Will it be two? We'll find out in just a little bit. Digon here alongside Baby Bay, big time, and a very, very happy Kukuka back to join us.
Of course, you know, I was very surprised when you were going for the 2-1. I was like, at least give them one, you know? I think that it was very, very important to have that Ascent map for the side of Fnatic, not only for comfort, but it is something that they couldn't do at that Toronto final. And what a great last map of Split. Really, Paper Rex were bringing it back and pushing Fnatic against that wall, but, you know, at the end, it's not a revenge story if they don't get revenge.
Very true. I mean, Split is always a great map. We have a saying in Pacific, which is only bangers on Split. And I felt like this was a great game. Honestly, there was a moment where I had a little bit of hope when they won that pistol, you know, in the second half. I thought, okay, yeah, they're going to do it. They're going to bring it back. But Fnatic, so experienced, managed to shut that down really nicely.
Yeah, and the way that it was shut down was Boaster actually getting a kill on something with the op in mid. He's able to bring that into the following round. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Kayak's landing a 2K. You had showstopper kills from Alpha Year. That was really what stopped all that momentum that PRX were trying to get.
But obviously, everything went through that first half. Chronicle on the flank and locking down A. Kayak and Alpha Year playing as the double duel is extremely explosive. Yes, very in the Fnatic way, taking all their sweet time to get onto side. But hey, it worked time and time again. And this kind of like following up on the pressure onto Paper Rex just got them the win.
Yeah, they were the ones hunting down Paper Rex on their attacking side, huh? It was really kind of crazy to see the script just be flipped like that.
Yeah, I mean, they did an excellent job. I think they really understand the macro and they understand the comp. A little fun story about this composition is talking to Zish backstage. He said after Carbon Corp were able to defeat Fnatic to qualify to Masters Madrid, Boaster apparently said on stream that, hey, he thinks this comp is bad, and now we've seen it go full circle. We even saw them use the patented Astral Wall Yoru combo that, you know, KC defined. So it all comes full circle. EMEA helping each other. So in a way, it's all of them in the grand final.
I'm so surprised that still works because we've seen it happen so many times. And every time we see it, it's like, oh, it's a one-time thing. I'd love to see the dancers back on the stage. We want to see that happiness coming from the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, hey, y'all, as much as Big Time is saying he was trying to hope that the Paper Rex train was coming back on the tracks, he was back there in the green room saying, oh man, it's over. It's over. The hope was gone, but that's what Paper Rex does. They take it away, make it entertaining, come back. They've done it so many times here, not only just against Fnatic, but against so many different teams, and they fall just a little bit short here. Big Time, kind of give us your thoughts here on the run that Paper Rex had at Esports World Cup.
I mean, I still think it is a successful run for them. Overall, I mean, they would have loved to win, but they were coming off the back of Masters Toronto, where they didn't have a lot of time. Then they knew they were coming into this tournament and then heading straight to Pacific to play. So they did say that they didn't have a lot of time to prepare. I think they still showed amazing, amazing qualities as players to even make it to the semi-final. So it is still successful, but, you know, no competitor is ever happy with third or fourth. You know, they do want to win, so they will be feeling that disappointment. But I think from that outside perspective, I think fans of Paper Rex, you can still hold your heads high and be very proud of this team.
Yeah, and they will have one more game in the third, fourth place match. We have a guest standing by. We'll have it just a little bit, and also an exit interview with the player from Paper Rex. So just stick tight as we get the thoughts here from Baby Bay from that last series as well.
Oh, it was a banger. I'm so happy that Fnatic won. I told you so. I told you so.
Right.
They're winning it all, bro. They're winning it all.
I love being in the middle here.
Yeah, I mean, soak it all in. We did this whole segment without you here. Give us the EMEA love, even though in those quarterfinals we had to eliminate two.
I was I was happy that Zage was here because his input is always super, super valuable. But yeah, I mean, to me, it's everything about that Ascent game. I think that this composition, for such a long time, we were so bored with Ascent and just the mainstream comp, blah, blah, whatever. Having something so different, especially coming from the side of Fnatic that have always been known for keeping the compositions for a very long time. Seeing also so comfortable to be playing in the split, on Split. We're going to miss Split. At least I'm going to miss it because I agree, it's usually a banger.
Yeah. How did you feel about Zaysh not picking Fnatic and he picks?
It's okay. We all get to be wrong.
I gotta get you.
We all get to be wrong.
In the green room, you were like,
I was like, yo,
criminal side eye, you know?
I probably have already, but you know, it is what it is.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the highlights here, specifically from two standout players, as Kayak and Alphayer just were popping off here.
I mean, it's just so dominant from them, right? I mean, I feel like the individual level was absolutely insane. Kayak mentioned to get his hands on the op was just fantastic. It did so much work for them.
I love also the way that he merges. They merge with also crashes on the team. Like you could see the support that Kayak was giving Alpha, how they were going on those sick plays time after time. No matter how this close was getting close, these two felt more comfortable round by round.
And when Kayak is popping off like that, we got to see it in the last time at Masters Toronto in the grand final. It was Icebox, I believe, where he dropped 30. He almost drops 30 here. It looks like he's unstoppable. He just gets in this flow state where he's just getting all these op kills, repositioning consistently, and then jumping through the Astro Wall for the shorty kills.
Oh, this is the end.
Yeah, well, we get one of a great look at it because joining us here on the desk space is the Victorious Chronicle. Welcome, man. Congratulations. A huge, huge series from you. How do you feel?
Feeling tired a little bit, powering through the illness, other stuff, like obviously sometimes it's tough, but also very happy with our team performance, also specifically with my performance since it's pretty tough, but it's going good.
So you had a crazy performance against PRX today, and a lot of it was on that Sentinel role, like specifically on Ascent. You were able to shut down a lot of the aggression with like aggressive, it's almost like on your attack you were playing defense on the B. Was that like the game plan going in, or did you just know like, yo, I got to be able to sit these guys?
I mean, first of all, PRX is a very aggressive team. You know that if they will try to play once, they will try to do it again, or they will not stop until it's finished. So obviously sometimes I knew like where they pick or like what I need to expect. Sometimes like I was doing some aggressive moves as well, especially operator player or something. Was just like flashing one zone, inside taking pre-firing another zone and killing him. Like it was always working, and I will just keep doing that. I mean, if it works, why keep doing it? I'm not gonna lie. If it works, we will keep doing it.
Do you think that, especially obviously playing that final against them, do you think that it gave you enough information about how to react when you're within the game, how to expect for them to go on that second wave of pushing, even like, you know, when the round looks like sometimes it's going your way, you know that they're going to keep going on your face. Do you think that, especially during Sunset, I think that was happening a lot?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, everyone knows their play style. Like, I don't want to explain W gaming. Obviously, also people love it, but sometimes you need to play boring and not very nice Valorant to actually counter it, and obviously we will take that job.
Also, I saw, because you know, I've noticed some teams have been doing it, that you guys are allowed notes on stage for this tournament. Is this something that you like and that you would probably like for other tournaments to consider?
I'm not gonna lie, yes.
Yeah, why is it?
I mean, there's two things. First of all, I can obviously focus more on adapting like live, not trying to remember, oh, what they did against us, what my coaches said before that in like in the anti-strat like reviews. No, right now I just have my 3 guys maybe having notes on stage. They just can read it, maybe like have some adaptations going through instantly. Like they don't need to like spend time like remembering all this stuff, which in Valorant is very important because like there is a lot of stuff happening all the time. And second thing, it just makes everyone's life easier, even though like it doesn't really lose in quality matches because everyone will be prepared. Everyone knows what to do against each other, and that's where like hardest Valorant comes in, I think. So I think it's like not like a win-lose situation, it's just win-win.
When it comes to PaperX specifically, obviously they just won over at Masters. Was there extra motivation against them? Obviously, Kukuga asked a little bit more about the prep, but was there extra feeling inside and extra fire that you wanted to beat them here?
Yeah, I felt like everyone wanted to win, maybe way too much, especially on Sunset. But yeah, I mean, everyone wanted to take a very sweet, very nice revenge against them because obviously we know we could do better on that finals. Obviously they play better, but we know we can do also better. And I think today we kind of proved it. Maybe like, we have to take maybe more attempts to do that. So we actually will 100% secure that like we are better than them, but we will see. Maybe we'll meet them in chops. Who knows?
Hopefully that would be a matchup that's going to be awesome. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about like what goes into being a player and how do you keep the momentum going? Because like I said, from the start of the tournament, you were already popping off and you just keep getting better and better and better and better. And now you're in the final. So is there anything that you do specifically or do you just go with the flow when you're feeling like this?
Right now it's mostly routines. Just sticking to them, like not trying to change them, or like if change like better be having a good reason for that. At the same time, I felt like I found my place in the team, outside of the game, also individually. So yeah, I mean, it just everything works for that, and like also when the support of my team, like in a very important moments, I was to perform much better.
Absolutely, that is huge. Well, hang tight real quick. Standing by right now for an exit review, we have Patman for PaperX.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm standing by with PaperX Patman. Now, Pat, tell me about the map draft, the map veto. It's different than Toronto. You guys played 2 different maps besides Sunset. You Ascent and then Split. What was your mindset? What was the thought process? Why did you allow those 2 maps through?
I think we decided to open and ban still the Haven, and we play the Split and Split, which is not part of the stage tour. So yeah, we just decided to just play like Sunset. We're still strong and like let everything falls around, you know.
All right. Okay, fair enough. You know, obviously Fnatic won today. It was close until the end there. What did Fnatic get right today?
I think it's just very unlucky, but yeah, I think they're the better team for now. Yeah, they're really good.
They definitely are. And how are you feeling going back to Pacific? Are you feeling confident after back-to-back global events? You do have 1 trophy and you got pretty far here at EWC. Are you satisfied with how far you've come?
Of course, yes. We didn't expect to be on top actually because everyone's feel tired after that, since it's just a week before EWC, but we tried to do our best. So yeah, and maybe this loss is like a wake-up call from us to what's need to be better and to be ready on stage 2.
Now the next match is going to include Gen.G, our Pacific brothers. Do you have any message you want to send?
I wish Gen.G wins it all. They deserve it.
Any Gen.G fans in here? All right. Any PaperX fans in here? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Patman. All the best over in VCT Pacific. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, y'all. Gracious in defeat, Padman. We'll see that 3rd, 4th place match tomorrow, Kakuga.
Yeah, I only have one more question for you, Chronicle. You're having a brilliant performance, literally 10 out of 10. Like, I love seeing you this way. that there's an MVP award at the end of this. I know that you probably want it and you to fight for it, but if it wasn't for you and you to win, who in your team do you think deserves to get MVP?
Alpha, just for Toronto.
Okay.
We'll have a trade-off.
Okay, that works.
All right, there you go. Hey, Chronicle, congratulations on the victory. Huge win. As we take a look at the bracket, it is Fnatic making it on top. They will await the winner of our next series, Gen.G and Team Heretics. It's going to be a really good one here. We saw the EMEA outfit get the victory earlier. Will it be an all EMEA final? Will Gen.G have something to say about that? Let's start setting this next series for you. It is a huge one here. Seen it before, Baby Bay.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of casting it. Gen.G versus Heretics in Shanghai. Of course, you were there with me during that whole adventure, and it was crazy. I mean, Heretics were up 2-1, and then Gen.G flip a switch and dominate 2 maps to close out that grand final. 13-4, 13-3 to close it out. So, I don't know. I mean, listen, Heretics recently won the last BO3 at Champs, and I think Gen.G are going to be the one with revenge on their mind here.
Yeah, I think that the thing is also different, right? Like, there's a couple of Swatch and there's like Meteor was there in Gen.G. Like, I remember he was absolutely real. Who was it? Miniboo wasn't there because they have Patty, like, I remember. Yeah. But this, like, you know, was in the verge of like Heretics in all those second places, never managing to get a trophy. And as you're saying, to me, the most concerning is like the long match was going. It looked like they lost the field, but I love to see that Heretics is back on board, is getting the important wins, and I think they're going to be super ready to go up against Gen.G.
All right, speaking of Gen.G, they just arrived now on site here at the Boulevard for the Esports World Cup, thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motor Sport. And we talked about MVP candidates earlier with Chronicle. They've got multiple. You can go Foxy9, you can go Texture.
Yeah, I'm going Foxy9 right now. I feel like he has had such immense impact on this Sentinel role, shutting down every single enemy duelist he's gone up against, and that kind of frees up Texture to just bully the rest of the team on the opponent's side.
The player that I want to see shine today is Karen, because I feel like everybody else has had their moment. Munchkin on the Viper, insane. Foxy9's for the Sentinel role, complete demolishing everyone else. Texture is Texture. He doesn't only give us the best key questions and reactions. He's such a reliable player. And for us, I think that he's a little bit of an unsung hero. So many of this play could not be possible without his Fade utility to say something.
Yeah, you need that anchor hold down when the superstars are flying high. Gen.G, they've been rolling big, and now final hope for Pacific, a little bit more pressure on their shoulders, but they should be used to it, as we have a tweet here from Texture earlier about what he thinks
I absolutely love this. So people know, you know, in the first matchup, we had the Forsaken versus Boaster that for a very long time, they have a very good relationship. But throughout last year, I think the people around the world got to love this, Los Niños, these Team Heretics. And one of the relationships that everybody adores and that we've been seeing so many times is Texture and Wood. Honestly, guys, it is lovely to see them interact in real life, because you can tell Texture is a very fun guy, and so is Wood.
I don't think anybody could not get along with Texture. This guy just looks like pure happiness.
Red flag, in my opinion.
In a bottle, though.
If you say I don't like Texture, that's a red flag.
Yeah, huge red flag if you don't like Texture. He looks so wholesome. He's always having a good time out there. Even when they're losing, he looks like the vibe guy. And he's the one also dropping 30. It's insane.
Yeah, don't let those vibes go ahead and deceive you. That man, leading candidate and deadly if he's in the lobby against you. Now, their opponents are Team Heretics, who we've touched on a little. We saw the tweet with Woot earlier, the booze there as well. It is going to be a huge moment here for EMEA. Will it be the double EMEA finals as we see them arrive here into the Boulevard and to the arena?
This was a team that was struggling a lot this year. I mean, just not up to their potential. But here at EWC, they finally found their ground. They're playing up to that potential that we know they can.
Is the bounce back, right? Like, they had such a good one, you know, in kickoff. A little bit lackluster. People were saying, yo, the ones that have not made a single change. Not in your roster, not in your staff. We know the potential to see at least as good as 2024, maybe a little bit better. In that many seconds was not the best feeling, but it's good to see that after the performance that they had in EMEA finals, after what we saw in Toronto, and even that they started this tournament, they're regaining that confidence. We can see it in the server, and as Deegan, we already had one winner for EMEA. It would be lovely to have two by the end of today.
This was a team that I was so impressed by last year because of the fact that they could literally pick a composition from an enemy team and apply it one day. I've never seen another roster with this type of flexibility and adaptability. And the fact that it was in the beginning of this year, I was just like, what is going on? Where is the that I like to watch? Because I love good Valorant. But I think that now finally, with momentum on their side, they can be that team. They can make these adaptations on the fly and make a run here against Gen.G.
And what I really like in the interview with Chronicle, he said sometimes you got to play a little bit slower. You know, maybe prettiest Valorant, but it gets the job done. It gets them a victory against one of their, I would say, demons that have been on the back in Paper X. And we know that Paper X is a vibes. I'm interested between these two squads. Who's going to be the disciplined one? Who's going to be the vibes team? Is there going to be a team that slows it down to try and frustrate the vibes and then play a little bit more boring Valorant that leads to victories here?
I think that I expect maybe Gen.G to be on the slower side. I feel that Heretics, if they're playing fast, is because they're feeling comfortable, especially on the maps that we see them playing with the double duelist. We were just speaking about Wood, and yesterday he was unreal when he went on the ISO. Overall in the series, he went 10-0 in opening kills, and I think that he ended up with a plus 26.
Yeah, I think he's the leader right now, if I'm correct. Like, he's the #1 stats person in EWC for Valorant. And he has just been popping off on cylinders. He's a walking highlight reel, this kid. I mean, we saw him play anything. He could play the Jet on Ascent. He could play Initiator on these maps. And he's such a staple for Heretics' success.
Yeah, and I think that the deeper that the match goes on, the more that we are going to expect him to show off this confidence. Yesterday against BBL, people can say they are an opponent that they know, that they've beaten already. And it is, I understand that there's this familiarity of, you know, they're from our region. We understand we have a good read on them, but to me, especially having the start that they had and overcoming all of the hurdles of just all the tech things that happened yesterday and whatnot, staying 100% focused still with their minds on the trophy.
Yeah, you take a look at those stats, it looks almost identical to Chronicle. I mean, it's those competing for that top spot on paper. And yeah, when this kid is feeling it, when he's popping off, I remember people were comparing him to like Donk from CS. Like, that the level that we think of Woot as in Valorant.
Yeah, going to be a huge one with big time names here. You brought up Ash earlier on the side for Gen.G. When it comes to Heretics, who's the unsung hero? Who's the staple going to hold it down for everyone?
Rians. 100%. I think that he can have those moments, but in the initiation, especially when he's playing in maps where he, for example, plays Breach. I know that he's an agent that many people do not like for some reason, but I think he always makes it so worth it to pick that agent. For the comfort for him, he knows that he's individual 11, and I think everybody knows that his individual is very good. It's how he sets up everything. It's how when any team is going on the entry, he's going to be slowing them down.
Yeah, and for me, I'm going to be looking at Benji because I feel like he's a player that has been really high and then really low. And if he could find some stability
in the middle,
this series,
do you want to see him in the middle?
Yeah, why don't you just meet me in the middle? Benji, please. Anyways, if he can find that consistency, I think that he is really a key piece for Heretics going far, not only in EWC, but maybe making a run at champs.
All right, we are close to getting on stage in just a little bit, couple minutes, so start getting into predictions. Now, let's go Kukuka first. You could be detailed on how it gets done, but let me know. How's EMEA going to make it?
I think that it has to be very important, one, shutting that texture. I think that always comes down to it. I would really like to see Sunset between these two teams, because last year this was such a staple for Team Heretics. They were so good on this map. It suffered some changes. There's also been some adaptations to heroes, but I would love to see how they work against, for example, 59 being on the deadlock, something that I'm also a very big fan of. So to me, that would be a very cool map to watch. I think that, you know, I've already gotten Fnatic, and I think I would be happy with either result.
Oh,
It's a playground. Better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Explain me real, that's a real born capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watching where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl say I'm cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days be. Just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. They say a pretty bird and bird don't want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up. I don't mind but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine. Cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Real boss, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to save our minds actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I can live hours? Pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, beating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If I've rock bottom, I've hit a new low.
This wasn't just about who's the best. It was about who had to win.
This amount of money it's life-changing, not just for them, but everyone that is close to them.
It's crazy. They're so good at a game, they can make millions of dollars. Who are these people?
One win, one chance. For everything they carried with them.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million. With the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in golden stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Who would you say is the biggest threat to you this tournament?
I think the team that would maybe give us the most trouble would be Fnatic. Probably, our group stage is very difficult. We have EDG, Fnatic, and then Gen.G, I believe.
Yeah.
So, all those 3 teams. Yeah. All those 3 teams are insane. And then obviously, I will always say every North American team can win a tournament as long as you hit the right form and stride. I mean, we just lost against PaperX and Fnatic.
Yeah.
So I'd say those 2 definitely.
Gen.G. On streak, I think losing to them and the way how they play is very annoying. I think their gameplay, like their playstyle, like a maybe total counter for us. So yeah, I think I would say Gen.G.
To be honest, I'm scared of everyone.
PaperX and maybe one more T50 NRG. They're one of the teams that play really good.
I think I definitely have to say the current champions, PaperX, as well as Fnatic, I guess. I mean, Fnatic has always been very good, and I think they're going to be equally as strong at this tournament as well.
This is Mitch and I'm Tom. We are here at the Riot Zone of the Esports World Cup and
there's plenty to do here, a lot of fun to be had. We're going to show you around. We might even run into some friends. Let's go. So we've got 5 players teed up to play against the 3-14 Phoenix known as Baby Bay. It should be an interesting team deathmatch. I don't think they're ready for this. This guy used to be a professional player. None of us were, so it'd be pretty embarrassing if he lost to us. Cue the embarrassing montage. Wow. 74 kills. Wow. Top 100 player. What can we do? While we've been enjoying the Riot Zone and playing some games with our friends, Ahmed has been drawing both of us as Valorant agents. And now we haven't seen it. It's time for the big reveal. Let's take a look at us within Valorant. Ooh.
Oh, that's actually banging. That's bang. Oh, you got the French agent. You love the French. And I got Brimstone.
Awesome.
That's really cool.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. That's sick.
Thank you. I don't see you as a chamber player. I'm going to be honest, not quite ratty enough, but
I can imagine it. Guys, I have my steel defense.
He's made you look very good. That's all that really matters.
Yeah, I'll take that. That's a very flattering.
Chamber's a little bit like taller though, right? I think we just leave it there.
Hello, I am Wood from Team Heretics. Today I'm gonna introduce you Esports World Cup Media Day Tour. And we're gonna start with makeup. And I am CBA from going downstairs by myself, so I'm waiting, and you need to wait for me as well. Yeah, we're gonna start with makeup first, and then we're gonna go to photo shoots.
And it's gonna be great.
I'm still in makeup area, which is crazy. There is like 15 girls that doing makeup for us, and like they are all good on their jobs. So yeah, this is the makeup arena. Everywhere is like so girl thingy, which is crazy. So we are going to place that we're gonna take like photo shoots, like other things as well. Oh, hello, Mr. Other Cameraman. How are you? Good, and you? Yeah, good. Yeah, players are like there. They're waiting for their like photo shoots because they're done with makeup and other things. So yeah, this place is like for player lunch. Hello, Kang. How are you? And yeah, there is studios. There is like probably like 3 or 4 different like photo shoot studios, which is crazy. Like, I can't believe this. It's too big. Look at this handsome guy. He's taking photo.
What? I'm doing it. Hi. What am I doing? You just gave me a camera.
Yeah, well, I think we are done with photo shoots. They sent us to player lunch for wait, and we're gonna wait for other photo shoots or like videos, whatever they prepare for us. We're gonna wait for it. We are going to take another photo shoot. I don't know. There is so many contents. Oh, there's VALORANT map like background, and we're gonna take photo over there. So I'm passing the mic back because I need to go. We are done with photo shoots, so we need to go and like record some videos, and it's unfortunately quiet zone, so I cannot like go with the camera there. So thanks for watching this video, like mini vlog of like the Media Day Esports World Cup. It was really impressive for me. I think it's biggest event I ever been. So yeah, see you later. Time to farm some snacks.
Hey guys, I'm Tombiz, and this time we are going to be playing a game of draw and guess.
One of you is going to be drawing something, an ability from the game, and the other one has to guess which one it is.
If you do good enough, I feel like I'd be able to figure it out. Now the pressure's on me, bud. You're gonna look like a dummy when we get there. Yeah, I will. Okay, yeah, cool, got it.
Well, I don't know if this is cheating or not, but I just drew the part of the map where you'd want to throw this, and then I drew like the smoke, what it looks like in the POV, and then I drew like...
I didn't even guess it. Bang, go! Smoke. Just fucking open smoke.
Well, he said he knew. He said he knew.
I didn't even guess it.
I'm gonna start saying, embarrassing, all the time now, by the way.
Perfect. Do you mind showing that to the camera?
Yeah, I might.
Okay. Okay, put it between the two of you.
That looks so cute.
Yeah.
Skydog.
What do you mean?
What Skydog?
That is not a skydog. His drawing is not the best.
Is it like this way? Is it like a race bombot?
Yes!
I was thinking that this is ears and this is eyes.
Can you just show that to one of the cameras quickly? Just show that. Do you know what that is?
I don't know.
Not a clue. Didn't think so.
개코 윙맨? 와, 진짜 미치겠다. 와.
What is this?
So what are you doing, man?
What is that not?
Is this like a hippo? Is this Dizzy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Like,
it looks more like a kind of dinosaur. If you had to name it, what name would you give it?
As soon as you
Pepperoni-saur
Mr.
would be my guess.
Pepperoni.
Yes.
That's good.
No way. No way.
How can I be so bad at this? How? Wait, it's a Viper Molly.
How is that a Viper Molly?
It looks like a Viper Molly.
Okay.
From what angle?
I'm solving by a map perspective.
Okay.
What? I mean. No. Don't turn that. Oh my God. Okay, I'll do this for you. How about that? You know?
Okay.
Guys, this is an exception. I will not pick for anybody else, okay?
Boombot.
See?
Oh, actually, it does look like a Moombot, to be honest.
It does look like a Moombot. Like you know, make some adjustments.
It's really my bad.
Thank you very much. I've had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. And I hope you enjoyed watching as well. Thank you very much and best of luck in your game.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to EWC 2025, where we have got, for the first time ever, Valorant players on site ready to compete.
I'm going to be giving you an image. There's going to be a map from Valorant, but we have altered something in this mini-maps. It's for you to tell me what has changed.
This map is Ascent. Everything's in place right now. I don't know what
Okay, yep.
I don't know what.
That's just not there.
What's going on there? For whatever this is, I couldn't even describe it. Just, oh yeah, 2 ways to go in this spawn.
Name the map and get into business. Map, Pearl. What is that? This is not there. I wish it was there. I would take this duel every round. That should not be there for sure. You sure? Yes. Yeah.
Something tells me you're gonna like this one.
Icebox, here we go. Wait, I don't know what it is.
I think that this is the kind of thing that either you spot it in the first 10 seconds or you're going to be looking at it forever.
Oh, I know what it is.
You know what it is? Okay, Brock, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to spot it.
Honestly, it's pretty hard for you.
Right here.
Oh my God!
Okay, I like this. Okay.
What is this map?
Oh,
Can I look?
no. You know it's split, right?
Split. It's already wrong. It can't be that big. This map is small. Actually, there is a safe thing here.
That's a tough one and you got it.
Yeah.
That is the bit. Well spotted.
This is Abyss.
Yeah.
Looks like this.
We have...
Oh, this.
Exactly, that does not exist. Good job, Abyss. Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm knocked in.
Thanks for letting us know.
I can feel it. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Map?
Haven.
This.
Yes!
Loser. Yeah, but it's closer to you, so you have more time. Look, if it was this way around, I would see it.
Bro, get better.
I need you to stop fighting, guys. You know, I need you to fight against all the... Okay, well, thank you very much, guys, for joining us today for this game. Definitely best of luck in your games, and thank you very much for watching.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm Tom, this is Mitch. We are here at EWC, and Mitch believes that he is a master of carnival games.
An expert.
So he's going to try and successfully complete the lobster pot. If he gets 2 in one of the games, he wins one of these little guys. And I'm not sure how many you need to get in. Is it all 6? All 6 out of 6. So let's see if he can clutch up. I personally have no belief whatsoever.
You better be proven wrong,
Ball number
Tom.
1, Mitch. Come on. Ball number 1. That is a complete failure. So 5 out of 6 is the best you can get. The big one is already gone. It's already gone. We're going for number 2.
Man,
it's already failing. We're going for the little guys at this point. Oh, can you learn from your mistakes? Okay, there's one. You've learned, Mitch.
I've learned.
This is your last chance to try and get something. There we go. It all comes down to the final ball. Could Mitch finally win something for the broadcast? Oh, go on, just throw one more. I want to see if it goes in. I want to know for myself.
That tactic doesn't work here.
Mitch cannot play carnival games, but hopefully you can come down to EWC and do a little bit better than this man.
右边，走了，输了，是的，有闪，是的，
进得上，
要举吗？要举吗？不要。One more. 3v1. 3v1.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Nice.
Come
on. Hype me up, bro. Go. Hype me up. Yeah.
Good job, bro.
Okay.
First of all,
now I'm funny.
Eco. Camping default. Distance. Nice! Let's go!
对，
开 34点吗 ？Nice!
Searching for the game. Has to be there.
Nice, Sam! Good job. We cannot say, guys. Hello! They have to go now. Now it's danger.
Energy, guys. Energy to us, not to them. To us.
Yeah,
okay?
money.
CT 라인 설.
나 스모크 다 있다. Nice! 저. 안전방. Nice!
이쪽으로 벌렸다. 이쪽으로.
Nice! 我这有烟。他的正门口。我操，我看到他了。Nice， 这个。
리콘 있어?
나 리콘 3초 남았어. 일단.
저 우리 앞에 하나 있다. 바이스. 나 지금 하는 중.
쓸게 일단.
나이스! 우리 앞에 있어.
사이트.
받았어요. 이겼어, 형들.
나이스! 제가
哎，我操！人机自己扫，弄他。
他包掉了。对啊，把小龙弄了。
这条飞。
Nice！ 老子着急忙慌的兄弟，你们3哥们兄弟站一排站在那儿，兄弟。别，我跟你说，他那个。
他不会射的。要飞。来。
Nice!
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, the pinnacle of esports competition, waged over 7 action-packed weeks, featuring the world's best players competing in the best games for a chance to take home a share of our life-changing prize pool. There's a ton of money on the line, so let's break it down. $44 million will be split across game championships, qualifiers, and achievements, with the remaining $27 million reserved for the best performing clubs across all tournaments in the Club Championship, where we'll crown the best esports club in the world. However, earning that title will be no easy feat. Throughout the Esports World Cup, clubs will earn points based on their placement in each title. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the top 24 clubs will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of Best Esports Club in the world. And it doesn't stop there. For these 7 weeks, Riyadh Boulevard transforms into the ultimate gaming festival, featuring everything from heart-pounding community tournaments and creator meet and greets to all-star show matches and live performances from global music icons. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever before, all kicking off with a jaw-dropping opening ceremony. Rise above and write their place in history. Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
If you could be any agent in real life, which agent would you be?
Omen.
Omen? Not so fast. Just because of the TP?
Yeah, the TP is too OP, you know? Yeah, I mean, you can just TP anywhere.
Yeah.
And like 1 second, you don't have to take flight.
Yeah.
They have like match in Saudi in 2 hours, 8 breakfast in Kelantan, you know? And yeah, I'll be there.
Harbor, Chamber. Harbor is really buff. I feel like he smells good. I feel like his beach body's insane. And then Chamber, if I'm like trying to dress up, go to a nice dinner, just like insane fit. And so yeah, Chamber or Harbor. Sage, I think Sage is just like, first of all, she looks pretty, and second of all, she looks like she has like a very peaceful life.
I mean, I'm Moroccan, so I'm kind of Cypher. I'm Cypher build already.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, so I'll just say Cypher.
I like Phoenix a lot because I think he can do basically whatever. You know, like he can kind of smoke, kind of play duelist, kind of be a controller to get info sometimes in different ways with the wall.
I feel like Phoenix. He's got the charisma.
Yeah.
After champs, I was crying for 1 hour. He was just laughing.
I just want to talk about how unique and cool it is to have 2 brothers competing at the same level, wearing the same jersey. Who came up with the name Boo? Was it yourself?
Yeah, it was me. It was when I was 16 or 17. One of my friends called me that. I'm like, I'm just gonna put it as a nickname in CS, and yeah, it just stuck with me.
I always used to watch him when he was playing CS. I was just behind him all the time. We used to live even in the same room. When I was going to sleep, he was always playing. I was like looking, and then I had to go sleep earlier because I was like younger. The reason I have Minibu is I put it as a joke, like on the Steam, like when I was playing Face It, and then it stuck with me. People were calling me like that, and I don't know, I just left it.
You need to go to bed now, and you're like, no, I just want to watch my brother compete. That must have been difficult.
I wanted to play, but he didn't let me.
Really? Why not?
I had to fight for it, you know. My mom gave me like 2 hours a day. He had to give me because else like mom would get mad, you know.
I had exact same story as he had when my brother was playing. It was CS 1.5 back then. I was sitting there and watching. When he would leave, I don't know, for whatever reason, like somewhere, then I would play.
Back to just having each other at all times. Win, lose, I guess you're always going to be there for each other, and that's got to be a comforting thought.
My brother is like way less emotional. After the game, he's just, yeah, whatever, like we already lost, like just move on already. And like I'm sitting there like super sad, rethinking my life choices, like I'm so sad. After champs I was crying for 1 hour. He was just laughing.
So you're there to pick him up?
I myself like have a philosophy of like, it's already done, you can't change it, so like kinda don't waste energy on it. But I see the other guys are like living through it like way harder, so I'm just there like to help them.
One slot. Together. 1, 2, 3. Mark him, son. I watch out. Nice! Let's go, guys! Nice! Let's go, boy!
Good job.
Nice, boy.
B player. I'm gonna go Gen, I'm gonna jump shot, okay?
Okay. He's short. In the catch.
Nice!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Nice! Ilya!
Sit down.
Let's go, Ilya! Let's go, Ilya.
Happy birthday.
Nice, boys. Come on.
We're in it. Every round, boys.
Nice kill on the worker, Marsh.
Nice. Let's go. That's big guy.
Nice.
Good
call, G.
He's contained.
Oh, is he on the right?
He's contained.
Nice! Let's go!
Let's go.
Nice! Wait, I thought it's Jason! Wait, no, he's there.
It's okay, guys.
B player.
I'm gonna go Gen, I'm gonna jump shot, okay?
Okay. He's short. In the catch.
Nice!
Let's go!
맨 그대로.
셀프 여기 미드. 에리크 본다 형. 하나, 둘, 셋. 헤드 메인. 나이스! 나이스!
아 미안하고 리콘이 또 뺑 나서 그랬네 이게.
Through. Gen. Top Gen. Above. Gen. Same spot. Gen.
Nice! Bro.
Let's go!
Good bit.
Let's go, bro.
여기. 현철이가 뛰어. 이스모크.
나이스! 백사파! 백사파. 나이스!
One HP. Together, boys.
Yeah!
Go,
boys. Come on, bro.
나 라이프 뽑아도 돼. 피 반피래. 80. 안 됐을게 이거. 알아서 해.
Nice!
Which agent do you think should be permanently removed from the game?
I'm a Jet player, so I gotta say Cypher, because I hate hitting trips.
Neon.
Neon?
Neon.
Why?
Because I hate Neon. I hate Neon.
Okay.
So hard to play against.
Probably Cypher, because I like the entry, so it was the most like obnoxious and annoying where you just die because the other guy is just like a little bit smarter or he's just being a little bit more annoying.
I will say Vice.
Okay.
Because it's disgusting. Wall, Molly's.
Clove.
Yeah, I mean, just brain damage agent. Like, what's the point of the game? Like, he's not like showing skill, he's just showing how maybe, or like calls the wonky. Like, I mean, it's just boring.
Yeah.
Boring gameplay.
Well, I'd say Arena just for ranked. I'm tired of the Arena style.
Yeah.
It's just annoying.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything. They also don't speak usually. They're just baiting. Just remove it. Gone.
Which is the strongest region currently, in your opinion?
Yeah, I feel like you have to give it to APAC, right? I think they've shown over the last year and a half that they have probably the strongest individual players. The meta is kind of evolving to the way they play. So yeah, probably just any APAC team. I would say APAC, to be honest. I mean, they won the previous Masters, to be honest, and they're looking really strong.
It clearly has to be APAC, right? Like they've been winning internationals for a couple, I think 3 or 4 internationals they won. So yeah, they are the reason to beat right now.
For me, Pacific is better. For now.
I would say APAC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're strong.
Definitely right now I would say I have to give it to Pacific. I think Pacific has the best like overall competitiveness, I guess, out of all the teams. I think that every team in that region is particularly strong, and then the teams that didn't make it to Toronto from that region are also very good as well. Yeah.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Hello and welcome back to EWC. I'm Tombiz, and of course I'm joined by Something and Forsaken. Are you guys good? Enjoying yourself here?
All good.
Yeah, all good.
Jet lag a bit, but all good.
Well, I wanted to ask a little bit about the Paper X train. You went from 0-3 all the way to winning Toronto. Is it still going? Has it become a plane, a rocket ship, or is it still just on the tracks?
It's still on the track.
You sure?
Until champions.
What happens at champions?
Oh, never know.
I almost got you.
Until the season ends, you know.
But I want to say, you guys weren't favorites going into Toronto. I don't think most people expected you to do exactly what you did. Do you think this event will now be tougher? Because I think you're going to be a target for a lot of teams. Like, okay, we need to beat Paper X rather than, okay, they're a team maybe we could beat already.
I think it's gonna be tougher. Because like you said, I think people now want to beat us.
For sure, because we are the best, and they also want to kind of like feel it, you know.
And they're just waiting for something to play into their open arms. Something!
For you guys, what do you think has been the main thing for you getting back to the top where you should be?
We have like role where we put like the role on a different role. Like for example, for me, I'm kind of like hype man for the team, so that the vibe is like good when we're playing on the match. And Batman as well, he's been like motivating the team a lot. And yeah, I think we just like trust the role, trust the process, you know, so that we can play better on the match.
After we didn't qualify to Bangkok, we took like 1.5 weeks of the rest. Then we're back to Korea. Then we just grind all the way like for 2 months before stage 1.
So I wanted to ask this to you. Obviously, MVP at the last event. I've heard there's also maybe even like a cash prize for being MVP at this event. So are you looking for the back-to-back?
Like cash prize?
That's what I heard some rumors. That's what I'm going to say. There might be a prize for being MVP.
I mean, for me, it doesn't matter as long as my team win, you know. I don't really need the MVP.
Obviously, along this journey, the fans have been crazy. Like, I think you've had so much support. So coming into EWC, is there anything you guys would like to say to them about like what you're about to do at this event, what the expectations should be?
I think we're gonna bring chaos into EWC now, and hopefully you guys keep believing the trend, you know?
Paper X, do it all!
It is always an absolute pleasure to talk to both of you, and of course, best of luck in the tournament. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Victoria here, and I'm joined by Inami, and I've just learned that Boostio and Chichu are really good at ping pong. In fact, Boostio, how long have you been playing ping pong?
I've been playing ping pong probably for like 6 or 7 years, since like early days high school. It's been quite a journey, but I do love the game.
I can see that. And how about Chichu?
小学的时候玩过4、5年。
Yeah, Chuchu said he played in primary school for 4 to 5 years, but after that, he didn't play ping pong anymore.
Oh, well, I have a bigger question about today's match. Who is going to be winning today's match? Is it going to be Boostio or Chichu?
I mean, I think if you go off the ping pong game, it's going to be me, but we'll have to see in the server.
What you got to say to that, Chichu? Oh, this is going to get tense. Well, I don't know if they're talking about Valorant or ping pong. Chichu, are you winning today?
I think ping pong he lucky for me. Yeah, he lucky, but better for me. But Valorant we think EDG better.
Oh, all right. You guys heard it here. They're saying that Boostio might be better at ping pong, but in the server EDG, Chichu is saying they're going to win today. But who knows? Let's find out. Tell me your thoughts on the importance of mental health for a pro player.
Yeah, it's very, very important. I feel like a lot of people don't really like think about it or like try to take care of themselves. I think it's good having like a good support system, having like a good performance coach, or like going through therapy and stuff like that. Yeah. I think it's very important, yeah. I think it's like a lot more important than like obviously with real life sports, you know, you have focus on physical. For us, it's like a lot more, you know, when you're playing a game for 10 plus hours, you gotta worry about like burnout and stuff like that and manage it, because nothing can stop you from like playing as much as like, let's say a sport, you get tired.
Yeah.
You know, you have a break or a limit. With esports, it's a lot more, you just keep going and you choose when to stop. And as a pro player, it's like you want to keep going as much as you can, but you have to put limits.
I'm definitely starting to feel, you know, what people mean when they say mental health is very important. If I'm able to manage it and, you know, talk to whoever I need to talk to and just get my feelings out there. But, you know, people might think like you can't talk about your feelings or it'll make you soft, but that's what you need to do to, you know, manage it and maintain it. And it helps a lot.
Hi everyone, Victoria here, and I'm joined by none other than PaperX Patman and the PaperX Panda. He is the performance coach who has been highly credited with a lot of the improved performance by PaperX, especially this year, winning them that Masters Toronto trophy, and maybe one more here at EWC. Now, you do a couple of activities that help with their performance.
Yeah, there's an easy one that I can show you actually that is just for reaction time. Okay. So we can give that a try.
All right. Can I try first?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I see tennis balls.
So since you're holding a mic, we'll just do one hand.
Okay.
You just keep your hand relaxed at your side. I'm going to drop this and you catch it. Okay? Or at your side. Yeah, like that's
I was waiting for it.
The gun. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, at your side. Ready?
It's so close. Okay.
Hey, there you go.
Try the hard one.
Is there the harder one?
Yeah. Okay, you want to try a harder one?
Okay.
Rest your hand here.
Yeah.
Keep it here. I'm going to drop it.
Okay.
Oh, almost had it that time.
Oh, one more time.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go. Ready? Oh, you touched it that time.
I touched it. You're so encouraging. This is PaperX Panda. All right. Well, Patman, you do this all the time, right?
Yes, we do actually.
Okay.
Every time. I'm before game also, yeah.
Oh. Okay, why don't you come here and let's demonstrate. Stand here.
Okay, so we're going to show you the more advanced version where it'll be both hands and both of his hands resting on top. I'm not going to tell him if I'm going to drop 1 or 2 balls.
Okay, wow. I see the relaxed knees. He's so focused.
Nice. Okay, let's do one more. Hey, there you go.
You double fisted that. That was amazing. You're really good.
Yeah, because before I'm also playing sports, so yeah, I need the coordination, like eye and hand movements. Yeah.
A quick question: are all the PaperX players this good?
Everybody is at different levels, but I would say that Patman is the best.
That was really nice to say someone was bad, and I'm curious who that is. Well, Panda, that was so nice of you to help show me what helps PaperX perform better, and I got something special for you too, so just you wait. Panda, this is how I de-stress. We're on the Boulevard right now, right next to the venue, and what do you think of your professional opinion, how this helps your performance?
I mean, I can definitely feel the dopamine flowing playing with these little cuties, but do you find this helps you play Valorant better?
Yes, in my professional opinion as a host, yes, this helps my Valorant, and it should help yours too. In fact, guys, I'm just going to be here for a while. If you need me, you know where to find me. I'm right next door with all the good boys. Who's a good boy? You're a good boy. You're a good boy.
I don't care who we play, I don't care what stage we play. It's just another day, and I think like we will prepare the same like as usual. I mean, they're a strong team for sure. I respect them. I respect Texture. I think he's one of the greatest duelists in like entire world of all times. But today he's my enemy, and I'm gonna beat him.
저희는 결승에 갈 것입니다. 저희는 우승하기 위해 왔습니다. 저희는 상대가 누군지 중요하지 않습니다.
And another European team enters the top four.
Earlier today, we have witnessed one epic rematch. But now, it's time for another one, as these two teams have faced each other in grand finals at Masters Shanghai last year.
They have indeed, and that one went the full 5. Once again here on this stage, it's Pacific versus EMEA. One team looking to return to glory, the other looking for their first international title. What do we think, Riyadh? Should we bring out the teams?
Guys, he said, shall we bring out the teams? It's time.
They are ready indeed. And this first team has been crushing dreams and keys like it's their favorite hobby. It's Pacific's last hope. Gen.G!
And their opponents, a team that's risen from the ashes of a broken season, and now one step away from the final chapter. It's Team Heretics!
Fnatic are already in that grand final, just waiting for an opponent. Who's it gonna be? It's time to find out.
Reaction from Gen.G to fill in that space, but all the while, Benji is opening up the door for them to walk right into the B side. And the one 98 for Gen.G is the highest bid.
30 seconds left.
One dead.
Spike planted.
Camera taken out.
Last player standing.
No more secrets.
Fallback from Heretics. Obviously, they're a roster at times that they have this very direct, aggressive style with this double duelist, but it's having that sort of temperance to fall back when pushing forward could be your ultimate demise, and especially, I'm sure, the information that was fed over from Gen.G of how much space he was able to garner. It makes a difference. Getting off to that fiery start. It's always going to be important for this squad. Gen.G have proven time and time again that they have that additional resilience, the in-game leader of Munchkin with that extra experience alongside it. And Boo, someone that's been questioned quite a lot recently. I imagine this run has silenced a lot of those people. Well, right now, at least, a wide net here thrown out by the side of Heretics. They want to try and catch the push.
Yeah, using this pressure towards mid with the double duelists. Hopefully get them to push on forward, but on that A side, they've eventually gone back. Gen.G not even going that quickly around towards this B side. It looks like Heretics have a few seconds left to take advantage of these split players, but then in comes Texture. He's caught them on the rotate. It's a solid opening, but remember, the rest of the squad only have classics. Foxy9 already doing a bit of damage, a lot of damage, in fact. This is getting very close. Benji and Boo desperately low, but they seem to be cleaning up just in time with Caron left alone.
Yeah, they're definitely still nervous. Smoke thrown out with a trip just to make sure that
Spike planted.
Anybody towards the spawn will have their position given away. The cam as well. Like, it's much safer positions from these remaining attack side players not wanting to lose their life with a risk. Caron has at least been able to find himself a pistol. Gen.G only has one of his own, but it's not the prettiest of fights, and while the paranoia is at least going to make sure that the round is done. But it comes down to damage. How many players can he remove? That's one at least, so it will only be the two surviving, but Gen.G hadn't even retrieved a weapon anyway.
Yeah, at least the two rifles brought over, which, considering how it started, the pick from Texture, the damage, what could have been a 2K for Foxy9. If that was a ghost, it very well might have been. This is, sure, it could have been better, but it also could have been a round loss from what we've seen, and this is the danger. Even when they're unarmed, the claws can come out for Gen.G. Very nearly embedded in the backs of Heretics early on. 2-0 start nonetheless. And a decent investment out of their side. They've got an extra rifle. Got themselves a Marshall to work around as well. Munchkin, it's a nasty thing to contend with. That Judge over on short. Woot's going quick. And he got revealed. He was in a little bit of danger. But it's a good challenge early on, taking that map control out of Gen.G's hands.
This bite. Not the best, but still with some teeth. Mini Boo on the Marshall. Anybody who's watched him play even for a moment knows that those headshots are still as likely as with any other gun. But yeah, the Judge on short is a matchup where you don't expect to see a swing. Instead, though, I believe, yeah, that was a dink onto Woot. So I wonder if we may see the weapon juggled into a teammate's hands, or if they believe he can still have some of the performances we've seen over the last 2 matches, even while on just 10 HP.
Mini Boo with the Marshall. I think he might even be more successful than Scream with a Guardian. But for now, he won't have any combat. They have to challenge it towards short. That's their play, but it's right past the Judge. Right past Munchkin, and he only gets one. Great trade from Woot. The Paranoia dodge to start with as well. Now the pressure put through as a Paranoia of their own clears deep towards Wine. Heretics, they've got a foothold.
Time.
They still have to get into this site, still have to get past Charon, and he might pepper up a few, but these trades great for Heretics. Spike is already on the site. The swing out from Texture leaves him on the floor, and Ash and Foxy9 will have a retake up against numbers.
Advantage found, and with just 2 standing, they need to get into this one fairly quickly. Shock darts even been put through, and Rian's just waiting within the smoke. He found one of those retrieved rifles. He had himself a pistol to start, and will be one of the players to close out the round. It's an important one for the side of Heretics, and of course, something to sort of mention about this series as a whole is just taking a look at the maps. Normally you see Gen.G picking into the map of Haven and you go, okay, they're going to beat anybody on that map. But they're currently going into a squad that has been dominant, at least regionally. You go back to EMEA and there was nobody who could beat this Heretic side on that Haven map. So with a 3-0 start already, a solid position, a foothold to begin with. If Ascent ends up being even remotely dominant, it could be a dangerous position for Gen.G to be in.
Yeah, we're certainly not too worried, though, considering how that second round went. You've seen the promise there, relying on Texture, finding the cross into market. I think Gen.G, a little bit too much leverage put towards that B site in the previous, and the fact that Munchkin's only able for 1, which I don't discredit him for. I more credit Woot for being so quick on the trade. That's what put too much pressure on that A site.
Well, on 10 HP.
Yeah, as well, up against the Judge. It's a bold game. Milliseconds from disaster. Oh my goodness. Mini Boo's had a mare of that opening battle. He's tagged up heavy. They found Texture in mid though. The element of surprise gone. They'll deal with him as well. And now they've cut this defense in 2. Looks like the B site will be what ultimately gets challenged. Ash good for 1, Foxy9 surviving after being spotted towards main, but now he's being pressured, forced back to the B site.
30 seconds
Time's starting to tick,
and
it's all on Foxy9 to try and get the job done. A nice couple of shots will make this one interesting. Mini Boo low on HP. Well, that was a 3rd missed shot, but the 4th gets the job done. They will be able to get in and get the plant.
Spike planted.
But for Charon, he's got an opportunity here.
Mini Boo got hit again. There's a real world where this is a 1v1. I think the wall might have saved him that extra 5 HP, and then he survives to take the final kill. 4-0 start, and again, another one of these rounds where even with all of these weaknesses, Gen.G make it look so good. That second round really could have been theirs, and you can see it again here. Sure, it's a 4-0 start. It's a great bit of momentum for Heretics,
30
but a
seconds
good
left.
sign that they're not finding these victories without a real battle. That second shot from Foxy9 was incredible.
Yeah, the scary side from Gen.G is, as you mentioned, they're not able to get these rounds over the line. The ults have really started to build up over on the Heretic side, coming into what will be the first purchase with an operator. But also that they struggled when they played this map. Last out versus Fnatic when it came to their attack side. Texture, though, is off with a bang. That's Woot down. Probably the most dangerous man on this attack while playing that Jet. Already has the information of another, and he wants that fight. The flash should force him back, but he doesn't panic. He's still sticking around this area.
The TP in for market. Texture's curious about another player around Pizza. But for now, Heretics are freezing. 1:05 on the clock. no pressure. Drone goes through towards this A site. You start to think, well, maybe they've left already, but Texture gets confirmation. Still players around. Cage gonna fall. Rianne's in danger. That's the spike, and now it's on the floor. Munchkin catches them pushing through Market, and now they have to go back towards that spike, right in to Texture sight lines. And if he swings there, he's got a pick, but he's just a second too late. That's another opportunity for Heretics, but a 2v5. Wherever they go, they're on the back foot.
Ash holding the angle already. A second player looking to move into position as well in the form of Karen, and now they have everything they need to set up for this defense with 2 players remaining. You have to feel like this round is almost already over for the side of Heretics. They need to win some fights and fast, and already Ash has put another on the ground. It will be a flawless round for Gen.G to get into the map.
Oh, Woot's been doing a great job of punishing Texture in so many of these rounds, but you see here what happens with the shoes on the other foot. The Hunter's Fury forces him forward, but he doesn't give a damn. Takes that as an opportunity, and then ends up sticking around. The patient play. He was there for a good 40 seconds, and ends up finding himself the spike, completely changing the direction of this play from Heretics, meaning the player pushing out a Market is on his own, while the others think, oh, well, we got to go back.
He's there again.
It's the confidence from Texture paying off. He's stuck around after the flash.
He's a danger to them, but maybe a danger to himself. Always taking that risk, that extra inch, that extra fight, and he's looking to go back for a little bit more. Woot is the man on the other side, but Texture just doesn't miss those. You're always going to have faith in Woot, but the man who's in there is the best operator player in the world right now. Has just taken 2 names already. The second that gun came in, I'm back. It's already changed things. Space being taken. Miniboo considering a fight forward, but now with the Hunter's Fury in play, that spike's going to be denied for now. It hasn't connected onto any targets at least, but with the man advantage already in tow, this round still looks good for Gen.G.
Yeah, but it's completely changed momentum for Gen.G since that op came out. And now Texture with another weapon. A few, in fact, 5 knives dancing around him. They're forced back. So much utility still for Heretics. The paranoia, the Yoru flash, it buys them that extra bit of time, but they still have the disadvantage. In goes the Blade Storm, and Texture's got another. It keeps going with a slam, a 4-piece, and a round for Gen.G. This guy single-handedly putting up the numbers.
We'll be talking about the 4K King. It always seems to be the case that he is ever so close to getting that ace, but the fact is, when he's having rounds like this, nobody on the Gen.G side, including himself, is going to care. So clean with it, can take those risks, take those gambles, and if he sees you for even a millisecond, you best believe you're hitting the ground.
1 enemy remaining.
Well, for the side of Heretics, they managed to get themselves a purchase into the last round, but even the rounds they were winning, as we sort of mentioned, were so desperately close. They were taking a lot of hits, they were losing a lot of numbers. I'll be interested to see if they have the finances to buy back into this one. I think there's going to be some vulnerabilities already.
Yeah, it's not just the economic damage, it's the fact that you can see, okay, in those buy rounds, they had the right play. They went into the judge, punished it. There was always risks there. But in those low buys, Gen.G still fighting back. It really paints the picture that this isn't going to be an easy win for Heretics. And more so than that, even though they're leading, even though they've got double the rounds of their opposition, this feels like it could be a dominant start for Gen.G in another world. Whereas for Heretics, they haven't found that consistency to fall back on, those clean rounds. And so this timeout perfectly timed, in early, before Gen.G run away with it, catch back up and take the lead. And hopefully Heretics can find that identity before this goes too far.
Yeah, I think the options you have is you got to try and either avoid Texture completely or somehow try to shut him down, which neither of those are particularly easy. They're going for a pacey hit. They do just about have a buy on the board. It is a Guardian for Benji, but the pace of this take already puts it in a retake, but Gen.G are okay with that. That's important though. They're removing these players from short. They knew they wanted to try and get the lockdown in, but it doesn't matter when there's nobody left to fight. Boo, last man standing, looking for a place to escape, and it's the operator from Foxy9 that will put him in the dirt. the idea, not a bad one for Heretics, wanting to try and catch them as they play retake with that lockdown. But unfortunately, it seems like Gen.G were more than ready.
What was the rotations towards Tree? They were there so quickly. You see this fight, Woot gets one, goes back in for more, and the players in the smoke make the right play. They try to accelerate into that battle, thinking that it wouldn't be as reinforced as it was, but the op had already rotated in. You had 2 more players after the first man lost, and so that just turns out to be a very favorable fight for Gen.G, catching Miniboo coming up through the heaven smoke as well. There were a lot of sneaky plays by Heretics there to try to put the pressure on, but Gen.G, it was almost like they could see the minimap. They had the perfect read on exactly what they were about to face.
This is now where the true damage to the Heretics economy has been done. It's Woot with the Blade Storm, and then a mixed bag on the purchase. They've had to head down to the jumble sale for this one. See if he can get anything. Well, not for now. Blade's gone, at least for the moment.
That was a bold play. Miniboo just TP'd up towards a heaven. 2 players, Foxy9 and Ash, just got given a freebie. In comes Woot with the Blade Storm. Player on his right, he has no idea. Munchkin good for one. Paranoia was wonderful from Karen, and he even gets a double to close out that round. This is the problem. We talked about it. Gen.G, they had the identity. They had the consistency to fall back on. And even with that pause, Heretics haven't been able to put a foot right.
Yeah, this was a round where you can kind of understand that it's an all-in sort of display. The risks taken from Miniboo, the aggressive stance from the remaining players. And okay, Brienne's managed at least a little bit of damage, but that's not really going to do much to the ever-growing Gen.G economy.
Stumble now.
This is where they have a buyback on the board, but that's the thing. You talk about the sort of A-side retake they had with 2 ults in tow. They haven't needed to use either of those ults, so that is still available. Karen, he's in a surprise spot, and even though it was being watched, he's still going to get the opener. His teammate lost, though, and under pressure, I think he's just going to have to escape.
Well, he does make it out. Miniboo 22 HP. There's a real world where that risky play gives Gen.G the advantage it has in terms of HP. It nearly did in terms of numbers. The drone sent through on A. That's going to make it deep enough. Fast clears this corner. Yep, Woot knew he was about to be spotted, and in goes the hop, but out it goes as well. Great pickup from Woot. Man advantage is now theirs, but they didn't see anyone else. They assume those players have gone back, fighting for the mid control as has now been spotted, maybe even teeing up for that B play, having seen numbers. So Ash takes this aggressive angle, but as they rotate back in, if he swings in here, it's into a firing squad, and that's another pick for Woot. So much value brought in these early fights.
Yeah, the dash heard. Smoke dropped. Karen is worried about being pincered from the other side, but all the targets lay in front of him. A chance for him to do so much damage, and well, damage was done, but not the picks. A singular frag, and only Foxy remains, hoping to try and get in on the flank, but there's a trip waiting. Now, in terms of credits, he can definitely risk this. With 2 players within a couple of bullets, Boo the only healthy member, there is a chance for him here.
Now they know where he's coming from, though. They'll be lined up together to swing as 3. Off first contact. At least lands the first shot, but that is all there is to be said. And this, for Heretics, a much better round. You look at Woot's patience in waiting for those fights. But I think, again, the key thing that has been sort of the theme going throughout so many of these rounds is the battle between Woot and Texture. It's that missed shot that gives Woot the opportunity. And then he waits for the re-aggression, punishes it, and this round is blown wide open. But it's not always going to be so easy to take down Texture.
Yeah, I think it was just more the fact that they didn't still expect somebody to be in that corner. So Texture is ready for someone running from the left. Go on walkabouts, though. Utility being expended. He is in no man's land, and while he's been completely caught out, Heretics challenge that control and win it out almost easily. Woot has just hit another level of individual brilliance. It was talked about back at that Masters versus Gen.G when he took over that duelist role. I think many people didn't want him to ever go back. He mentioned about how he prefers the initiator, but in recent months, He's joined Miniboo on that duelist and just looked truly terrifying. And while speaking of Miniboo, he's hoping to try and take these guns away.
And that's 2 in a row now for Heretics that have looked solid. May not have been right off the back of the pause, but they got there in the end. Gen.G under the pressure. Their economy now in the same boat. Decoy running. He's got one through the box. Tagged Munchkin up a little bit, dodges the initial flash, and in for the kill. He's now cornered, and Munchkin will take him down, but all they wanted was that weapon not carried through, and they get there in the end. Solid stuff. Now you look to Texture, 2 rounds in a row. The last, I think even with the drone, they knew he was there on the right, but the backup was what he was expecting to catch. This time again, looking for that aggressive early fight, and just being swung on by Woot. The confidence on the other side.
It was the ability to sort of isolate those fights using the cages. It's not something you're going to see too regularly as just a straight up mid take with cages, but I think they knew that, okay, our opponents are going to try and make some sort of play here. Let's put that in on an advantage and isolate him when he goes for the fight. Heretics have been very good at switching up what they're taking and switching up the pace, but that's so much information for Gen.G. 4 players spotted. And while for Miniboo, he can't really afford to risk that. Ash has just spammed 2 through smoke. That is a little bit of luck, but it has gone a long, long way.
Is that a collateral? It must have been. It was so quick in a wall bang when both were on the same spot. Yeah.
Can't use that.
The head not cushioning the blow as much as you would hope it would. Shock dart, insult to injury for Boo. And what an opening. You know, we talk about Texture, giving them those advantages, taking those early fights, and we saw the attempt in the previous with the mid push. But this time, it's, like you said, a little bit of luck with Ash on the double spam. They knew there were players there, and he took his moment to roll the dice. Landed on exactly what they need. Even with that advantage, willing to play that retake on the A site. Look at all the utility that's there. That will get info. It will slow them. But it's all because of that lockdown for Foxy9.
Yeah, they've had it for a while. Not really been in a position to utilize it.
30 seconds left.
And they've been very good at playing those retakes once they've got into them. The question is, will it be necessary? Texture's missed shot makes it a little bit more likely. But you can see the temptation to potentially try and play through. Rians, he's going to have to hit these shots immediately. The paranoia was solid, but the trade was even better. Now for the remaining 2, there really isn't anywhere to go. They're going to try and fight forward. Miniboo can get out into the corner, but Boo needs to make a decision, and that decision was not made. Eventually they'll kill him off, I guess buying a little bit of extra time, but it's left all onto the youngster. Miniboo trying to spam through, and he's just not landing the shots. Eventually Foxy9 will clear him out, but it looked like a bit of indecisiveness from the leader of Heretics. And while the retake ended up working out wonderfully.
Yeah, it was a little bit of mechanical failure there at the end. 2 decisions being made at the same time, and it blends into one in his head. Not the right one. Wow. And I love the idea, though. You can see on the one side, Heretics go, okay, they've got lockdown, they're not on site, they're playing for that retake. So let's get aggressive, leave Rians in the corner, put a paranoia through, pressure immediately. Even if there's 2 there, they'll be blinded and we can break the lockdown. Problem is Texture's there too, already up towards the window. Gen.G read that play, they knew that they were going to be punished, and there's the early aggression. He missed a lot of shots in that previous round, and even still it wasn't enough for Heretics to take it across the line. The opening pick for Texture, but the punish immediately there on Heretics' side. It's Charon left, not quite alone. Munchkin's made it in here, and will be at least able to add an extra weapon to the fight, but not adding anything to the kill feed in favor of Gen.G. Heretics looking set for 7.
Yeah, wow, it's a 1v4 for Foxy9. He's had a great tournament, as said. He was in the top 5 for ACS, but this would have to be one of the plays of the tournament. I was going to say but then I remember what Sugetsu did the other day. Wow, realistically, they shouldn't give him anything. So many angles to clear. Woot even up top, like the second contact is made. This player is dead to rights. It is a half-time victory for the side of Heretics, but a back-and-forth map so far.
Switching sides.
It's close, separated by 2 rounds. That 4-round streak, starting it out for Heretics, it gave them a leg up, but Gen.G are hot on their heels. Let's see if they can catch up after the break.
Let's go.
Shut up.
Well, the battle between Woot and Texture certainly didn't underdeliver in that first half. A back and forth affair across the board. Now moving into the second. I don't know what to expect from Gen.G. They're behind by 2, but so many of those rounds in the early game could have went their way. There's a world we're looking at a dominant lead for either team.
Yeah, I think the way I'd look at it is, with the composition that's being run, you'd kind of expect the attack side to be a little bit better from Heretics, but at the same time, their defensive side also revolves around bringing out that operator, having these high aggressive flare plays. So if it works out for the side of Gen.G, it's going to be based off those executions, but also the patience to deal with what the opponents are running. Woot, in his trusty corner, is going to have a lot to do.
Well, he's at least found the first, and he's out scot-free. That's going to be enough for Heretics to sit back and wait for that retake. A little bit of flair added in with the spams on the Sheriffs. The reveal that gave them a bit of info, but not much comes of it.
I know, it was a solid dart, as always, from Riyadh. Well, that spike plant will be going in. A little bit of chip damage done as they look to enter the site.
Knife up, no abilities. It's all down to the aim duels, and Miniboo's winning the first. The herd thinning out, and it's all on to Karan. They know exactly where he is. This would be an ace in the 1v3, and he'll at least get the first, but the clip runs dry. A pistol for Team Heretics, and Gen.G, their trail just lengthened a bit. 8-5.
I think the unlucky thing for them there is that the paranoia either went through just before, or Boo was the one player far enough away that the knife didn't catch him. So even though the rest of the players had no abilities, that one paranoia comes throwing back into the site, and that leaves, I think, half of the players close to the spike just completely blinded. That alongside the fact that they already had the man advantage, just that little bit easier to isolate these remaining players. And although it was a nice chance for Karan to try and do some damage, it is going to be the pistol going the other way.
It's a very solid buy from Heretics.
One suppressed.
A mixed bag, quite literally. Not the weakest weapon of all. Finds the opening straight through the wall. Foxy 9 down, flank protection gone. For that mid push now, they have to be worried. It's unlikely in most people's minds. And you're up against that Eco on the other side, going swinging through mid with your weapons is a bit too much of a risk for most. Leave Karan to A, leave Munchkin in mid, but all of their opportunities would come off the back of over-aggression, and we can see that is not happening. Heretics, they really want to get out of this one scot-free.
Yeah, it was a lot of damage last time out, and I think that was enough for them to just make the realization that there's not really a need to over-aggress. Munchkin, just like yourself, a big fan of Foot. Got the classic.
Yeah, no, I noticed.
Okay.
He's about to be judged up close.
30 seconds left.
An easy pick for Woot, and look at how quickly Ash just backs off.
It's revenge for Munchkin doing in the previous half. I've never seen a judge dash play, and I never want to see it again. I'll be honest with you, Woot. I didn't enjoy that.
Texture hit a great op shot like that earlier on.
Yeah.
But,
it's not quite the same skill level, I feel. This is one of the most fun things about this Heretics roster is if you get the majority of their players online,
30 seconds left.
they are one of the, if not the most terrifying team in the world. Like someone like Riyadh, he's more consistent than the majority, seems to be on more often than he's not. But right now it seems like Woot's playing to that high level that we kind of come to expect of him. Miniboo's playing well as well. And that's a very scary idea for the side of Gen.G. Well, an aggressive Judge Sheriff push. With nothing spotted, Woot can be left behind. It's still, as bonuses go, very weak. Like, you got a few SMGs, you have the Sniper and the Guardian, and then a Judge. But with that early aggression being spotted, Gen.G's logical decision is, okay, they've aggressed and they've fallen back. Well, for the most part, they're right. But the one man standing might be the scariest of the lot.
can't quite hide the dash out necessary here, or he would have been overrun. They only saw the Sheriff. They don't quite know about the bigger gun in his hands, but luckily they won't go running in to find out. Gen.G pressuring B, trying to drag those rotations. The alarm bot put down does give an inkling to Team Heretics that that's not where they're heading towards. Late play to A, very much expected by the defenders.
Yeah, they did at least pull the rotation of Miniboo. That Sniper is gone. There's only going to be the one really dangerous weapon, although they've still managed to do some work with the Stinger. 25 seconds left on the clock, but Riyadh really is the only man actually within the sight. Sometimes that can be enough, and Benji Fishy has managed to trade his life. Then comes in the Sniper as well. And now Munchkin with time against him at the same. He has to try and do something here, but he's managed to find Woot. 7 seconds. Miniboo is being baited into the swing, already making it to the site, knows where his opponent is, but the weaponry not really in his favor, but he'll land the shot anyway. It will be the bonus round conversion. I said it was weak, but even still, Heretics make it work.
And this is a much different start than what we saw in that first half. The timeline might look the same, but Heretics, now they seem to have a bit of a chokehold on it. A solid performance in this round. Benji grabbing 2 with the Stinger. The double tap needed by Miniboo and found. Was this a no-scope? Oh, unbelievable! And it was the damage done by the Judge that made that possible. That player was 150. That shot wouldn't have been enough, but Woot gave his life for that opportunity. And his teammate doesn't miss. Gen.G, I assume, with the timeout, we can see it there behind them. They need a moment to reset, rest, and think about how they're going to approach the rest of this half. Because it looks like Heretics are running away with it.
If this was another world where vetoing was done completely different, I wonder if they'd choose Haven if they could choose after this map. Because the one thing with Haven that makes that roster of Heretics so scary is if both duelists are in form. Like, that they still run that same composition, the one that we sort of spoke about them stealing from Fnatic and then doing it better. They run the Yoru and the ISO. Now, the way that that fails is if one of them isn't performing. We'll take a look at the scoreboard in this matchup right now. Both of them are playing well. Both of them are in form. And that makes that next map even scarier. And with the way things are going, there needs to be a serious turnaround. And just look at what they have to do. It Texture with that same Hero Guardian we saw from Riyadh. But for the side of Heretics, this is a full buy. If anything, you then look at the Sniper and you go, oh, well, maybe that's the weakness. No, in this round, it's the advantage.
Higher movement speed than the op. Certainly a higher fire rate with that double barrel. Oh, that's a risky play. The idea just to get the trade. Yeah, it's actually put them in a pretty good spot. Ash had to hit that shot, and with that landed, there's at least a weapon to be recovered for him. A Phantom now in his hands. The problem is, again, Heretics are so good at reading these early plays from Gen.G. Think of the B main push that they went for. They didn't get a pick there, but they took a lot of space. Went back to A, 3 players waiting. Now they get a pick on A, a trade-off rip, 2 players spotted. And Heretics sit again with 3 players towards this B site.
It's also mid. It's the fact that you've got this much control. Like, what are the odds that you're going to go directly into the A site with no short control? Like, it's very unlikely. So with Miniboo being able to hold mid for so long, it's given them the information. The good thing, though, for Gen.G is the defense is very split at the moment. A 2 for 2, and with a rifle in hand, there is a chance. In fact, the swings, the trades are sublime.
30 seconds
They're going to get those upgrades, sure. Munchkin is on his last leg, so there's definitely an opportunity here. And while they're up against that deadly duo, Miniboo and Woot.
It was a really smart play by Foxy9 to break the reveal that was coming through from the drone. They thought that they could double up and take down that lurker. Instead, it's the whole body of Gen.G that go through. Main was the problem in this round, and it may still be with Ash sitting in here. A solid shot. He was about to drone. I'm not sure about that, but his teammate comes in to save the day. Nice round from Gen.G. I think, like, obviously the opening pick, it's a little bit of a gamble. Ash very nearly missed his window of opportunity, but it's this setup where they think that they're about to find a Killjoy walking up on her own, and instead they find a firing squad swinging right into them.
Yeah, solid round from Ash individually. You mentioned it, he needed to hit the trade. Once he does, the rifle ends up going to a teammate, but he sticks it out with the Guardian. And that's an early breakback that they desperately needed. Of course, for the side of Heretics, they're still going to have a purchase here. And with both duelists currently within the smoke in mid, are they about to try and get a little bit more cheeky than maybe you'd ever expect? Instead, though, it looks like, at least for Benji, he's having to play with a lot of his utility away from himself. There's a singular trip that currently sits in towards B main. Other than that, he's going to be alone, other than maybe the TP that can get into the backside for Miniboo. But I think at the moment, he doesn't have the util to use.
Yeah. Suppressed for now. But the ult constantly topping it up. His only chance to swing through that smoke. Benji fishy. Was being wrapped on, and well, he'll just be straight pushed through that smoke. Boo grabs one, but the numbers still favor Gen.G. The spike going down. Time about to be on their side. Flank protection, but texture down. Woot again, winning that battle. He's been good whenever he comes up against Texture, even with the op in his opponent's hand. What? That's a wild spray. There was no info. Just timing, just game sense. And a second kill for Munchkin. Perhaps soon to be a third. Look how low Boo is, and it's Charon with a shorty in hand to put him to bed. Gen.G climbing back into this map.
Yeah, that was a couple of really important rounds for them there. The spam seemed to be everything, with the initial move from Woot managing to get them back into the round. But this is the thing, getting rid of that additional utility made things so difficult for the players at the back of the site. And, well, you know that when they have that utility advantage, that's something that Gen.G really thrive upon. 3 rounds the difference. A buy that is weak in weaponry, but very strong in ultimates for the side of Heretics. And that's something that Gen.G are going to be desperately aware of.
Ilzinho and Weber, coaches of Team Heretics, clearly not seeing anything they need to work on. This is the round where typically you'll see a pause. Going into the pistols with a buy round up next, use it as an info gathering, but they're hearing the right things within the team chat. There were problems that they spotted, but clearly the players saw them too. The Blade Storm gives them an opportunity. The stack up on B, unfortunately, as we can see, might not be given the opportunity to really get anything from this. The rotation from Gen.G is coming in. And they're hitting the A site where Boo currently stands completely isolated. A few trips to help him out. How much can they really do?
It's all about slowing them down. Already, that could be one. In fact, it will be. Hunter's Fury also being used off the back of the contact. I mentioned it. It's about those ultimates. 2 tags. Boost found another. Leading by example. And with Woot now in position and only 30 seconds left, Gen.G really need to get a move on. Another ult thrown in. Dimensional Drift to give the information over to his teammate. Try and help out Woot in this fight. And that spike still not going down just yet. 15 seconds on the clock for Gen.G. They need to get it into position, and hearing those steps is just putting the doubt in, but the knives are all missed. It's left onto one. Karon fighting desperately, and he's managed to at least get the spike into position. Gun with ammo retrieved. 11 bullets in the clip, 2 players, he knows exactly where they are, and he's managed to dance his way around them. They look to swing, and it's just about enough for Benji Fishy. Karon with an incredibly nice attempt. And well, with all those ults expended, thankfully for Heretics, they do get the job done.
Karon did a great job. Love the reposition, playing around the back of the box and just one shot away, but it's Boo in this round. He goes to put the paranoia down, gets hit by the knife, but he says, you know what? You've shown me right where you are. Hunts Munchkin down, suppresses him with a shot to the face, and then it ends up being a 3-piece. He was isolated. He only had 2 trips. They got past the first one, but the second in position gave him that opening pick. The follow-up onto Munchkin was ridiculous. Couldn't use his paranoia to stop the short push, but they were kept back anyways. And 11-7 as a result. That was not the round where we expected to see things turn. They didn't even need that pause. And you can see exactly why. The coach has said, hey, let him do it. Let him run it down. The shots from the Phantom to start. They might not be as worried now about a player sitting with an operator. They might swing it together thinking they can overwhelm that Phantom, but luckily they send the drone in first.
They're very careful. They know what they're up against. They've been playing against Woot in that first half, even if it is only a rifle. And while getting themselves the lockdown, that's the thing. All of those ultimates, the high value ones at least, were expended. Minibu's still going to try and get a little bit cheeky. He's got himself the gate crash in the back corner, and it's worth it for 2. Okay, sure, he goes down, but keeping that advantage with his side mean that they don't have to overfight here. They could just look to play with that advantage. Blade Storm is garnered from that plant. And they also have themselves a Hunter's Fury of their own.
He needed value there. That gate crash was still going to get him detained in Boathouse. And no one, as you saw, could get in there to help him. He was dead to rights. Finding 2 is massive, and now the info. They swung in early, though. Ash gets the jump on Woot. Evens up the numbers, and he's got a 1v1 brewing. He knows the Cypher's here. The shots land for Benji, though. Now it's the players on the site with pressure mounting. The time ticking. The timing perfect for Rienz. Texture, his moment to shine, but he is snuffed out by Rienz. Heretics, 12-7. The time just about there for them, and this looked like Gen.G were climbing back. They were on the cusp of bringing us even, 1 buy round away, but even with the pistols, it was put to a stop.
Yeah, that might be what ends up being their downfall. That ultimate round that turned the tide, it was a risk worth taking. And while Ash fought tooth and nail, this fight ended up being everything. Benji being able to clear that backline, and as you mentioned in the moment, the timing unfortunate, the smoke solid, just to make that a more isolated fight. 1 round away from taking this opening match, or opening map, I should say. A map that expectations were that it would be pretty close, and obviously all the eggs will then be in the basket of Haven, a map that I'll tell you for free, I'm sure when they saw that picked on the Heretic side, a smile grew upon their face. They played it versus BBL just yesterday, and BBL managed just 5 rounds. This is crunch time. Solo and HSK. You put those 2 players and their experience versus the 10 players on the stage, and I think it matches up. They've been around the esports scene for an incredibly long time. They're going to have to put all of that experience to use if their team are going to win 5 rounds in a row on the attack.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
We mentioned a grand final spot. A win there, $500,000, but even a loss, making it there guarantees you at least $100,000 more. A big prize, a big bounty. But it's not just about winning, it's about not losing again for both of these teams. tied up 1-1. And now it looks like at least a map lead for Heretics, a 5v3. Gen.G having to fight their way back into this round, back into this map. The odds certainly not in their favor.
Not for Heretics. Gen.G with a team that stopped them breaking their second place curse in a grand final that went the distance. Here, they could stop them in their road at EWC, crush their key in front of their eyes, and take themselves to an all EMEA grand final. And well, this map is looking like it's all but done. Woot, the man who's been fantastic throughout it, looking for his 20th kill. And the only man standing between him and that is Ash, who sure has his ultimate online, but needs to get 5 kills. And well, there's 4 more that need to tumble.
At least he's got his Hunter's Fury, but unfortunately no chance to really use it. 20 seconds, it's time to go, and right into the waiting arms of Woot. A solid final round and a great display from Heretics here on the first of what could be a long series. Gen.G have to fight their way back on Haven. A reverse sweep in this series. And for Heretics, another grand final on the horizon.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. 2 worlds inspired by each other. 2 worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Pacific fans on notice. EMEA looking to be on top. Possibly two teams making it on through. Gen.G on the back foot because Team Heretics are here, one map away from an all EMEA finals here in the first ever Esports World Cup presenting VALORANT Grand Finals. Digon here alongside Baby Bay and Kakuka. And joining us is the owner of Team Heretics, Arnau. Welcome. How are you feeling after that first one?
Hello guys. I mean, actually really good. It feels really nice to see the guys performing like this. So yeah, I can't complain.
Did you expect this kind of resurgence, you know, because the year, especially after the EMEA final, was not looking good? I mean, people have doubts, probably looking for answers. Did you think that they're in good track?
Yeah, like everyone counted us out, especially after Masters Toronto and the first game here. But we knew that we were capable of doing this. We knew that as the tournament would go, we would be able to grow with it just if we could, you know, keep surviving. It's kind of what we did as well in, for example, last year, Master Shanghai. We came with a lot of issues because of, you know, having to sub player, codes that couldn't go and everything. And we knew that as the tournament would go, we would be able to grow. We knew that here it could happen the same. So, you know, those first wins gave us a lot of confidence and time to evolve. And yeah, feels really good actually.
Where does the faith come from with such a young core and like not making a roster change when you see so many other organizations doing it in VCT?
I mean, we know what we have and we have complete faith on the guys. We did last year when we signed them. No one believed in us and we proved everyone wrong. So it felt really good and we knew that, there's no reason to change. Even in these slumps, which is also something normal. We just have complete faith in them and they deliver. Yeah,
well, the faithful were rewarded in that first map. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from Ascent in map number 1. Start off with Texture kind of getting a little loose here in round number 6 here.
Yeah, I think that we were coming into today, we were looking into this Texture versus Woods. We love seeing Woods on the duelist, and I think he himself loves that too. Texture with the operator, we know how deadly he can be, but Heretics started off the first half super powerful, 4 rounds in a row. In fact, they go both pistols and both bonuses, so of course they were feeling in. We're speaking about how they ride on that momentum, and Woods ended up on a 6-3 against Texture.
Yeah, he was dominating him, especially with that operator on the defensive side. I mean, he was feeling it at the end, but what I was most impressed by with Woot was like that hesitation to not go for 3 when it kind of looked like he wanted to. He was like, should I go? Okay, no, I'm going to dash away.
He got 2 and I was like, dashing away.
Yeah.
If this is already a 5v3, I'm not risking it.
Yeah, I think discipline with the duelist is one of the most important things here and showing exactly that and winning out. I mean, we said that it requires the playmakers to make the plays and stand up here. And we take a look at the 2 duelists head to head. You can see Woot definitely having a very good map number 1.
Yeah, I think that also coming into Haven, noticing both of the compositions, there was a lot of pressure that was being done by Munchkin. You know, playing that KO is very important to identify where the duelists are playing because there's not only one on the side of Heretics, there is 2, and the fact that they were jumping around with the operator, sometimes it was Mini Boost, sometimes it was Wood, definitely defined them as a double menace.
Yeah, and I gotta shout out Rians here, who had some really good supportive utility to set up people like Woot and honestly make Texture's life a living hell. The shock darts that were coming in, the drones on the retake, it was all perfectly timed and Heretics are looking good.
All right, Arnau, we have about like 2 minutes before we head back to the stage for game number 2. If you got to be in the coach's booth, what would you say to the players going into that final match?
I mean, I don't have much to say. I think that they are doing it really well on their own. So yeah, I think that just, you know, keep up what they're doing. Even when we were losing, we saw the energy that they had. Everyone was kind of talking about, oh, is the team broken? Is anything going wrong? No, it was just a slump. And we knew that we were in a good position. So yeah, just keep up with that.
Oh, we're about to jump into Haven, another map where Heretics is expected to be playing that double duelist. Are you a fan of the double duelist? Do you think that it fits them better?
I mean, I think we're a much more flexible team that people can expect. Like, for example, in Icebox, we're playing with no duelist. Miniboo is, you know, running it with Omen really good. So I think that we can do much more than people can expect. But of course, double duelist is strong on this team. So yeah, I mean, it's really fun to watch them play.
All right, so Gen.G back to Haven, something that feels comfortable for them, according to Big Time, who's in the back sweating it out. Will it be an all EMEA finals? Will Gen.G take the first step to clawing it back here in map number 2? We'll find out. Both these squads rich in history. Let's see who does it today. Right now, map number 2. Let's send it on over the casters.
Thank you, Degon. Well, you know, they say destiny doesn't knock twice, but for Gen.G and Heretics, this is their 3rd meeting on the international stage. Tied up 1-1. The grand final, though, of Shanghai sitting with Gen.G. The start of what's called the Heretics curse. Whether it's losing the 1st and 3rd, or whether it's just making the grand final and not closing it out. They've been here many times, looking to rectify history and taking down that caster of the curse. It'll certainly be a step in the right direction. Fnatic waiting for one of these 2 teams in that grand final. $500,000, not prize pool, for first place.
Yes, it's not bad. Well, something else also has to end today, and that is the Haven streak. 5 in a row for Gen.G, 7 in a row for Heretics. One of them is going to have a 1 in that over the last few months. And honestly, it's very difficult to tell. The idea's completely different. You look at the Heretics side and they've gone, hey Fnatic, I really like that comp. That's quite cool. I'm gonna steal that and I'm gonna do it better. I'm gonna put Woot back on that duelist for a 2nd time in this series, and he is gonna look to farm. On the other side, you have Texture running at you at 1,000,000 miles an hour. You have that supportive element and also the Viper to give you that little bit of extra delay. And kicking things off on that defensive side, when we saw in recent times Gen.G face against EDG, they managed 10 rounds on the defense. On the other side of things, it was 9 rounds on the attack versus BBL. So both teams are going to kickstart this map on their favored side, on the side they enjoy playing the most. If it's not a banger, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Well, when you think about Haven, you mentioned it in the first map, Tom, the double duelists from Team Heretics, Miniboo and Woot, have been online. The Yoru and the ISO brought into play and brought to bear against Gen.G. Texture, we expect so much from him, but bottom of the scoreboard, he went positive against 1 player. That was Benji, and he was +1 against him. This, especially considering the strong start he had once that op came out, his fingerprint all over some of those early rounds that Gen.G put on the board. It's a worrying sign, but they've had that reset backstage, they've touched base with the coaches, and now it's a new map, a new comp, and hopefully a new face for Gen.G.
Well, more importantly, this is where they wanted to take it. They looked at the record of Heretics and they said, we are going to be the ones to break that. And already, Miniboo off to a quick start. His goal to maybe sell the idea with the steps as the rest of the players look to go in towards that B site. Viper screen is there, but with Woot's shield online, he'll be the one to take charge in the space of the site.
Will be Texture sat waiting for the push all the way through, breaks the shield and the back of Woot, but Riyadh is there to trade out ×2. Advantage for Team Heretics, but damage done on the other side. It comes down to this re-aggression. One side smoke, the paranoia good. Miniboo still gets 1 and doubles up as well. The pistol for Heretics again, and they'll start strong on Haven.
That was a big little bit of individual skill from him and a bit of luck as well. Was that paranoia coming through on the other side. But it's the re-swing from Riyadh. And this has been the sort of story of this map so far. You had Woot, careful here. You had Miniboo, and you had this man. And that is just a recipe for success, and something that Gen.G are definitely going to have to try and deal with throughout this series. Of course, there's a bit of investment. Texture will be the one with the pistol. Other than that, it's mostly utility to their name, and you can already see the goal of getting that dimensional drift online. That's the play at least. Of course, with the weaponry that's purchased, the sniper being lost, or the pistol of Benji, that would be okay. Anything more than that, And they might feel a little bit hard done by.
Patience certainly on display for Team Heretics so far, waiting for Gen.G's aggression. Rotates to be cut off by Benji. Oh, the timing doesn't look great though. He's checking the other way. The wall has at least allowed him to live a little bit longer, and the slide in from Texture so quickly on his heels. A site reinforced now. 4 players towards this angle. One is isolated. It's Caron up close, and he will be dealt with right away. Shield back online for Woot. Broken. Texture is kryptonite in the previous round, but this time it's a 2-pronged approach.
30 seconds
He'll need to be ready for all these players. And Manny Boo, he snuck up behind them. The flash got him in, and they're all crumbling on Gen.G. The danger dealt with, and Foxy9 needing a 1 versus 3. I don't know how he got away with that. The classic looking strong in his hands.
Oh, he tried to distract them with Timmy the turret. But well, for a second it looked like maybe he'd pulled off some magic, but I mentioned it. Dropping 3 people means that a gun goes to the wayside. It might not look like the greatest of rounds because they don't manage to close it out, but that economic damage is what was important there. Definitely a risky game taken from Miniboo. It's also worth mentioning as well now that this is 3 strong starts. All pistols won by Heretics, all second rounds converted. They are giving themselves the best possible chance to take their opponent's map choice.
A leg up for sure. Great damage already though. Woot down to 46 HP. The Sheriff in his hand as rifles taken by some of the others, and some serious opportunities for them. This round has to be Gen.G's if they want to believe in the bounce back. Get on the board early. Already denying any space off the back of the drone, but that's not going to deter them. They're ready for the player on the right, but Texture catches them off. He's spamming with 30 HP. It's a very bold play indeed. And the rifle's recovered now. Team Heretics, they still have most of the heavy weaponry that they, well, all really, that they came into the round with. Just the 2 Sheriffs lost for now.
Yeah, he too likes to live dangerously. But more importantly, the time is now starting to tick. 35 seconds left, and still a decent amount of utility. Snake by Paranoia are all online.
30 seconds left.
A shock dart there as well. Ash has been seen. That gives an opportunity, but they don't know about Caron.
No one coming that way to clear him either. Could be a nasty surprise. The delay util put through. It seems like Panic 12 seconds left. They've got to go.
10 seconds
Nothing
left.
to get out with.
They're going to save.
Bringing it back for the Rifles. Be carried through to the next round. Doesn't look like anyone there to punish, so they'll be successful in their attempt. But for Gen.G, this is exactly what they needed. A round win early on.
Yeah, no, it was the start from Texture that just made things so awkward, and the value of this composition is just having that secondary controller gives you so much in terms of that extra delay. So the second you have those initial fights in your favor, there's no real reason to re-aggress or overextend, and especially when having the Omen and Viper on the same side of the map, there was never really a chance for Heretics to get into that one. Of course, they are going to keep themselves those rifles through, and that was just their bonus round. This is now when the game truly gets going, and Boo, and he's just pulled a play straight from TikTok. He is TP'd behind Caron, and Caron was completely unaware.
The problem, you hear that TP, you just assume he's crossing the short. And most of the time that would be the case. He's telling Texture, be ready for a fight. All the while it was him that was in danger. Trip waiting for Texture to round that corner. Boo steps out wide. Great patience by Texture. Good read for Gen.G.
It's the bait as well. It's the bait. They put a little spam out so that Boo believes he's got a fight on the other side. Takes the swing and loses it. Well, they've got to be careful on the fallbacks. They are being caught with their backs turned. 2 players getting the timing absolutely spot on from Gen.G. Once again, that time starts to tick. You go late into the rounds versus this Viper, and you could be in for some nasty surprises. Dart thrown out as well. It's not going to get the info, but it will buy
left.
a little bit of extra time. And in fact, Munchkin's actually committed further, and you can see Texture starting to rotate as well. They've got the read.
Yeah, this shift towards the A side, Snakebite still online as well, 15 seconds. They know that a team probably waited out the reveal, and now they'll be on their way. Short, blocked off by the Snakebite, and oh, it's nice from Ash. Might just be able to deny this plan. Texture with the stun, the run, and the gun. He's taking it across the line. Great read again by Gen.G.
Yeah, that is the second time now that we've seen them put the right players in the right place at the right time, and that extra little bit of delay, not only from the dart, but just the bait play. I've enjoyed the fact that we saw the spam coming through to try and bait Blue in, forcing them into these fights that were definitely favored to this defensive side. Gen.G already, as said, they've lost every single pistol so far in this series. But they've leveled things up early as well. Texture's quiet performance from the last map. Definitely wasn't unnoticed by him. Woot, though, with the hero rifle. He's already managed to get an opener. More importantly, Mitch, he's got his ult.
Exactly. Ult online, and look at the early attention to this A site from Team Heretics. Pings across short. They're looking to clear this out with the drone. On the back of it, ult can go through, Woot can pull a fight, and Gen.G know that there's going to be something spooky on its way. They don't even need the ult. They found Ash with just the swing on the back of that drone. And as the Snakebite goes through, they know exactly where Munchkin is. He's brought into a fight. A 1 versus 1 with Woot and the shield active and saving him in that duel. The 3-piece with 2 rifles they started, and now it's all Woot. He's found 4 of these picks. Gen.G being dismantled in this round.
They had 1 Vandal going into this round, and that 1 Vandal took 4 heads. And the first 2 didn't even need that additional ultimate to give him, to level the playing field a bit. It was just a straight up firefight on 2 different occasions. But this is why people have been begging to see this duelist for Woot, because his individual skill, his crosshair placement, his aim and reactions, while at its peak, is second to none. That hit.
I'm a big fan of that. Little wall bang early on. We saw it earlier on in the tournament with the straight spam through B into window. That's a little bit of a less common one, but it is a good punish, especially when Benji's trying to get that camera up early on. Contain the mid control. And the reaction here from Heretics, forced back from that early control. There could be space taken on B easily. They just sit back and wait. And it's right into that outlaw. The Gen.G go running. Nice work by Texture, but Woot is there immediately to pull it back into their favor. Foxy9 with the rifle on the other side of the map. He's pushing mid as we speak, leaving Charon with a lot to do if Gen.G want a chance at taking this round. That said, though, Heretics slowed down. That's buying a lot of time.
The trip. You'd need Charon to kill Benji, and then maybe this flank could have a chance instead. Well, he's been hit by multiple pieces of utility as if he wasn't already revealed. He was vulnerable at that. Even suppressed from using any utility.
30 seconds left.
And this leaves Foxy
Spike
with
planted.
Basically a one-way
Can't
ticket
use that yet.
to save town, unless he thinks he can pull off the 1v4, which, as said, he's been having a fantastic tournament, but I think it'd be audacious, especially with the form that's Woot in. Going into today, as said, he was number 5 on the ACS. What I may have failed to mention was that Woot was number 1 and Texture was number 2.
We've seen early some signs of life from Texture, but seems like so far those duelists on the other side, they're giving him a real tough time. 4-2. And Tom, this was a good moment to touch base on sort of expectations for these halves. These are compositions that these teams regularly run. They're often, well, always winning this map, as can be said for both of them. So in this first half, for Heretics, for Gen.G, what kind of numbers are we expecting out of them?
Well, the interesting thing is the last couple of times,
Enemy remaining.
we are seeing them play on their favorite side. The defensive side has always been
here.
Truly dominant for the side of Gen.G. And for Heretics with this double duelist, you're going to be looking at that attack. So this half really may tell the story. If it's dominant to Heretics, it might just be a done deal. Well, you can see that the change-up here from Gen.G is to try and challenge for some control, but the second that occurs, Dimensional Drift utilized. 2 players already spotted, and they're going to try and combine it with that Hunter's Fury. Miniboo may even try and stick the landing, but they're pressuring Texture, who's now completely isolated.
That timing, terrible. Just as he looks the other way, he knew there were players close by moments ago. Woot tries to take space elsewhere, runs into Munchkin, dropped and out of the round. The ult's used, the damage done by the Hunter's Fury. The info found, but they need so much more than that. Who at least recovers 1, but Munchkin managed to slip by, reinforcing this fight and locking it down single-handedly. Who's the last one standing, and no more will he stand. Munchkin with a 4K gets Gen.G back on the board.
Insane individual performance from him. The initial idea from Heretics was a solid one. You're looking to utilize that ultimate in tandem with that Hunter's Fury. It doesn't manage to find the damage they were hoping for. Then Miniboo gets caught between a couple of different angles, and from then onwards it was the Munchkin show. A pace change, immediate. They might just be dodging anything thrown out. No, immediately it's going to be Foxy9 that's claimed, but Texture's still fighting, and he might be able to kill everyone else off. It won't even matter. Texture's found 3, and then Foxy9 escapes the ult as well.
It's going to take quite a lot for Boo to pull himself out of the shadows of despair that he finds himself in and execute off an ISO ult. They remove a big player. You know, and we can see where the utility is. It's a little bit more spread, but you take the Sentinel off a site. Typically, that makes it a whole lot easier. The Texture, the man that we said, had a rough performance. Actually, quite a quick start to the first map, but then he went missing. He's the one to completely put a pin in that C aggression. Maybe the one to end the round as well. That's a 4-piece for Texture. He's back online right when Gen.G need him.
I'm going to need a replay. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to need a replay of what he did while his teammate was fighting in the ultimate. The fact is, he may have got the ace if Foxy9 had lost that battle, because he was almost in for the 50-50. It was a choice of who Woot was going to face, and I bet the team wished he had taken Texture away instead. Maybe they would have had a chance versus Foxy9, but Foxy9 took the duel versus Woot, and Texture took the duel versus everyone else.
Oh, a timeout called by Team Heretics. It's a really frustrating round. As we said, they seem to be set up for victory, and one man stood in their way. The flash even hit to start it out. He was blind. A cage obscured his second kill, and he came in with a classic for his third. They won the last map by shutting Texture down. They'll have to hope to do the same. They want to keep those rounds rolling.
Yeah, it has been a back and forth. We saw it for a little bit in the last map when he got that operator online. He started to really step up in the series, and then in the second half wasn't quite able to do the same. Of course, it's much more difficult on that attack. So far on the defense, though, 12-5. And Woot on the other side, it's this battle
cutting through
of the superstars. The same as what we saw back in 2024. This time, though, fighting for a final rather than fighting for a trophy, and he's already there again. Miniboo will bite the dirt.
Nice spam back. They've dealt with him. Hunter's Fury goes through. There's the tag, but not the kill. Riyadh sidestepping that one nicely. 4 versus 4. Damage done. Karen's seen a shoulder. Doesn't know if that player stuck around or gone walking back. We can see that Boo is just tucked in that corner, waiting for the re-aggression, waiting for Gen.G to seek out that info.
Round. Grinding to a halt. Both teams waiting for the other to try and make a move. Rien's low on HP, so his whole goal is sell the idea that they're going the other way. Nano Swarm being popped, drone going through, just trying to bait a rotation, but there is nobody moving over on that defensive side. They are holding their ground. They haven't heard a TP, they haven't heard a swap back of position, and Munchkin has already done fantastic work on finding those fights. The read from Gen.G once again on this A site is perfection.
Cover going out.
And now Rien's is still only just making it to this site. Boom needs to get something here, and I think he's just been spotted. It's all too easy for Karon. Only one standing. It was Rien's trying to sell the ruse, and well, the sixth sense of Karon is going to convert that round.
It's a shame. That reveal came online just less than a second, I think, after Boo went down. That could have been the difference maker. Revealing that player up close as Boo was going through, looking the other way. But this was it. Woot and Benji Fishy were both holding the same angle on long. You saw the same thing then for Munchkin and Ash, holding the angle on long. Karon and Boo holding the angle on short. Everyone waiting for the other team to make a move. And it's just the fact that there's no panic on Gen.G. They stick with that play, even when Foxy9's losing the info, hearing the drone. But he didn't hear enough to make him panic.
Yeah, I think as well there might be a part of it of when Karon spotted that player, he never saw a retreat. He never saw anybody go back. He didn't hear a TP, he didn't hear anything else. So I think that might have been enough for him to go, this doesn't feel right.
It's fishy.
There has to be something still around this position. And also Gen.G have been comfortable playing the retake. I think also with a lot of the global utility that was there for Foxy on the other two sites, okay, sure, he had to use the Nano Swarm, but other than that, nothing else was triggered, nothing else was set off. And if Team Heretics were feeling out the rest of the map, you would have thought that something else would have been challenged. Now they go back to a weaker purchase. Last time out when they had this, it was a rifle in the hands of Woot that won them the round. This time he's only got a pistol.
Well, Texture's taking one hell of a risk. Up close. It's worked out. The snake bite held by Munchkin fired the second there was contact, and it stops them from following up on what was a shotgun imitation from an outlaw.
Did he hit the tag then on Woot?
He might have threw the wall.
He must have done, because he died to the snake bite immediately. So that means both those no-scopes landed. The confidence of Texture shown once again. What was a very good early start in this game from Heretics is quickly beginning to diminish. As mentioned, both of these teams are flawless on this map.
Cage triggered.
Over the last few months, 5 in a row for Gen.G, 7 in a row for Heretics. But Gen.G was still willing to pick into this map, confident in their ability. You can see why.
It looked like they were going to be too slow to start, but they found their footing in time. Contact on A, and they're bringing the spike back to B. It looks like it. Going all the way.
Toxin screen down.
15 seconds as they make it out of the window. The spike rushing down. At least the Viper utility is gone for now, and now certainly gone with Munchkin on the floor. A plant's going to be found. Smoke off of the right side, stun. You'll just tank that. Teammates to cover. Gen.G have to fight their way back in. They haven't retrieved that rifle on the side of Heretics towards the C connector, and that's why Gen.G were happy to leave this a little bit lighter defended. They're going to run it down. Heretics need to take that space, and Foxy9 stands his ground. Well handled by the Sentinel on Gen.G.
You can see why they were so calm in that moment. They've had a couple of ultimates to play with, and while I think in this time it was just Foxy9 going, okay, let's just get this round done, get this round confirmed. Comfortable with them pushing into his crosshair. Well, comfortable. Oh. From the side of Texture as well.
Enemy remaining.
Going to be that lead extended now, and I'm looking at the Heretic side and wondering what they've got prepared for this attack side, because we mentioned it. It's always been about just blitzing through opponents, getting that insane momentum, and having these strong attack sides. Now, sure, versus Tech, they showed they can still do it on the defense, but Gen.G, if they get to 8, I'd definitely be nervous for Heretics.
The series has certainly been stressful. the Gen.G fans out there, watching them teetering between victory and total collapse, but they're on the straightaway now. 6 rounds on the defense, Heretics on the attack with the double duelist comp. Failing to really get off that mark once they hit 4. Certainly not running out of ideas, but running out of winning ideas, perhaps. A minute on the clock. No real info, no real space for Gen.G. And just as they go to shift to the right side of the map, contact comes in Garage. That means Charon's going to stick it out. He's going to still be here. He was about to rotate, but they'll have the paranoia to slow them even further.
Well, this is the thing with Gen.G. Having that extra controller consistently makes it so much more difficult to just blitz into these sites. They've got plenty of delay, and it's left Heretics consistently trying to sell these fake, trying to bait players over to the other side of the map, but they don't work. They haven't pulled players away because of that utility that's been held. 2 players still sit within this C site, an additional smoke sent through again. They need to go now.
14 seconds. It's now or never. Charon waiting for them, walking out of Garage with Foxy9 on the backside. Gen.G, they didn't panic. They read every play over the last few rounds that Heretics have put out. They've been ahead of the curve, and it's got to be frustrating for Heretics to feel like your playbook is open on your opponent's table.
But yeah, the problem I'm having is I feel like the more direct contact plays are what works for them. These faster pace moves that are basically a one-set strat. When they play these late round fakes, they just don't work. Gen.G are not rotating. They've had no reason to. They've got delay when it comes to that Viper wall. They've used paranoia to perfection. The nano swarms have been held late into the rounds. Like, they are playing a great game in terms of slowing Heretics down. And the second you slow down a double duelist dive comp, it doesn't work anymore. 7-5, or 7-4, 7-5 the dream at this stage for Heretics, especially with their pistol success rate. I don't think they'd mind it too much. The Viper's Pit being held for an eternity from Munchkin. And once again, they've taken that garage space, but look to fall back in the other direction. Ash has got to be careful. It's not been the best game for him individually, but all he really wants is the info.
It's the first time that these fake plays haven't seen 3 to 4 players sat on the site, but still, it's not wide open for the taking. Munchkin's close by, Viper's Pit for the retake, 45 seconds on the clock. Gen.G again showing no panic. Snakebite still online, 40 seconds. And it hasn't been fired in even still. Woot's at least got the ult to work with. He will be dragging one player in from the right corner. It's Ash. They accelerate, but in goes the Snakebite. Slow it down. Good pick for Woot. Texture's gone, but Viper's Pick comes into play. They've dealt with it right away. Munchkin out of the round, and it all crumbles. Gen.G finally showing some weakness on that defense for Heretics. That 7-5 dream seems to be alive.
It's once again unfortunate for Foxy, the man that controls 2 sites. Unfortunately, the one he wasn't controlling has been lost, and this crossfire is undefeatable. It will be 7-5, another close half, as Gen.G will go in with the lead, but they are yet to win a pistol. Maybe they could change that after the break.
적군이 1명 남았습니다.
It's you and me.
Take this. Go, go, go. Too slow.
Welcome back, folks. 7 rounds on the board for Gen.G. Even with the pistol loss, they managed to streak together 5 in a row and only lost the last round of the half. For Team Heretics, this was a hard-fought first half. And you said it yourself, Tom, we expect to see most of the rounds for this squad, especially with this composition, put up on the attack.
Yeah, it's that double duelist dive, but it got slowed by the controllers on the other side. Gen.G may be in the lead, but they're yet to win a pistol throughout this series so far. And if they were to lose the next, give that boosted start to Heretics, their key may be in danger.
Texture. Yeah, he reads it perfectly. He knew that Boo was hiding in that corner. They don't know about Gen.G, but he's not landing the kills. Damage done, sure, but it's Mini Boo to pick up all the pieces. And it looks like they're about to change the course of these pistol rounds on the record. The attack side, just 1 man away from extending that lead and finding that solid early half. And look at how passive they're playing, hiding in every nook and cranny. Mini Boo, he's gonna have to work for this.
Yeah, they're not gonna give him anything. And Ash is just waiting on the angle. A quieter first half from him individually, but had done a lot in terms of getting them that extra info that they always desired on the defensive side. That pistol is going to put some distance now between Gen.G and Heretics.
Grenade out.
You could tell, it was just a little bit too convenient for that smoke to be in the corner. Mainly just to try and avoid any form of reveal and hope that your opponents make a mistake on the back of it. But that mistake is not being made by Texture. 16 and 9, onto the Neon he went. And to the top of the board in turn, Riyadh tried to face against him. He was the one A-side defender, Mitch. The round's already over.
I reckon that smoke might have worked against someone like Koi, but you bring that to the international stage, and that's it's a bold play to make.
They're not even here and they're taking shots.
Of course they're not here. Anyways, you got to be honest as well, though, like, the big difference here for Gen.G, Texture, he's on fire. And there were answers there from Team Heretics, from Woot, and indeed from the whole squad in that first map.
Mostly from Woot.
Yeah, well, the plus minus is actually decent across the board. One man who's had a real tough time is Benji Fishy, and nothing's going to change here. He's dropped by Foxy9, shield broken on Woot. Foxy9 seems to, well, he did have an idea, the player's in the corner. Hopefully he still does. Just goes in with his back turn. Well, clear in the wrong corner, he's in it. He sniped it. Okay, but even still, you can tell they're a little short on time here.
Yeah, it will be death to the spike. I don't think the double tap can save you from that, but we'll never know. We will, it doesn't. 9-5, the exact conversion that they were looking for, not too much cost, only a sniper lost, and now is where if Heretics are going to turn this back in map number 2, they really need to get things back onto the board. A bonus victory here for Gen.G would almost seal the fate of the second EMEA team looking to make their way to the final. Fnatic, the boss that is waiting. And Gen.G wanting to make sure they're the team to join them.
Minute 30 on the clock, and they're already making their way forward. Gen.G knocking on the gates of the B site. Drone to go through. Texture's holding for that re-aggression through the smoke, but nothing to be found. They haven't seen the players close on the site, but they don't need to. This is all a ruse, all a fake, as they make noise on the B site. Now look to pressure into A, thinking that they've got that space for free. Maybe it's rotated off. Maybe there's one player sat on the site. What they don't know is that Mini Boo's tucked in that corner on long. You heard his gate crash. The portal is closed. He has no way out of here anymore. Has to stand his ground, has to find so much, and he swings into heavy traffic.
Yeah, he's done some damage, but that damage really doesn't counter the value that's been lost. And it seems like with the short push coming in, Woot clearly expected them to be a little bit further up. He's already popped his shield, so no second chance at the fight. And the stall from the opposing side has got to start putting some doubt in the minds of the opponents. They're going to try and set things up with that firing squad. 20 seconds now as they look to push in. Foxy9 with an opener, but Woot is still here, but not for long. Caron quicker. And for the remaining 2 players through the Viper Orb would have to be the move. I don't think it's a good one.
I love that from Caron as well. It looked like he didn't even move his crosshair. Knew exactly where that player was going to go, finding a safe space behind that wall. So the teammates on long couldn't take him down. It was a narrow margin. But that one fight, that gives them what should be the round.
What?
Now, Gen.G's had a tough time so far, but the straight drop out of heaven, elimination of Munchkin, that's given them a chance. Breath back in the lungs of Team Heretics, and it whiffs! It's winnable, and it's won! Team Heretics, they get back in, and it's Gen.G Fishy who's looked down and out at points that got them across the line.
Those are both fights that he never should have won. Jumping out of heaven, I almost wonder if Gen.G had just thought, they're not even going for this in this stage.
Already.
Especially when he went alone. Like, there was no support. That was all just, I'm going to get this round done. His teammates still, look, his teammate hasn't even got through the choke of CT yet. And he's already managed to get an opener. I genuinely think they would have saved it. Well, at least Boo would have saved it if he had gone down there. Instead, a little bit of individual brilliance, and you can understand the head in hands because that is a round that there's no way Gen.G should have lost that.
He had 3 kills so far, Tom. 3 kills, and the impact there was huge. Now, that's not an ideal start. Not expecting so much presence to be shown. The B site now much more open for Team Heretics. The man disadvantage, and this takes all the pressure off Gen.G in these early fights.
Oh yeah, Houdini did his disappearing act. Unfortunately, he's not going to reappear again. That was just a little bit late from Miniboo as he tried to gate crash out. Well, he was hoping to walk up and take control into middle. They had a hero in the last round. They're going to need another one in this. And this is the problem. Gen.G are so good at just having that additional little bit of control. The Viper screen as well, just to create this disillusion of movement. The Heretics have to keep an eye on throughout this. And their players, okay, let's try and at least hold on to shore.
I think they're going to go back. Foxy9's been sent out to take this space towards C. You think that because it's a 5v4, if you show presence, they'll start to rotate over.
Left.
In fact, he just makes a little bit of noise, and then they accelerate on short. Riyadh's down to 10 HP. Boo loses his life on the back site, which leaves Riyadh surrounded. Never mind going back. They go straight through that A site, cutting through the defense. And I don't think Gen.G's going to be jumping out of heaven this round. A save being called by Heretics already.
This is something that I think Gen.G do maybe better than anyone else, and it is those mid-round pauses. You start to just create that little bit of doubt in your opponent's minds. Like, okay, the orb stayed up for too long without anybody pushing. They just seem to be waiting while that utility is sat in place. Like you said, there's a part of your mind that goes, okay, they must be doing something else, otherwise just wasting those toxins, when in reality, they were just waiting for someone to peek. And the second they did, I think it was Munchkin holding with that outlaw. And that's the moment they move. It's like, okay, there's one player on short. You've now got an opening to try and make a play elsewhere. It's almost too easy for them. Fantastic calling from the side of Gen.G just to play that into their favor. But this was kind of the moment where the round already just got off to that bad foot. Well, at that point, I think Riyadh was already tagged. If he'd won that fight, we would have been screaming his name once again.
Seems like we may have a timeout called here. The side of Heretics, certainly a lot to discuss. This map started out well, started out strong. They haven't been able to deal with texture. They haven't been able to shut that man down. Munchkin back on the Viper, providing so much value. You saw in the first half how many pushes Heretics went for, and there was Viper utility waiting for them. There was a snake bite as they looked to execute out. The drone never followed up on because of that. And as these rounds build up in favor of Gen.G, Lotus looming. You talked about Gen.G when it comes to Haven. Well, I think the odds are a bit more in their favor if we end up on Lotus.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be one of those battles. But yeah, if you look at recent history, their match versus EDG was a dominant one, whereas it's safe to say that a Heretics squad in their opening match versus NRG got slammed. What I will say, though, is they've been getting better and better throughout the tournament, so I don't think they're the same team that we saw on day one of the event. Texture, he's already dealt with, but the teleport to the backline was definitely caught off guard. Wu still looking to fight, and again, managing to do way more than he should with a singular rifle. It's left all onto Munchkin. He's been sublime, be it the calling or individual moments. But now with guns in hand for Gen.G and Boo.
He's heard that.
Yeah, you can see the pings on the map. They've already got the read. Gen.G is sprinting across to the other side, and further steps will be heard. We'll try and get this plant in. I wonder if, yeah, just playing it safe, but in the end, it is all too easy for Gen.G. A huge round to take off very little investment once again. I think that's the second time that's happened this map.
Yeah, I mean, they've been solid when it comes to those lower buys for sure. And still, the fact that after Caron punishes initial pick, it's the rifle that comes in that makes it happen. It's Woot. Even as he's taken down, traded out by the Classic in the corner, baiting Foxy9, running out up short, and that same short control that Boo held with a Classic in hand is what gives them the information to get Gen.G ahead. A 1v2 for Foxy9? That's no guarantee of a round win.
I think the scariest thing, though, for Heretics is that other than Woot, we are not looking at the same scenario as we saw on Ascent. Mini Boo is missing. Gen.G, okay, he had a moment or two quite recently, but he has not been there either. Boo currently struggling on the board. We are looking at almost a one-man army, and the army on the other side has been slightly better. Woot left alone, and his ult doesn't really hold value here, because utilizing it, he'd likely be traded anyway.
Unless they're going to flood right back into the site. Heretics could attempt it, but the paranoia is what they're going to contact off. The problem is it's Omen planting an immediate TP out of there. Caron stays close. Has to spam for that defuse. In goes ult. It's Caron that's caught. The close player now down and out of the equation. They tap that spike. It's Wu failing the fight inside the ultimate. Caron will be spammed out of the round at least. The late flank from Boo. This is causing problems. They have to turn to deal with him. Pressure put on, but with him falling, they can focus their attention forward, and the snake fight bought them enough time. Munchkin in there for the kills. And the defuse not even close as they came to that final fight, 11-7.
Yeah, I love the change of pace. Obviously, there's a risk about it, but getting that plant and then having that extra post-plant utility, like that's the real value of this composition. Is I mentioned the delay in that first half, but you've got the paranoia, etc., the drone to get you in, and then you have that orb snake fight, and also classic nano swarm that just buys so much additional time that had to be dealt with for Heretics. It's one and done once again. And while we mentioned hero rifles, no offense, Boo, you're not the man whose hand I put it in. He's going to get one, but this is looking easy.
Yeah, 4 players pushing the A site, 5 players waiting for them. It's a numbers game that Gen.G come out way ahead in. Now, money was saved for the next round. But that means for Heretics, coming in here, they were admitting to themselves they're playing for 5 in a row. Texture's already so far forward. Gen.G didn't stand a chance of making that read. 5 rounds in a row needed for Team Heretics, or it's off to Lotus, the decider. Here in this series, it's Gen.G with the momentum in their favor.
Oh, for sure. I think, as said, other than some hero moments here and there, Woot having some crazy rounds, this has been Gen.G's map. They looked a lot more comfortable. Their composition has really worked to deter Heretics from success. And once they got that second pistol, I'll be honest, this looked like they've walked away with it. They have 5 ults going into this round to close, and they only need 1. That start, though, might just be enough to double up of the defense in a fight that's already been seen before.
Even the triple up, 3 players just swinging in for that window fight. Foxy9, yeah, he's in danger. Gen.G having it all to play with there, knowing he's close, popping the cage and spraying with the silencer.
Poison's off.
5 in a row, but perhaps a good start to what needs to be an impressive streak from this defensive side. But still, there are dangers. A pick or two with a pit in play for Munchkin. This round could very easily fall into Gen.G's hands. Unfortunately, they're not going to get anything for their troubles on that B push.
If it wasn't for the neural theft, I think he gets away with a little more there, but has to rush it. He knows his position's about to be revealed. The element of surprise would disappear, so he goes, okay, I'll try and take some space just before that, see if I can catch someone, and gets caught because of it. All in all, though, it might sound silly with 5 players alive for Heretics. I actually think this isn't awful for Gen.G. You didn't use the ult. Like, if you'd lost a Hunter's Fury or you'd thrown in an overdrive and you'd lost like this, that's really annoying. But because it was just such an early fight, they still have all 5 ults. They can do exactly the same thing in the next round with using some for entry and using some for post, and their opponents will not be able to match that. Of course, the kill from Miniboo would probably be the most desired.
Left.
He is the one rotating in, but still from afar. They know where he is. Even him dying might not be the worst case. Get that dimensional drift, something additional to play with for the next round.
We are just going to stay tucked in. Shock dart, the most they throw at him. 16 HP,
did
but
a lot of damage.
4 more needed. You know, I suppose it's easy to think back, though, on that first half and say, well, 5 in a row. I'm pretty sure we saw 6 from Gen.G. The difference really made by what you're seeing there, Munchkin, that second controller, in how strong it was for delay, for denial of info, and then at the end of the round, the major delay with that snake bite being held, with Gen.G always having the read, always being ahead of the play. It's not going to be as easy for Heretics to make that happen on their defense.
I love watching the coaches share a singular mic, but it shows how much HSK is bringing to this squad. He was a part of 2 very different stories. The worst streak in Pacific history and the first trophy they ever got. It really is the tale of 2 sides, but the fact is he has brought an immense amount of value since joining this Gen.G side. They clearly respect their coaching staff when the pauses come through. I think there was a moment the other day where you actually saw Solo without the headphones on, because they were listening intently. There was no need for a response. And as said, with 5 ultimates available for this round, Heretics are still very much up against it, and they are yet to get 2 in a row in this second half.
A daunting task for the defense. And as you said, it's the ultimates really that present such a major challenge. Even picking off a few as they enter a site. If that pit goes down, it's a different game altogether. If it's a B plant and they've got garage control, they need to enter that A site. The lockdown from Foxy9 can do so damn much. And with no Hunter's Fury for Riyadh, there'll be no denying it. Gen.G operating in a death ball. And look at this B site defense. Fu, who's been here before, is in position up top. He got hit by that paranoia too, and Texture's got him. That's a disastrous opening.
Yeah, now they have all of those ultimates ready to go for the post-spawn. I think Heretics have realized there's a real need to try and get in early, and it has not got to plan. Texture is the final boss that Heretics have to deal with. Woot. He's been a hero for them here, but with a lockdown up against him, time ticking away, they have got to try and fall back, and they're not getting out of there alive. The one-man army has to face versus 4, and they are ready and waiting for him. Gen.G are not going down without a fight. They will take this 1-3.
All the way to Lotus. This series certainly deserves a decider, and Gen.G fought hard for the right for this final battleground. After the break, we'll find out who your last grand finalist is.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
Sticky rice on my tongue. Movie stars on my walls. Running to the phone, hoping it's you who calls. Oh you, I'm messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh you, can turn back time. Yeah. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile at me. Oh you, I'm messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting Valorant. We had a short day yesterday, but today,
not anymore.
Despite all the different difficulties we faced, we're going all 6 maps. It is map number 3 for Gen.G. They're able to battle back here against Team Heretics. The last hope for Pacific showing up in map number 2. Digon here alongside Baby Bay and Kukuka. Y'all, this was a very, very impressive map here for Gen.G. We needed to see it after kind of getting the life sucked out of them in Ascent.
Yeah, I think that we know that Haven is a very strong map for Gen.G. I think we expected this kind of performance, the security, and also the way that this composition really works for them, both on the attack and in the defense. We saw Heretics trying to sell those fakes, but let me tell you, Gen.G ain't falling for any of that.
Yeah, it was an impressive comeback as well, because I think Heretics were up after winning pistol and bonus, right, on their attacking side. So yeah, it was a hard-fought comeback into that, but they looked so dominant at the end. They looked very comfortable and just at home.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some of the stats in just a little bit, but I mean, when it comes back to the hero building and the players that needed to stand out, who stood out for you the most here on Gen.G's victory?
So the thing, I think it's easy to look at and say that, you know, Texture was very good. We kind of expected that kind of performance, but to me, it's more of the composition and how it works. So I have to give kudos against to Munchkin. He was absolutely annoying to play against, having the Viper on Haven, I think specifically against the composition that Team Heretics presented. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, both teams were really good in the post plant. The problem is Texture was just disrupting everything. 11 first kills. I mean, you can't set up and get the spike planted if he's playing the way that he's playing on this map of Haven.
Yeah, and you're starting to wonder there a little bit. There was the one opportunity where Ash had the chance after the plant on A, thinking like, oh man, he just missed all of his shots. We're getting a little shaky, but no, the rest of the core of Gen.G able to settle down the team and match the pace that Woot is still setting for Team Heretics. So there's still hope there for our European squad.
Yeah, but a little bit shaky, especially on those ultimates with the ISO and those kill contracts. Usually in the region, we see him a little bit destroying, but I feel like I saw at least a couple that didn't go his way, and they're such important pieces, whether you're executing or you're trying to retake a side, not getting that, and actually Gen.G trying to break that time in and taking the opportunity to go up against Heretics. Very well thought.
Yeah, one of the times they're able to do that was on the back of the man that you called out, Munchkin, just coming up huge. We need those big plays if you're going to make it to the grand finals. Able to do so here with the 4K.
Yeah, it's the way that he repositions after every kill and his awareness, his instinctual timings of his crosshair placement. I've seen him get multi-kills so many times on that C site, and it's just magic when he's playing this Viper, and it works, okay? When it works, it looks amazing. He's untouchable. But, you know, it doesn't always go that way. And that's most of the time Gen.G loses when he is not feeling it. But it's scary for Heretics when he's like this.
Yeah, absolutely. The way he's able to isolate those kills, I believe, in C. Not only that, when we're speaking about 4Ks, Mr. 4Ks himself, Texture, did not have a single 4K in the tournament so far. Map 1, he got a 4K. Map 2, he got another 4K. So that's the scary part. He never needs the ace. They know in Gen.G as well, which is important.
Achilleos and Big Time in the back being like, no, you don't need that last one. We don't need the ace. We don't need the ace, especially there in the final round. He was sitting on 4. Someone else ended up picking it up, and Gen.G push it to map number 3. When we're thinking about map number 3 here, Baby Bay, I mean, it's getting down to crunch time. It has been a long day, and when you're tired, when there's fatigue setting in, when there's doubt setting in, if you lost the last map like Heretics did, what starts to cross through your mind, and how do you really settle yourself here?
So this is the weird part with the Heretics team, right, against Gen.G specifically, because they've been here before. They got burned out in the middle of a series. Keep in mind, it was a BO5, but remember, we had that break. So it's basically like you already played, a map already. So we're getting to that territory now where it's like Gen.G, they usually win the war of attrition, and historically they have against Heretics. So I'm a little worried, and we're going on to Lotus as well. I don't know. This is a good map for Gen.G, like one of their best maps.
Yeah, but they couldn't find success in Toronto. I feel also that for the side of Heretics, they've also trying to be swapping things around. Back in EMEA, it was good for them, but I feel that after that Tejo meta was, they say goodbye. They've been trying to play a little things up. It didn't work out for them. I believe that is the map that they lost to NRG in the best of 1 that they played right at the beginning of the tournament. But as you're saying, especially now that we're getting deep into the series, we have to remind, yes, that best of 5 that was the final for Shanghai. The moment that those 2 last maps arrived, it was extremely dominant for Gen.G. Team Heretics got their chance of getting their revenge back at Champs, and they were able to win against Gen.G. But I feel like that's still there. The pride and the pain is still there.
And we got to see a little of that earlier with Fnatic over PaperX, and PaperX getting the most recent win over at Masters Toronto. So you're kind of wondering, is that enough motivation for either side? The Shanghai loss or the Champions loss for either side to motivate them on in. We've got the timer up on the clock. The fans have been loud and raucous. Let's start with you, Kakuku. Who needs to step up on this side of Team Heretics?
I want to see if they're going to change the composition again, because as I was saying, playing EWC, they brought up a new one. They moved away from the Vice and whatnot. They put in the Breach. I want to see what they have prepared, because it wasn't good enough for them. And I want to see if that comes off as a surprise for Gen.G, if that superiority is going to be palpable, because definitely on Haven, it was all on Gen.G's side.
Yeah, and Gen.G on this map of Lotus, like I said earlier, this is like their map. This is the bread and butter pick. And it's so messed up because when you play Gen.G, you know what they're going to do. They do the same thing every time. They've been doing it for years. I mean, that Haven comp they've been running since 2022, right? The thing is they are so flawless on their execution when it comes down to matches like this that it just makes me extremely worried for Heretics. Heretics, I don't think you go into this trying to counter Gen.G. I think you need to just come in with a crazy game plan.
Yeah, I think you have to think also about the fact that stage 2 is about to begin. You have to figure out your Lotus, especially in EMEA.
Yes.
We love Lotus. We play it so much.
Best map in the game, by the way.
Yeah, it's actually one of the best ones. I think that we see a lot of Lotus, but I feel like I never have enough. It's like, oh, Lotus. Yeah, I'm not annoyed at that. But yeah, I think that right now, this is for Gen.G to lose, in my opinion.
All right. Well, there's the pressure that Kakuka is putting onto the Pacific representative here. The final one. Fnatic await. The big boss are already in the grand finals. We have 2 worthy contenders, but only one can move on. Team Heretics, Los Niños against Gen.G. Who will make it on through? The final map starts right now.
$500,000 and a chance to face Fnatic in the finals on the line. It's Gen.G and Heretics trading maps almost in similar form. A 13-7. Heretics started out looking good, shutting down Texture, the big player on the other side of the stage. But he came back online on Haven, and they took the win 13-8, bringing us all the way to Lotus. This is the battle that we deserved when we looked at this series. A 2-0 just wouldn't be good enough. And now that we've gone the distance, I see the players loading in, plenty waving the banner of VCT Masters Shanghai winner, rubbing it in to their opposition's face.
Yeah, well, you can't blame them for having the title, but there's definitely something that might just dig a little deeper for the side of Heretics. Of course, again, we got to focus on who we're looking at for this next map, and I think Minibu has to be a highlight. All the way through this series, he has had the backup plan of Woot, and most of the time the backup plan has been the first plan, which is Woot, try and kill as many people as you can. The fact is, this time Woot goes onto the Fade. He's still going to put up numbers, but Minibu has to take that direct control. And once again, they come up against this same double controller, but they throw one into themselves. Now, one of the things that definitely worried me a little bit is still not having that overall Sentinel. Like we saw it in one of their earlier games where it's like, you just don't have that control when you're on the attack side, and you don't have that ability to really anchor that site. There's a lot of reliance on that C site Sentinel. Benji's going to try and do it with the Viper. They're going to try and switch things up. But if that doesn't work, as I'm worried it won't, that's where Gen.G really do have their opener. Of course, as well, what they get as a benefit is having that extra initiator in play. And I do think if they're going to win this game, Rienz is crucial. His supportive utility on this map is utterly fantastic. He's going to look to set them up from the back line. Of course, he's still going to have that spice of some of the craziest aim you've ever seen, but it does put him into more of a role where he has to set up the others. So again, to my initial point, if Minibu's not hitting, they are in trouble.
Without a doubt. I mean, he went missing on that previous map. Let's see if Heretics called up Liam Neeson. They found their duelist, the star of the show, as he so often is. Or if Gen.G are going to have another texture show uncontested.
I was going to say, or has he been taken? That would be my major worry. We are going to be getting into the third and final map of this series. One of these teams will be heading into the grand final. One of these teams gets a shot at Fnatic, and the other will be crushed as well as their key.
Well, it starts towards the C site, and Gen.G, in similar fashion to the previous, they've got a good read. 3 players ready for the push that could have been. But Heretics, they've spread the net pretty thin. Benji, Fishy, and Boo covering off the other lanes. And with Gen.G not aggressing, their gamble's going to have to be taken by Heretics. The door was open, they could have dragged players off C, it could still be stacked, and that's what they're going with. Back towards the A site. But look how passive Gen.G are holding this, knowing that the wall can cut off their info at any given moment. They're playing on the site with 2, an element of surprise that could well pay off.
This has been something we saw on the prior map as well, of how good Munchkin was with the toggling of that utility. Just making that bit more awkward. Foxy's goal is to just play around that singular nanoswarm, wait for the contact of texture.
30 seconds left.
And see what he can do. Patiently waiting, the paranoia is solid. He's gonna try and actually play through his own teammates' util, but will go down.
It was a really nice setup, and you could see that Boo was a little caught off guard, but he adjusted in time, took the pick, and with 12 seconds left, the spike is being planted. Heretics with the advantage. They've been so good in the pistol rounds. Minus the one on the previous. These players waiting to dive out of heaven as the smoke fades. The battle ensues. Minibu, good to pick up one, but not 2. It's left on to Munchkin, but in a really doable spot. A headshot enough to drop either of these players, but he's only 40 HP himself. He'll need to be quick, he'll need to be clean, and it's damn close, but Benji Fishy pulls it off with 3.
It's important to see that start from him. I think on the other maps where he has been a little bit quieter, especially on the first, it didn't seem to matter as much. On this one, he's going to be necessary, especially in that second half, but also just from controlling the pace. He's got to be very diligent of any defensive side aggression. But this time, it was his aim that was enough. Off to a solid start. We're going to see a couple of sheriffs invested into, and early control still being battled for, even with the minute investment they've had. The main thing, though, is Texture got the orb.
It looks like they're going to go for a little more as well, sticking around for deeper control. Ash in position, and for a moment I thought Ash was going to be left alone, but Texture doubles up. Reading that perhaps Heretics will want to take it here late. And they might just, with the contact being seen, you know your Sentinel on Gen.G is going to be towards that C site. You know there's a player holding close on B, there could be two. It's a low buy round, it's a good spot to stack up. But as we can see, as they shift late towards this preferred take of A site, there's a third player coming in. Munchkin, Snakebite, locked and loaded. Heretics look like they're about to walk into a trap.
It seems like they are. The ruse being sold, and now with Foxy9 winning that fight, not seeing anything else, Woot has done well, but the Sheriff of Texture still going strong! A third already in the round, and now Boo is the only one left. And with 25 seconds left, even killing this man off might not be enough. The road to the A site is one paved with risks. Already Karen has made it to the side, but he's been spotted. He doesn't even realize that his game is up. His life is sold out already. It's not the prettiest of sprays. But now it's left all onto Foxy9. He's had so many moments, but this may be the biggest of them. A fight versus Boo, but Boo will hold on. A 1v3 clutch that was so necessary.
That came so damn close. Again, and we saw this in the second map. Gen.G's reads have been perfect. The calling off the charts, but I don't know what you call to get Texture to pull that out. 3 shots from a Sheriff, 3 bodies on the floor. With 2 or 3 bullets to spare, Boo ends up winning out the round. A 2-0 start, but it is anything but convincing. Gen.G with rifles in their hands, and oh goodness, he's being caught immediately.
That's not the way they wanted things to go. Of course, you can expect Heretics to be a bit more audacious, but that was very audacious. And Texture just seems to be on another level. Last map, he was the king in the server.
One enemy remaining.
And he might just be crowned with a crushing of a key. And a smile on his face. Miniboo is all that stands, and while Foxy9 looks so comfortable playing around his utility, that was the bonus round. It wasn't a mass investment, but that was so easy.
And that nade got him the showstopper online. It's there to play within the next, and even then he didn't stop. Taking 2, dodging the breach utility. And so the weaponry stacked a little more heavily in Gen.G's favor coming into this, because yes, there's 5 rifles. And I'm not talking about the Guardian as a weakness, I'm talking about the rocket launcher as a big, big plus for Gen.G. The other sign of life issue that we highlighted, map 1, Texture was gone missing. In the second, he showed up, and in the third, he is swinging right out of the gates. The Sheriff, the rifle, the nade, everything's been landing.
Oh, this time, after failing that A control, gonna try and put some pressure on that C side of the map, but look how far up this defense has got on A. B site, for now at least, is completely open, and the showstopper sent in onto Benji. I said he's got to be the man to hold on for those aggressive pushes, but he has been isolated and executed.
In the meantime, though, Boo's gone for the TP back to A. This splits the vision of these players as they have to go back, clearing out that flank. Even look at Foxy9 worried about his spawn. A needle in a haystack, and they're not clearing the right angles. Charon's going to be caught by him. Paranoia, sure, it doesn't land, but the smoke blocks off their vision. Team Heretics, despite losing that opening pick, the showstopper's not there to play within the late round, so they don't have to worry about it, but they still have to worry about Texture, and Boo shuts him down. This started out poorly, but Boo single-handedly gives Team Heretics hope.
It was an audacious attempt, but sometimes it's the bold plays that are the best. They've still got to be careful though. Ash already doing a lot of damage. Foxy9 traded, and while that is enough to put them severely on the back foot, the use of the Nightfall removes the senses. Oh, at that stage, well, I'm looking at Munchkin with his hand off the keyboard, so I don't think he's planning on going anywhere anytime soon. He's adjusting his headphones. I don't know if I've ever seen this in the middle of a round, but I guess he doesn't expect anybody to push this way at this stage. Definitely not feeling the pressure, that's for sure, as it will be another round on the board. But more importantly, we mentioned heroes of Woot, Miniboo, Riens, while this one was all about Big Brother Boo.
Just putting that question mark in the back of their minds. The timing so crucial. If he goes down to Texture there, just a second earlier he was putting down a smoke. That would have put so much pressure on those players trying to get in and plant the spike. And we know that once Texture has his foot in the door, the next foot's kicking it wide open. 3-1. A great recovery on a terrible start to the previous round. And Gen.G losing their showstopper.
The idea from Boo is fantastic. You know how aggressive they've been. They use it against them. Ultimates at a minimal. There's a few getting close, but Foxy9 not going to be challenging for orbs. Ash, the same. Actually, they really are starting to exploit that B presence. They've already pushed all the way in. This double utility setup, Mitch, it's going to be rough to get through.
If not impossible. Foxy9, he's crossing over, taking the timing of what the Prowler had cleared just moments ago. I think you've seen, Boo might have had an angle there. But nonetheless, they're not going through this. Now seeing all this utility there, the Viper Orb. Although the Snakebite's gone, the threat still looms, and the A site again becomes the target, Charon. They'll have to do so much as Miniboo keeps their eyes focused on this side of the map. 3 players on C.
30 seconds.
And although he loses his life, he's bought them a lot of time.
Yeah, the main danger is Texture, though. He's about to come in on that cross. It is being watched, and Woot's going to be the one to land the shot. That battle continues throughout these maps, but Charon is the man to beat. First drops the spike, time is ticking away, but Gen.G removes him before it becomes too dangerous. Munchkin is now here on site, though. The spike is going to be planted, but they quickly make a move, and Munchkin looking to end this round on his own. Already a couple to the good. Gen.G is all that stands in his way, and he's so wary about the other side, he doesn't realize they're all about to swing him at once. A comfortable retake for Gen.G.
Nicely handled. Once you lose Texture so quickly, the pressure's on for Charon, and he was able to do a lot. Finding that first pick, Rien's flash was fantastic. That took him out of the round. But they couldn't find much more with the time bought for those rotations, considering there were 3 players on this C side of the map. When Miniboo went down, they needed someone to buy them that time. And Charon was the man to show up. Munchkin dealing with Rien's when the util belt ran dry. And the round finding its way into Gen.G's hands early. It's not an easy buyback for Heretics either.
Where are you?
It's not going to be a pretty one, but they are going to get a chance to fight. An early push up, and there's so many players on the other side. It is a complete spray down for Munchkin. His individual game has been fantastic, and he is not looking to stop. It's a egregious fight taken, but an easy cleanup. And something I want to mention as well about Gen.G, about this roster, about especially Charon, Munchkin, and Texture, is this tournament for them would cement them in the history books forever. Being that first team from Pacific to lift the trophy, and then being the first team to have their name in the totem. That's something that can never be erased. That is something that can never be taken from this squad. They have been making history since this roster was formed. And Heretics are looking to stop them from making it potentially over them twice.
Well, the timeout's going to be called as they attempt to slow the build-up of Gen.G. Cool their engines a little bit. Previous, as we said, it was a low buy for Heretics. Their opposition farming some valuable orbs out of it, putting a stop to anything that could have went their way. You can see the concentration on their faces. As now we get into this third map, the rounds start to build, and in the coming couple of rounds, it's going to be triumph or tragedy for one of these squads as we're neck and neck coming out of this timeout.
I'll find you.
Early paranoia once again thrown. This A-site control for Gen.G has been a big part of their gameplay, but Heretics are expecting that the gap lies within B, but that's where Munchkin resides. Again, that snake bite. It has blocked them on C, it's blocked them on B. Wherever they go, he is waiting.
Just avoided the Prowler. Didn't even look at it, and Foxy9 comes in just in time. Swinging in, finding success for Gen.G, and whatever theory of weakness towards that B site may have been floating around, it has been put to bed. They'd seen not long ago Foxy9 and Munchkin on C. You think, well, what do they have to stop us there? Well, by the time they pushed, they had both.
That's the worst thing, is Heretics' read, if you go off the last couple of rounds, is correct. They've stacked up C early, and then they've had the 3-player push on A. That has been their regular point of call, and an alarm bot alongside the wall is what holds the B site. This time, Munchkin, IGL, leader of the team, goes, I reckon they've noticed that. I reckon that they've thought about it and are going to try and make a play in this direction. They try and move that way, he snake bites it, immediately gets 2 kills. The read from Gen.G, this map and the last, they have been in the heads of Heretics.
For Boo, the 1v3.
10 seconds
He's out of
left.
time. Saving this weapon, the best possible call. And speaking of calls, as you said, the Gen.G playbook here has just been used to perfection. And I think another thing, though, is you look at what they have. Okay, C gets pressured this round. You only have the one there, Foxy9. But he hasn't even got his utility in the choke point. It's on the site. He has a lockdown to work with. If lockdown works, they get back in, they Vipers pit it. They have easy responses, so they play a little lighter on that side of the map. Pressure be heavy with Munchkin there. And as soon as he finds that opening pick and there's a snake bite down, the round's already done. Insult to injury that he spams through, and I think headshots Benji through a wall, peppers him up. And your Viper's now 13 HP, you're a man down, and you've got no space. This is a very difficult team to play against, and Heretics, out of the timeout, they don't find any solutions.
This is, once again, a pistol, second round just about. But in the buy rounds, Gen.G have definitely been the better. It was a hero play off Boo in a couple of these that has made this seem relatively close. You know, 4-3 scoreline, that's not bad, but you take out those first 2 rounds. And this is dominant, and well, already they've been so good at baiting the plays. That was a spam through. Good trade though, but there's a second player there. These hero rifle rounds have worked wonderfully for Heretics so far. And it's looking like that might be the same case again.
Oh, he pops the ult, 45 HP. It's a little bit of an easier target, but that's worked wonders.
Play.
They've gotten the lockdown out of them. And Mini Boo just shredded through. He was 45 health, and he got out with 6.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds that we've seen a few times throughout this game. They're thinking back to Haven. It was the hero rifle for Whoop that managed to make it work. This time it's the hero rifle for Boo. And well, some styling at the end from Miniboo. Definitely feeling pumped up, and I mentioned it at the beginning, if you can get this guy online, he can be the difference maker. Even still though, we've seen these one and dones before. We saw it on the last map that they never were really able to string things together, and in the standard rounds, that was where Gen.G shone. Well, let's see if that's the case once again.
Well, he was point of contact on that A site, saw the util, fell back, and now Mini Boo's first man in towards C. First man out of the round as well. Foxy9 with a wonderful spam. And that's put a bit of a pin in the plan for Team Heretics.
The Sentinel role has just made the man, honestly. He was a solid duelist in the past, but what he's currently doing on this Killjoy is what he's going to be remembered for. He plays contact off them, spamming his own utility, and then spams back in response. That is genius. And he has changed his setup every single round to make it more awkward for this squad. Viper's pick going to be utilized. The spam is close. They are forced back the other way. Caron, once again, is the solo defender. This stun could leave him in trouble.
It's been the Viper and Killjoy slowing these pushes. Now it has to be the Omen on the other side. He smoked off both corners, giving himself a chance. As they emerge from this, it's a tough fight, but he's got the surprise angle. At least keeping the numbers favored and leaving Texture with a pick and a showstopper. 12 seconds left. The plant needs to be found, and Boo doesn't have backup. He's all alone on this site. 6 seconds as he gets a friend, and it's too late. The round's already gone, and Munchkin, adding insult to injury, wraps around those rifles left on the floor, and Gen.G with one more.
Yeah, they're making this look comfortable. They're relying at times on Caron to do the dirty work. He's definitely being left out to dry a lot of the time. It's you, your smokes, your paranoia, and just buy us enough time. The rest of us will finish the job. But he's doing a great job. 4 and 6. Scoreboard Warriors at the end will be like, nah, Caron didn't have a great game. But if you're watching, you'll know that's not the truth. The buy from Heretics is a weird one. You could see this as a bonus round, but it's definitely not. 3 rifles, and they're going to try and put the pressure directly in again, this time running through the util, but that almost seemed like suicide. Rians, though, has somehow found 2. They finally dealt with the C-side defense.
Texture's still close by, but he's been spotted. He's been dealt with. Boo up top, puts him to bed. And now the advantage double. What's on the other side with Rians following up again. Caron has no choice but to run for the hills. The 1v4 against a pit and a rolling thunder, not looking all too likely. And despite some incredible calling from Gen.G, some big individual plays, some heroes found in the darkest of times, Team Heretics, they are still going to equalize this.
Yeah, they've been battling back and forth. And it's the same as what we saw in Haven. It's the pacey hits that are working out for them. The disrespecting of that utility is the one way that you can defeat a double controller, is you go, okay, screw it. We're going through that util. And you saw, what it basically meant was that Miniboo had to just die. Like, he had to die so the rest could live. That's how this has ended up, the sacrificial lamb to just go, okay, look, we have walked into Foxy 9 slowly, and he has played us almost every time. I'll run through, and Rians, you have got to get the kill. And with the TP through at the same time, that's exactly what happened. We know where he is, and we're able to deal with him. It's not the nicest role for Miniboo to have, but if it wins your rounds, it wins your rounds.
There.
Well, it has been a perfect storm of parity so far. 5.
Try and go through it again.
They'll be stopped, surely. That is questionable play, but Miniboo somehow got one. That is the best of a bad situation. An attempted fallback for Ash, and he gets out successfully. But the TP that just went in, it puts so much pressure on. Boo might just have the perfect angle. Texture clears it, but doesn't land the shot in time. A little surprised to see the sleep paralysis demon right behind him. Team Heretics, they've got a leg up, a plant, and a Viper's pit to play inside.
Ooh. Already spotted, and Boo.
Not ready, cover going out.
Playing it smart. It's not a risk worth taking. Munchkin, he needs to find something here. The rest of his team are having to fight for life and limb through the pit, and already it seems like this round is done for Ash. Actually holding on to the gun could be fairly important for the final round of the half. He is fighting alongside it, and well, I don't know if that's the right decision. Financially in a bit of trouble. I'll say as well, like this has to be, in terms of the highest tier of game, the most impactful from the shadows we have seen. The 2 rounds that he has had it, they have won because of him.
And it's the A-site pressure. constantly being put on. They have to clear everything, and he could be hiding around any corner. At timing as well, just as Foxy9 wanted to push through the pit. The pressure is put on him from the other side, but the start of the round, Miniboo, you said it in the previous, he had to just go and die. Well, that's all that he was looking for in the previous, but he got his opener. He put the pressure on. And again, the TP, this time the ult, previously the From the Shadows in the round before. It gives them the space that they need. They don't have either to work well. They don't have the ult to work with this time. And the double Sentinels stack up towards this A site. Quasi with Viper. They've only found one of them.
Oh, Foxy9's in trouble. Death and blind, but he does have the judge. Texture already making it to the site as well.
Remaining.
One of the few rifles that they had, and well, Boo has been Heretics' best player so far. Waiting on the edge, but he's going to be spotted. A 6-6 half. It is dead even, as one of these teams will be eliminated and crushed in the next. Make sure you're back after the break.
History has had Team Heretics trapped, and it all started with Gen.G in Shanghai, fighting for another grand final spot. It kept it even at the halftime, but Gen.G heating up, Texture looking good, and Munchkin's Viper ever a threat. Now it's Gen.G's attack side, where they look to remind Team Heretics of what happens when they face them with elimination on the line.
And when they played at Champions, the time that Heretics did get their revenge, the highest rated player on Heretics was Big Brother Boo. Oh. He's looking to repeat history and show that maybe this is a matchup that he is more than excited to play. He was the reason that Heretics got, I would say, the majority of their rounds. And as we've already mentioned, in terms of pistol rounds, this is the 6th. So far, 4 gone the way of Heretics. That is where they've got their advantages. Munchkin already revealed his deadly duo alongside him, and Heretics seem like they really want to battle this.
Hungry for that early fight and reading the rotation back from Gen.G perfectly. 2 players still on the A site as the Viper orb fades. Benji, he's very close to that corner. I was worried about him rounding it, but maybe he needs to see that these players are no longer there. They're sending it back in the other direction. A B split on the horizon. Woot up close, and he's got backup with Riyadh. But the paranoia, it doesn't stop them at all. The picks keep on coming, and Texture's pushed by 4. The spike down, and in the hands of Team Heretics.
The main danger at this point is even if he was managing to find these kills, the time is pretty much gone already. It's looking like the pistol conversion is not going anywhere for Heretics. 5 out of 6, almost inevitable unless, well, Munchkin somehow pulls off the greatest clutch we've seen this tournament. He's going to go running to his demise. Heretics will take the lead off the back of another pistol victory and move themselves forward towards another international grand final.
Enemy spike down A.
I thought this paranoia could have been the turning point. Stop those players on the A side from helping out, but then they were ready to eliminate Texture together. Close out the round and put another pistol there for Heretics. As we said, they've been so solid when it comes to these pistol rounds. And the advantage it gives you, tangible. It's the only reason that they're neck and neck at the halftime, and it's the only reason they're in the lead now.
In the early stages of this tournament, a defeat, a dominant one to NRG, and almost being eliminated by Tech. We could look at a very different bracket. Questions were being asked of if this Heretics squad was still the team we saw from last year. But now battling versus Gen.G with the opportunity for a final. The good start in this round is Karon being able to find one, but it's whether they can get anything more as they face off against Woot. They're at least making this one a little bit more costly.
Spike planted.
They need a whole lot more.
Bulldog and Stinger recovered. Gen.G have got the weaponry, and it's only a one-man advantage. Almost traded out. Foxy9 has it all to do, but he's isolated the first. He suspects the second. And the weaponry for Boo, it's ideal if he can hit the body shot, but he's got to be quick, and he's got to be clean as Foxy9 hits the headshot, but the weapon too weak to take Boo out. The big brother in there for the clutch and extends that lead up to 2, but this is a very costly round, Tom.
That's happened twice.
Yep.
That's happened twice where Boo is left alone. Last time versus 3, this time, well, luckily for him, it was only versus 1. He really has dragged them kicking and screaming through this map. He's been the one under pressure, under criticism. We've even seen him in those interviews say that when his team were battered and bruised from defeats, he was just ready for the next, not thinking about the past and getting ready for the future. Well, the future is looking at a rivalry with the black and orange of Fnatic. They are rushing forward for that early control. And of course, looking at the Heretics comp, Mitch, they have to be proactive. You can't have this double initiator and no Senti without taking map control.
Yeah, you can gamble that they move towards your Viper and you get a little bit of delay, but even then, that will be waning. Something Gen.G will take advantage of. You need that space, you need those early reads. With these weapons, though, it's not ideal. You push down on A, but going further, taking the fight into the spawn, you're not going to win that most of the time. Waiting for them to push isn't a bad idea, but Woot down on the ground. They'll look to recover his weapon. He had a big one. But in the meantime, the push coming in the other direction, and again, it will be Boo who has to stand against the rising tide of Gen.G there. A push up on B for Mini Boo will at least put some pressure on.
That makes things interesting, but he does have to be careful, and he's missed the timing on the swing. Munchkin will probably have to take a little bit more time than he'd like to clear some of those close angles out, and while that is all the information that they needed, but the remaining players, oh, hello, are still over on C. Boo is left to battle and brawl, and this time he only has a Stinger, left completely blind. The paranoia is perfect. Mini Boo is at least going to get one. That's Texture dealt with. Winning the round, unlikely. Making it costly, let's see.
Certainly possible. Waiting for all 3 to be here. The rifle recovered by Gen.G Fishy from the corpse of Woot as they now accelerate out. Karon is point of contact. He's been swung on, and Gen.G's trading. Again, this is Miniboo just drawing their eye. The flash goes in. Ash still standing though, down on 10 HP, backing off and joining his teammates for the fight. In fact, he swings into Miniboo on the side. 3 kills from the fade on Gen.G, and the round win goes to them with minimal cost.
That's well done, especially finding the gap. Like, there was only Boo on that side with the Stinger. That was the weakest possible point that they could target, and the Paranoia has said it was sublime. Sure, at moments things got a little bit dicey, but Ash so confident and comfortable in this position. It's a very quick response, and bear in mind it was the same in the last. It really felt like Heretics had to dig deep to win a lot of their rounds in that first half, whereas Gen.G, when they won, it was comfortable. That same space, big challenge for, again, Miniboo sold to the Wolves, Boo still here, but there is no real escape. They are fighting for this tooth and nail, but only one member is standing.
It's on the other side of the map as well. Gen.G adapting perfectly to that aggression coming out from Team Heretics. They had everything they needed. Miniboo with the opener, Boo a little slow on the trade with the Bulldog. Flash to get him back in, but Texture dodges it. This should be unwinnable. If push comes to shove, there's ultimates to fall back on, but there's 3 players to swing,
no
and the first is all that's needed. Gen.G keeping it the close game that it has been here on map number 3. But that's the play that we're going to expect to see a lot of, that deep aggression coming out of Team Heretics, and seeing Gen.G not even stumble on that initial contact is something to worry about.
Well, the scariest part of it is that is an attempted push that Heretics had multiple times, and without the Omen behind, I think they failed it every time.
Yes,
there wasn't any success. And Gen.G have gone, well, we can do it first time against pretty much your whole squad. As you said, it was only Gen.G on the other side of the map, and a lot of the time, for Gen.G, they only sent 3. It was just that Raze combo, the value of that nade and the amount of damage it could do. This buy is definitely a stinky one, but the goal is to try and isolate a lone player, potentially with a Paranoia. Miniboo does have himself a Stinger, and a single kill would grant him ult.
Oh, that Paranoia is good. Somehow, Foxy9's making it out. He's got vision back and actually makes it around another corner. He's safe. Safe to play into the late round, to keep their back secure. Wise to avoid that fight, and he'll get a chance on his own terms, standing his ground against Miniboo. The A-side push-up, not expected. And it will be a clean pickup onto Riyadh until the trade comes in. A 3 versus 4, weaker weapons to work with, and full control for Gen.G with a late lurk from Foxy9. It looked like there was some real promise for Team Heretics with that initial engagement, but again, Gen.G, they take a step in the right direction at every given opportunity.
Comfortable in their post spawn. The second they've got into this A-site position, they seem incredibly diligent in their post spawn, and it has not really worked out for Heretics to try and break this one apart. The lead comfortably taken already. And we're waiting to see what response there will be, because as said, like the difference with the composition from Gen.G is their defensive side can really rely on these sort of passive setups and their variation within them. When you're running a breach fade Neon, you kind of have to be aggressive. You kind of have to take space. And you can vary where that aggression or space is taken. But when you're dealing with someone like Foxy9, who, they put all the pressure on him in that round, and you wouldn't have been able to tell for a second.
You could tell from the faces of the coaching staff moments ago. They know how important this next round is. The rifles back out for Team Heretics, momentum building on the other side, but so much that they face that's in play on the other side could swing the pendulum in their favor.
For Gen.G, now in that driver's seat. They've looked good this tournament. The only defeat they had was to Fnatic, and I'm sure they're going to want revenge. They beat them They were one of the few teams to beat them over in Masters Toronto.
Toxins going up.
And I'm sure they'll feel confident if they can get there once again.
Screen down.
Getting a leg up in their rivalry, a friendly rivalry with Heretics, but there's still a way to go. And after the pause, Heretics' initial plan was to take that B control. But Gen.G, I think after realizing how much util and players they've already spotted, they're being very careful with this one. They also haven't seen the Neon, which you kind of need to deal with him fairly early on.
These teams have been locked in a spiral of parity. But they are fast approaching a razor's edge. And on one side sits triumph, on the other tragedy.
Oh, hello.
A lot of information towards this A site. That's going to keep players here for Team Heretics. But Gen.G, they are quickly swapping it up.
Oh, yeah, they're so convinced that they've used the Nightfall over on the A side, but with that clipping nothing,
I dropped 30 seconds
that does give information over to Heretics that, okay, either they fell all the way back and are now going in, but there's the showstopper. Gen.G can't fight that. He doesn't have any additional delay other than trying to stop them taking into the spawn, but with the Viper's pit down, this retake becomes incredibly difficult. The only ultimate in hand is Overdrive, and I don't know how much that's going to help.
They need to win their fights. Outside of the pit, there's a few opportunities, a few chances, and Charon was one, hiding in the corner, quickly traded out before he can escape and get back into the safety of that pit. The spike tapped now as players need to swing. Foxy9 falls, Munchkin as well. It looked like this is where Gen.G could run away with it, but Team Heretics answer up again. Neck and neck once more.
That's one of the few post plants where I looked at all the A-side post plants from Gen.G and you go, okay, even if it's 3v3, it looks like they've got this. That one, they had an advantage and a pit down. And I think it's Riyadh. It's the 2 kills that Riyadh ends up getting on the way in that makes so much of a difference. The 2 players down below gets rid of that pit as well. And that was everything. The pit was just holding off the cross. They had so much deep control, but also the fact that the majority, if not all of Heretics, came through spawn. One of the few places that wasn't locked off by that Viper's pit. Now you talk about ultimates, and they have gone firmly into the favor of Heretics.
That was it. It felt like that was the trump card for Gen.G. A pit and a showstopper. Those high-value ultimates could turn the tide of almost any round if played correctly. And it got them the space, it got them the sight and the post plant off of it. Charon even picking the opening. But Team Heretics have fought their way back. Fate has been hesitant to choose a side so far.
Shadows traveling. How
long will that continue? The credits running low on Gen.G's side. The ultimate's there for Team Heretics. The defense on the wrong side of the map. It is again Boo that seems to have the pack coming his way.
Toxin screen down.
There.
Claiming more and more space for a potential backstab. You could see the team have basically decided, you know what, let's allow Munchkin to play. Let's try and fake some ideas out! It is gorgeous from Munchkin! He has played the round around himself, and he has come up green. That is utter perfection from Munchkin, and he literally called his teammates, tap the door, and I'll win you the round.
One more for the ace, but it's Boo to shut him down. Maybe it's not just texture. Gen.G struggling to get the ace, but the round win will do. 10 on the board. And we talked a big game. On map number 1, you see him on Ascent, no one's playing the Viper. It's not really viable. He has to go somewhere else. But every other map, you see why he picks this agent. Playing it to perfection, without the pit, without the showstopper, but he put a stop to that show. What a spray down! Unbelievable transfer deep into the spray.
But the crazy thing about that is that he literally put the world on his own shoulders. He said, I've managed to get behind. You open that door, put a Prowler through, it will force them back into me. Maybe expected 1, maybe expected 2. But to hit that 3rd shot is insanity. Right now, you are looking at an IGL playing Viper on attack side, who is 22 and 14. And we talked about the leader of Boo and the impact that he has had. Munchkin has decided he wants a little bit for himself.
Oh, Boo, you're in trouble. If he doesn't suspect Foxy9 to be here on the other side of the map, Gen.G Fishy dropped Charon in with a double. And despite Boo finding one, Woot, he's trapped in that corner. They looked. Oh, that's disastrous. That play could have breathed life back into this round for Team Heretics. But instead, Boo's all alone, and they've already heard the steps. They're waiting to swing on Munchkin's contact, and they won't get a chance. The Viper's Pit is almost back online, Tom. I must have a lapse in my memory. He used it just a few rounds ago.
Yeah, he's better without it. Genuinely, he's better without it. Let this man lurk. Let this man be away from the pack, because the second he is, he's finding gaps every round in the defense. Like, look, he's already hunting at this stage of the round. Top fragging by a decent margin, and he's making Texture have to consider whether he's the star of the show here. Space being taken once again. This battle for A control has been one that mostly has gone the way of Gen.G, and while they waited... Nice bam from Boo! Anything you could do, he can do, well, maybe just as well.
Need a bit more before he can take the title of better, but this is a hell of a round to step up. All those credits on the line for Team Heretics. Ults coming into play for both sides and shutting down that push right at the gates, not even letting them within the walls of the A site.
It's crazy when you go into the setup of this game. You're talking about Woot, Mini Boo, you're talking about Foxy9, you're talking about Texture. Yeah. And in this map, okay, they've had their moments, but for the most part, they've been irrelevant. It's been the IGLs. It's been the leaders literally leading in every single way. You have a round from Munchkin that spray down will not be leaving my memory for a long time. And then I look at that A-side defense and go, it is only Boo that's still here. Surely there's a problem. And no, he makes it look easy. At this stage, it has been called a save. The spike is still deep. Maybe they're expecting for someone to go on the hunt, but Heretics do not want to give them even a moment's notice. They don't want to move. They don't want to breathe. They want to make sure that their economy stays strong in this one. And as the round comes to an end, it is going to be within 1. Every single time someone pulls away, they're straight back.
When Gen.G found that extra round, I thought fate's chosen its champion. This is where they close it, and it's not even close with that initial fight on Boo. What a time to step it up. So many times he's been alone against the squad, the pack hunting him down. A taste for blood, but it's their own that spilled.
Show it again.
The spray was so good.
This was nuts, but it's this.
Boom!
That's ridiculous.
One bullet transfer.
Like that is honestly one of the best sprays I've ever seen, but it's also just the way he set up the round. Like I know for a fact that in that moment, he told them the space he was given. He told them, open the door, put a Prowler through, and we'll get whoever's pushed up. Did he know there was 3? Maybe, maybe not. Did he expect to kill all 3? With the way he's playing, I don't know. But the fact is, it's been a crazy performance from Munchkin. Be it both the calling on the last map, the utility he's had for Viper. Like, as I said, other than I think Ascent, he plays Viper on every single map. And I think for most people, that would be a problem. For Munchkin, it's a privilege.
Well, that wasn't even the last timeout for Gen.G. They've braved the storm of this back and forth battle against Team Heretics so far. Munchkin a man after my own heart. He's pulled out the Odin for the spams early. They look to take this space aggressively, denying the Neon slide up or at least damaging him as he does, trying to take players down inside of tree. But so far, nothing to be found. This is a change of setup. We've seen it before from Heretics a number of rounds ago with Miniboo solo holding towards the C site and a ton of utility waiting on A. As soon as the door opens, the pit goes down and you're safe by playing so far back inside that pit. Gen.G realized that to break this setup requires more than, not actually more than they have, but more than they're willing to commit. They sent it back, but now they go forward again. A counter pit possible.
Yeah, this is the thing. This round is almost a game of chicken. There are so many ultimates available. That's why Benji was happy to use this immediately. You got Rolling Thunder already set up and ready to go. Lockdown alongside Nightfall. It's almost perfect for taking the site. And then Viper's Pit potentially there for the post. It's going to have to be proactive. And that's what I like to see from the side of Heretics. They know that if they just allow them to execute, it could be a problem.
Oh, Miniboo, he's not even hiding from that spam. He was firing right back. In goes the Prowler, flash on the back. They want to be quick. Team Heretics dumping utility, big swing goes through. Charon good for 2, but the pit stays up and the Viper far outside of it. They're gonna need to get in there and tap that spike. But with the Nightfall in play, this makes this task that little bit more difficult. The Odin spam through could be deadly for Team Heretics if they overstay their welcome in the pit. And they need to do so to have any chance of dropping the Viper, who's so far back. It's a beautiful setup for the side of Gen.G, but Ash is left alone. Time ticking. The shotgun used, but the rifle for Riyadh gets it. It's very close. It's too close, in fact. The time's not there. Gen.G, they bought enough time. One more for the series.
It is the ult dump round of all ult dump rounds. They knew that all they really had to do was buy time. Even from Rienz, you have to give him credit. He did incredibly well picking off those remaining players, but the clock was already gone. The lockdown, the Viper's Pit, everything thrown at that round from both sides as well. Only the From the Shadows survives. And already this early fight will start again. The ping up, it's information. Karen's TP'd past the spams. It's going back and forth all the way, but the defense have come out on top. They have an advantage for now.
But they've lost space. They don't know this. Foxy9 so close, but he's caught that Prowler. May just have saved the day. It may keep Team Heretics in this map as Ash will fall soon. One more round. Come overtime or 13. This game soon to end, this series running the distance.
It has been one of the most enjoyable matches I think I've witnessed for a while. Both teams' strengths showing when it comes to their own map choice. The confidence of Gen.G to pick into a map. Their opponents were 7-0. And this one, right there, seemingly slightly favored in the end to Gen.G. It took both pistols being won from Heretics to compete in this match, and some ludicrous plays from Boo. Munchkin has matched him, and in these last couple of rounds, all of them will really matter is who pulls out all the stocks here. All previous rounds are forgotten, and it comes down to one. For Solo, for HSK, they believe that they can make the difference. They believe that what they are about to say might just end this series.
Sands of time are running low for Gen.G to close this out. The 13th round evaded them in the previous, but they get one more shot to end this in regulation, to keep their dreams of $500,000 of facing Fnatic in the grand final alive. And it's a fast play to the B side, but there's numbers waiting here. Heretics, they read the play. They're ahead of it. And Gen.G, they stepped right into the sprung trap.
Texture down. He's got his showstopper online, but it will never be used. They need another Munchkin play, and he is slowly lurking his way towards this C site, but the timing of that poison orb has deterred. He's waiting for support, but they're gonna rely on maybe even a mistake, and I think the realization has been made by Heretics again. They're pulling in another player. They're doubling up to try and make this impossible. And after spotting two, they've got to try and find another way.
Team Heretics hanging on to tournament life, to grand finals, hopes and dreams by a thread. But it seems that thread has turned to steel with 20 seconds left. The spike will be planted. There's naught that can be done about it. Boo can get the information. But the retake should be together. No ultimates of high value to be found. Perhaps Boo can cast an eye into that site with this from the shadows. Flash is good. Munchkin caught, only good for one. Still double the numbers that Gen.G have to work with. Getting rid of this retake will be tough, but damage has been done. Woot and Mini Boo both quite low. Paranoia traded out on each side. It will delay the play. Time keeps ticking, but the players are on site. The clock unlikely to decide this round. It is with Braun that they must bring it across the line. Ash has a 1v1. The defuse stuck to half, but the big swing to bring us to overtime.
It was a really nice attempt from the remaining two players. Ash bringing it close. A bullet or two could have been the difference maker, but OT was warranted in this matchup. A sigh of relief, you could see it from Miniboo with how tight this has ended up being. And it was another right read from the side of Heretics that makes all the difference. Gen.G seemingly had this matchup in their hands just moments ago. And while the only thing in their hands now is their faces, OT will decide this game.
Two map results separated by a round, and these teams not separated in regulation of map one. An early fight. Miniboo this time getting past that utility. He's taking a new route. Life in the fast lane, and he's living it up with Karen and Texture down. Team Heretics, they found another as Munchkin fails to retreat. And it looks like this A-site take that has failed so many times without the use of that from the shadows has finally broken. Gen.G only have Ash. Their final hope to put another round on the board, or they will be facing match, series, and tournament point.
Doesn't seem long for this world. Already tagged down to 60 HP, and with everything up against him, still utility to be had, and Riyadh is going to make sure he does not live any further into this one. It was a risky play from the side of Heretics. It was a decision to face what they failed to defeat every time. But it was Miniboo that kicked things off with a bang. A small amount of information was all he had to play with. But from then onwards, it was pure trading from their squad. They've had to battle up against this Gen.G squad, and now they have a chance of their own. They were eliminated in the grand final when that second place curse began. They can now get a chance to not only face their demons, but crush the key of the team who began it.
I've been considered somewhat of an expert on breaking curses in my times, Tom. I think that if you're gonna do it, this may be the best way to set it up. Not just winning the series, but the symbolic crushing of your opponent's hopes and dreams. Winning 2 series against this team back to back in terms of BO3s, bouncing back from Shanghai last year. And also fighting their way back in when it seemed like all hope was lost here. Team Heretics, 1 more round, and it's on the defense that they'll make this final stand.
We'll see if Munchkin has another play to be made. He's been left solo on that A side of the map. It was where he did his most damage, that sneaky lurk, using his Viper screen to garner that extra space, but to recreate that miracle, it's not going to be easy. You take away the pistol rounds, and I think that this is done. Gen.G have fought tooth and nail to get themselves back into both maps where they lost all 4 pistols. They got a singular one when it came to Haven. This man has been the catalyst of it all. A stun, not quite connected, but he is surrounded, and they've dealt with the danger man. The man who put them down so many times. And the rest of the team are going to react. They're going to try and fight versus Boo.
He has to back off. That paranoia, perfect from Caron. It's bought them the space. The plant perhaps on the back of it, but that we'll see Heretics, 4 players close by, in fact all 5, ready to burst back into this site. They first wait for the aggression, expecting Gen.G to try to make up for the disadvantages in numbers that they have, but when that doesn't come through, it's time to break into this site. The fast lane up gets them all onto that same angle. The high ground now theirs, and they fire down below, but Ash is the one to topple Mini Boo. Boo steps up for 2, but the rest of Gen.G won't let him through. 13-13, we keep on going.
Foxy9 and Caron. I feel like this might be the tournament that ends up making Foxy9's career.
1 enemy remaining.
There's been plenty of doubt in the pickup of this man after leaving DRX, after switching roles, after maybe not the greatest of performances at times. This tournament has been his revitalization, and again, in a moment of need, him and Caron, maybe the greatest rookie of all time, have stepped up to the plate. It means that Heretics head back onto that attack. They look to find that opening again. They have resorted to leaving Boo as that solo player. He's been someone who has succeeded in that role, allowing Benji to play more with the team. It does seem like that has been the right decision.
Again, this movement towards the A site. Previously, they found that space. The early fights that came with it swung their way. But this time, Team Heretics are facing a very different setup. A much more passive play from the defensive side. A Viper alongside a Killjoy waiting for them. The Nano's already delaying. Foxy9 does take a bit of damage here. They're not going to the A site. They're swinging into B, swinging into Texture, and they've already found the opening. Ash caught by the flash, and he can't correct in time. Woot has taken him down, and with it, the B site crumbles. The plant still to be found with 20 seconds, but denying this should be difficult.
Gets him all as well. Nightfall immediately used just in the hope of buying them extra space. It's less about trying to get the pick. Rians and Benji swing in tandem. It leaves Caron as the final man standing in a 1 versus 4. It's looking like Team Heretics are going to get their second bite of the cherry. Gen.G have already had a couple of attempts themselves to close out this series, to crush the key and step closer to being immortalized. Caron could be immortalized in this moment, but Rians won't even let him get past the first hurdle. It is now a second attempt for Heretics.
Well, they say destiny doesn't knock twice, but it's been anything but that here in this series. A second chance for Heretics to close this out, to defeat the team that cast the curse upon them. to go into that grand final waving the EMEA banner high and potentially, finally claim an international title, a trophy, and a grand final, but above all, perhaps for them, to crush Gen.G's key may hold more value. The revenge, close at hand.
They might be known for second places, but they could be known as the first ever EWC champion. Of course, their opponents still have plenty to say about that. The initial setup has denied them the A site. Gen.G Fishy has got to be careful here. He's going to spot a little bit of information. Now, bear in mind the support is not there, but the goal from Gen.G still lies on A. They have pulled the rotation. They have baited Heretics the wrong way. And look at what lies on the defense of the A site. It is just one man.
Their boo detector at work again. Every time there's a solo player being pushed, it is this man. Gen.G sniff him out. Nice pick there by Foxy9 as well, cutting the rotations. They need to deal with Boo on this site, but he won't give them the chance to. Just waiting for the backside push that probably won't come. The advantage now firmly in Gen.G's favor. They will just back off and keep that control towards that broken door. It gives them an angle to deny the defuse.
It's going to be so difficult. So many angles, so much utility, and this A-side post plant has been unstoppable for Gen.G. This story seems inevitable to continue as only one stands. It's a flawless attack side round. Gen.G, they play with those rotations, they play with the hearts and minds of Heretics fans. Oh, the support for Gen.G definitely still there in the arena.
Well done. Grenade!
The unreal double pick. Grabs the rotator and quickly gets back to the squad to pick them through the smoke. That is a lifeline for Gen.G in their road to the grand finals. But a road with at least 2 more stops and a stoppage to play with a timeout from Gen.G. Of course, they used theirs throughout regulation, but you get that little bit of extra stopping power here as we reach overtime after overtime. Don't envy the coaches in this position, and what an incredible series this has been already. But I have a feeling it still has so much more to give.
Just listening to the words of Solo, Neil Zenio, Weber, and HSK. The 4 coaching staff that could change the course of this overtime, end the run of their opponents, and put them one step away from placing their name in the totem, into history, as the first ever champion. Of course, Fnatic still await them, but
Toxin screen down.
getting to that final already has its accolades. Well, the call from Gen.G is that after the pause, it's going to be a B hit. We've seen that quite a few times, but instead, bear in mind, no Sentinel. So they can walk this.
One player doing this would be a risk. 2, an opportunity, but 3 could be a death sentence for Boo watching the flank. Gen.G are patient though. This walk-up was off the Prowler. Now they hear the flash. Start to realize that this should be commitment. And as that util gets put in, as more space is taken, as smokes go down, you know that there's eyes on the site. That means less players watching the flank, but they're hesitant. And because of that, Texture's going to be all alone. It's not an ideal angle for the op either, especially with the stun going through. He will not make it out.
Yeah. They were still worried that maybe they'd gone towards the C site, and at this stage, the flank is being heavily watched. Benji just opts to back out of there.
Toxin screen down.
And this is going to be a very difficult retake. The spike also in an inopportune position for the defenders to try and get back in.
That reveal might have changed the course. Paranoia had delayed the push, but they get the pick anyways. Now the number's even. Benji Fishy steps up to the plate. Riyadh and Woot follow. And it looks like a home run for Team Heretics in this round. Another chance to close it out, unless Munchkin can pull off an unbelievable clutch. You've seen the 3K spray downs, but it's too much to ask this time. Another opportunity, a third knock on the door of the grand finals for Team Heretics.
Yeah, they have been the one in OT that have got to series point every single time, but have not managed it when it came to their defensive side. I don't mind the gamble here from Gen.G, take a risk. But there's just that lack of commitment. And since we've got into overtime, well, that's the second time a post-round Rolling Thunder has come up for Riyadh. He has made his way to the top of the board. We were talking about IGLs, but it is this Turkish superstar playing that supportive breach that now sits atop the hill. And I bet they beg Riyadh just one more round, please.
Oh, Benji Fishy. He caught the lurk up by Caron. Space was thought to be given, thought to be had by Gen.G, but it wasn't to be. That's a huge opening pick. You're losing your main smokes. Shoehorning them almost into this A-side take, a gamble if they take it elsewhere. At least they have the orb to block off this angle, to put Woot out of the equation. But look at what waits for them. You mentioned coming into this map, Riyadh's utility, how important it could be. Well, he's been important himself with a gun in hand, but now a door separates him from his opposition. And as they step forward, an aggressive stance taken by Munchkin, but it will be Benji Fishy who decides how this engagement goes. He's being watched, but he won't be dealt with before he gets one more.
Have a stun helped out. Ash has leveled the playing field from what was looking like a potential victory for Heretics. Now sits with them in a bit of trouble. Walking out of the smoke though, Munchkin doesn't know how much ground they've lost. From hero to potential villain, as they lose an extra man to stand to try and defend this. Ash is now just alone. Two players stand between him and another overtime. He is all that is left from Heretics, and taking their revenge, potentially eliminating Gen.G from the tournament. Spamming away as he might, it is Riyadh once again. They will crush Gen.G and head their way to another final to face their demons.
At long last, Heretics slaying the ghost of their past. A taste of true revenge. This is no winner's match. There is no lower bracket. They have eliminated Gen.G. A taste of their own medicine as Heretics carry the Gen.G key to the Crusher.
It has been a road to redemption. A tournament that started slow. Questions being asked of if this team still had it in them. Will this team even get past the Tech, a team who'd never been to an international event before? With losing to NRG, a squad that was almost brand new, we started to doubt if they had the stones to take this over the line. Then they hit RRQ, then they hit BBL, and now they've taken down the team that sent them home in a final of a Masters. They've still got, well, I'll say 2 more demons left to face. Fnatic, a squad that has had their number this year, beating them twice, a 3-0 in a best of 5 last time around. But more importantly, that second place curse that has haunted them for the last couple of years. But the fact is, after taking down Gen.G, a team that coming into this tournament, you'd be a fool to believe they weren't one of the favorites, losing by the slimmest of margins here. The fact is, though, they have made it to that grand final.
That they have. And now, before the grand final, they will make their way to the Crusher. Let's send it down to the stage where Woot is standing by with Fancy.
Team Heretics moves to the grand final at the Esports World Cup. Congratulations, Wood. Honestly, that was one of the most intense matches in Valorant. You guys have pulled it through, but I do have a few questions for you specifically. You've been one of the breaking stars of Team Heretics of this entire event. So how do you feel now that you're at the grand final?
We made it again. We are so back. Like, we were in the bottom, and like especially at the beginning of the tournament, we were almost losing to Titan Esports Club. We lost first game. Like, we were almost eliminating. It was just only one round, and then we just keep going. You know, you cannot stop the train.
You cannot stop, indeed. But you guys have reached the grand final before in Shanghai and in Champions 2024. But you haven't lifted an international trophy for 2 years. Do you think this is the one?
I don't want to curse it, but hope so. Like, we had a lot of experience, as you know, and as you said. But I hope it's gonna be this time.
I mean, everyone is pulling their A game so far, and honestly, it looks one game away from you guys finally getting to the international title. But now that you guys have won, you get to crush Gen.G's key. You are responsible for crushing one key before, but you haven't done it yourself before. Are you excited for this one?
I am so excited.
You want to go?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Congratulations once again for Team Heretics for crushing Gen.G's key and moving to the grand final. One more game for them to be the champions of the Esports World Cup for Valorant.
Yeah, they did.
You have to go back to 2021 champs, the last time we had 2 EMEA teams in an international final of this size. And now it has happened again here at the Esports World Cup. You can't get any better Valorant than what we just saw. It goes 2-1, the way of Los Niños over Gen.G. It went the full distance here on Lotus, but they get it done in not 1 overtime, not 2 overtimes, but triple overtime. The sweat, the tears, it all paid off, and now they are 1 step away from becoming the first ever champion over at the Esports World Cup for Valorant. It is a big moment here for Heretics, and you gotta also feel for Gen.G. They almost went the distance. Look at the score lines. Everyone had opportunities to step up, and they did, which is why we had some free Valorant there at the end. But in the end, it is Team Heretics with the win.
Yeah, we were so excited watching this game in the green room. I think everybody that was watching this match was living it. Every single round was so close. We get into overtime. Everything is about the attack. And finally, we see all of those reactions, them living it round by round. Los Niños are able to close it and get themselves into another grand final and probably looking to take revenge about what happened on stage 1 against Fnatic.
This, to me, was the best match of the tournament so far. I mean, just because of the gravity and the stakes that were on the table here, and the fact that Gen.G almost brought it back a little bit, like off the back of Munchkin just having a monstrous performance. I mean, that 3K spray down he had, But then Heretics, Rians? Are we going to talk about Rians right now?
We can talk about Rians all day long.
Oh my goodness, on the breach. And like, I have a lot of criticism. Even the last time they played this map, I think they lost to NRG. I was like, I just don't like the breach fade without playing a Sentinel. And I got to eat my own words here because it looked great with him when he's popping off like that.
In a game of this magnitude, under these circumstances, with it being just as nail-biting as that, you have to give massive props, massive respect to Team Heretics.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here. I know you said Rians earlier. We were talking about Mini Boo earlier, but how about Mega Boo? Boo popping off here on Lotus and carrying the team through multiple clutch rounds when they needed it the most. You need stars to make a championship, and across the board, multiple players stepping on up.
The overtime was for Rians, but the regular time to me was for Boo, as you're saying. A lot of clutch rounds, a lot of important moments he was a part of today. Not only in this map, I believe that also in Haven, in those clutch moments. I think that he's a player that's been very, very criticized, so it's good to see that he's showing up when his team needed him the most.
All right, well, we have an interview standing by right now on the stage. Let's go ahead and send it over there.
I'm here with Texture from Gen.G, and we just witnessed one of the closest matches so far at this EWC Valorant. And Texture, your team got to crush 2 keys. You got to crush one of them. And what was it like watching Team Heretics crush your key today?
본인 포함해서 젠지가 이제 2개의 키를 부셨었는데 오늘 아쉽게도 이제 헤리틱스가 젠지의 키를 좀 부수게 됐습니다. 좀 그걸 보시는 좀 소감이 좀 어떠신지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 뭐 못했기 때문에 졌고 뭐 졌으면은 당연히 그거는 뭐 순서라고 생각하고 있기 때문에 뭐 별로 상관은 없는데 역시 근데 지는 기분은 참 별로네요.
Yeah, if you can't bring it, then it's you gotta lose. I mean, we couldn't bring it. It is just the way to go, and I don't mind like getting key crushed, but losing just sucks.
Oh, yes, we're hearing lots of fan support right now. And in that last Lotus just now, who would you say on Team Heretics gave you the hardest time?
이제 마지막 매 로터스에서 어떻게 보면 선수분께 좀 가장 힘든 부분을 좀 안겨준 선수는 좀 누구라고 생각하시나요?
부? 부가 잘 했던 것 같아요.
I think it was Boo.
What was it about Boo that you guys just couldn't figure out?
그 부 선수의 좀 어떤 점이 좀 많이 좀 힘들게 하셨는지 좀 궁금하네요.
총도 잘 쏜 것 같고 플레이적으로도 좀 뭔가 TP 같은 것도 좀 잘 변수도 잘 본 것 같고 좀 전체적으로 잘한 것 같습니다.
I think his shots and mechanics were good overall, and also his skill set and TP usage. I think overall, like his skill was very, very at the highest. I think that's why I had a hard time dealing with him.
And I have to ask about that Lotus again because it was so back and forth. If you could redo anything or approach it differently, what would you guys have done differently?
아무래도 마지막 맵이 굉장히 좀 난전이었다 보니까 혈투 끝에 좀 아쉽게 패배하시게 됐었는데 만약에 그 맵을 좀 다시 그 맵 중에 이제 라운드 하나 다시 플레이해보게 되신다면 아니면 순간을 하나 다시 플레이해보게 되신다면 좀 어떤 장면을 좀 다시 플레이해보고 싶으신가요?
뭐였지? 생각나는 라운드가 없는데 모르겠어요. 그냥 오늘 좀 전체적으로 제가 좀 별로였던 것 같아서 그냥 좀 그게 아쉬워요. 그냥 하루를 되돌리고 싶습니다.
Well, it's actually a little blur for me because it was I don't think my condition was at the highest, and I don't think I played well today overall. So I think I want to relive my this whole day.
And you know, there is one more match tomorrow, but before any of that, how do you think your experience was at this tournament? Ash, Foxy9 being added to the roster this year. Now they're getting a lot more international experience. Are you feeling a lot more confident now returning to Pacific?
이제 상대적으로 신인 선수였던 애쉬 선수나 이제 폭시나인 선수가 이제 국제전 경험을 좀 가지면서 그래도 어느 정도 성장을 했기 때문에 앞으로 이제 스테이지 2에서도 좀 더 큰 활약을 해줄 거라고 좀 기대를 해주시는지 궁금합니다.
일단 그거는 뭐 본인들 하기에 따라서 다르다고 생각하고 있고요. 뭐 나름 그래도 잘 하지 않을까요? 저는 항상 포텐셜이 있는 선수들이라고 생각을 해가지고 그냥 믿고 있습니다.
I think it's up to them. I think it's up to their, mindset or even, everything that's up to them overall. And all I do is wait because I still believe in my teammates' potential and their future. So, yeah, I'm believing in them.
Speaking of Pacific, it's not over yet for you guys. You will be facing PaperX tomorrow for that third spot, including the prize pool for the third spot. How are you feeling facing your old nemesis?
이제 또 퍼시픽을 또 말씀을 드렸는데 마침 또 내일 3, 4위전에서 또 상대하시게 팀이 퍼시픽의 또 오랜 숙적이었던 페이퍼렉스예요. 페이퍼렉스를 상대로 좀 어떤 경기를 펼치고 싶으신지 궁금합니다.
일단 페이퍼렉스를 뭔가 좀 오랜만에 만나는 느낌이라 해야 되나? 왜인지는 모르겠는데 그래서 좀 설레고 재밌을 것 같다라는 생각이 들고요. 아직 끝난 거 아니니까 일단 최선을 다해서 남은 경기를 하고 가겠습니다.
Yeah, I feel it's still it has been a while since we faced PaperX, but well, I think they're still a great team, and still that being said, I'm a little excited to face them in a long time. So we'll bring it the best we can possibly can because it is not over yet for us. We have one match left tomorrow, so we're gonna bring our best.
Well, thank you so much, Texture, and we're looking forward to your match tomorrow. Give it up for Texture, everyone. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you so much for that interview, and Texture just really thoughtful in his responses after the loss, giving the flowers over to Boo, talking about his play, the belief in the team still big time. I mean, what more can you ask for after you lay it out on the line, still fall a little short?
I mean, these games, when you lose them, it hurts more than if you get stomped, right? Because you know how close you were. But they do have to turn around. They have that third place game. It's not entirely over for them, but I do think they're going to be stinging from that loss. I mean, there's no doubt about it, but Gen.G are a fantastic team. We saw just how well they were able to play, how close that game was. Texture is someone I've known for years and I coached him, and he will bounce back even if today wasn't his best day. There's plenty more left where that came from.
I mean, I'd say that Texture's average is better than everybody else's peak. It's so weird to hear him say that he had a bad day because you cannot think about Gen.G without Texture. And if you don't like him, again, very big red flag.
I mean, the Haven was basically almost a solo performance from him, right? He was completely carrying it, 10 first bloods. But what's important here is that Gen.G, in terms of their overall organization, have a lot of teams here at EWC. So what he said at the end of that interview is true. He's going to be trying to win this match against PRX to the best of his abilities.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot more on the line than this, and I think there's also a lot of pride on the line, right? Sure, in Valorant, we rarely get the chance to play for third place, right? But I do think there is something nice about finishing on the podium. There's something nice about ending your tournament on a win, and of course, besting their Pacific rivals, PaperX, to boost themselves as they continue forward.
Well, we have one more spot left to fill out the bracket on the top side and the third place match as well. But when I take a look at that grand finals, Kakuka, something looks a little particular here.
All I'm gonna say is I am so happy to be surrounded by 0-team regions here.
Insane.
I will say it doesn't matter how hard this tournament tried to not have an EMEA versus EMEA final. Okay, it doesn't matter because we still did it. It is so good to have this representation coming up from EMEA. We're going to have that rematch from that final at stage 1, and I think that these teams have advanced, and they're going to get home. Well, one of us is going to bring home the trophy.
Well, since I'm definitely a no-team region here at EWC, at least I have Crashies.
Yeah.
and it was part of this team right here, Fnatic, we're getting that win. Yeah, I'm very happy I got Crashies. We're a one-man region at this point right now.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm going to go sit in a dark room for a while. I want no one to look at me, no one to talk to me. This has been a sad day.
Morgan, who do you think is winning tomorrow, EMEA or EMEA?
Oh my gosh.
I've got a full day of this tomorrow. Feel for me. Please.
At least you get a regional matchup at the beginning of the day with the third versus fourth, and then you get to decide which region is the best.
Can I walk off? Is that okay? I think I'm done.
Yeah.
I think I'm done with
You
it.
showed face. I will give you that. You showed face, and I respect you for that.
You know, I have to give props to EMEA. It has been so long since we've had EMEA versus EMEA. People were counting them out, saying that the region is over, but I think they've shown just how strong they are. So, you know, you do have to give them the props. Both these teams really did earn it. They do deserve to be there, even if I wish it wasn't this way.
My gosh, I know that the key crushing was just on your screen, but that was also crushing big time there twice today, not only in our previous series that we just saw, but earlier in the day with Fnatic taking the victory. And that leads us to our Sony MVP of the day, and it goes to Fnatic Chronicle, who had an amazing match against one of those opponents that has been on them for a while in PaperX. They stopped the train and put themselves in the grand finals of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, all gas, no brakes for this man. I mean, he's been a phenom in the server. His lurk timings, every single time he needs to be called upon for a clutch, it seems like he's delivering, or at least making the numbers even, and then dealing with the PRX aggression, which is not easy to do whatsoever. He made it look easy today.
You do not know anything about Valorant if Chronicle is not on your top 3 players, best players of all time, of all the years that we've had. Not only he is the winningest of all of the players, the one that has the most trophies, but also having this kind of performances. I think it is about time that he gets an MVP award, you know?
You know, and also, isn't he the link that was part of the last time it was an all EMEA finals? That's right. Yeah. So Ascending Gambit there back in the day. So in 2021. So we now fast forward 4 more years here at the Esports World Cup, and we have a little bit more history. What a day of action, but we're not done yet. Still one more day. Let's take a look at the STC Club Championship standings. After today's matches, we crowned a couple of champions all across the Boulevard here in Riyadh, and there you have that champion from Rensport earlier, the BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing. They're at 1,000 points. You look down that list, there's Fnatic climbing higher and higher because the minimums that they can earn from Valorant, 750 right there.
Also for Apex, right? They qualified to the finals that I believe are going to be held at the same time of our finals. So tomorrow is going to be a very, very important day for Fnatic all around.
Yeah, they're looking to get out ahead. We know that, as we already said, Falcon's not here in Valorant. Falcon's crashed out of Rensport, so big opportunity for Fnatic.
Yeah, all right. Well, with that one, just keeping an eye on what it means for the standings. Fnatic has 4 confirmed game participation, so they're going to have a couple of other matches. But to start it off with the victory here and 1,000 points, possibly 2,000 points with the other finals in Apex as well. Now, we've got a little check-in with Fatal Fury, so let's send it on over there.
I'm back at Fatal Fury with Ryan, and I spoke to you a few days ago, and I see we're a little bit more dressed up because it's a very important day today, isn't it?
It is. It is finals day at the Amazon Esports Arena stage. It's been really cool. 16 of the world's best came here from literally all over the globe to be a part of this massive, massive extravaganza. And we've seen so much emotion, the turmoil, the victory, the disaster, the success, everything has happened, and it's been really great to see the players deliver one of the most high-level showcases we've ever seen since the game's release.
Now, tonight we are finally going to get the finals of Fatal Fury. We're going to find out who is going to get that key to go into the totem. Who are the finalists? Who should we be looking out for?
We should definitely, it goes without saying, be looking out for Xiao Hai. He has been on a tear, destroying everyone with his Billy, and that's not even his only character. He's got other options, he's got other weapons in his arsenal, so he's definitely the one that everyone has their crosshairs on. I think second to that, I would say Fenrich or Go-Ichi, both from Japan, both very strong players, training buddies in their own right. Those two have been putting on a show as well. So it's going to be interesting. You know, sometimes on finals day, things might go right before that, but on the day, the pressure, you know, the cracks start showing, the chinks in the armor appear. So I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be one hell of a showcase.
And do you want to give any predictions over to the Valorant crowd?
Wow, yeah.
We won't tell the Fatal Fury people what you said.
So I would say we're definitely looking at a Xiao Hai Grand Finals. I'm not sure who's going to be in there with him. Okay. We have Dark Angel, who's definitely a dark horse. Solid run yesterday, defeating Nemo and Kindevu. It's going to be interesting. I think we're going to get a Xiao Hai versus Go-Ichi Grand Finals.
Okay. Well, I'm really excited for it. And with that, thank you so much, Ryan. Let's go back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, y'all. Again, that update was from the Amazon Esports Arena for Fatal Fury. They will be crowning their title in just a little bit. But you know what, guys? We got a title to crown tomorrow. All EMEA finals. Final thoughts here before we call it a night.
I mean, I think Fnatic have so much longevity. A lot of people really did expect them to do well in this tournament. We had them high early on the power rankings. But Heretics have been the surprise. We've been doubting them the whole tournament long. So I think I would love to see Heretics come out and pull up such a big upset tomorrow.
I like it. To me, today was about having long matches. I loved getting to the third map. I love that everybody brought their best. We saw maps like Split that we're going to not be seeing in a long time. Let's see if we get it tomorrow. And yeah, to me, it's about everybody, I feel like, today brought their best, even though, you know, it's been a very intense tournament, everything very compact in a few days.
I had Fnatic winning this whole thing, and Heretics, like you said, we all doubted them here. They even doubted themselves, barely beating Titan. And I'm kind of worried right now for Fnatic, even though I know that they're my GOATs. I'm scared. I'm scared for tomorrow.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here. Tomorrow we start an hour earlier because we've got the best of 3 third-place match, then the best of 5 grand finals. You don't want to miss it, so set it an hour earlier. On behalf of everyone here from the studio, thank you so much for watching, and we're going to leave you with the Kadia top plays of the day. Take care.
If I heard that you